2000. Now the company's model Desire, which has been in over the last 2 decades in India, has received a 5-star safety rating from the Bharat NCAP, making it the first sedan in India to achieve this feat. Now the Baleno secured a 4-star rating in the same tests as well. Maruti Suzuki has confirmed that 10 of its models now come with 6 airbags as standard as well. We also got a quote from the MD of the company of Maruti Suzuki. He said and stated that within this year, the company will have across all models and all variants equipped with 6 airbags as well. But that's all the time we have on this edition of Markets Today. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. India Market Open comes up next. Thanks so much for watching.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the 2 players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio.
All right, that's a delicious start. to the morning. Well, what are we talking about? You would have remembered this very, very viral set of graphics, this illustration we put out on NDTV Profit a couple of days ago, where we talked about the proposed pricing of Rapido, a new entrant in the food delivery market, and how it would stack up compared to Swiggy and Zomato today. Well, those pictures were put out by a host of us. Neeraj's post went super viral. And a day after, we've seen both Swiggy and Zomato slash their prices for that same McChicken burger combo to $199, what it costs in the store. So just a little bit of crowing this morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we started. A dish, the revenge is a dish best served in the form of a McChicken burger.
With slash prices.
Slash prices. Not really revenge, but just, for those who are questioning the story and, I don't know why they were trolling us, because saying, where is the Rapido burger? Well, they have put out their formula of what they're going to charge.
Yeah, just a little bit of background work should have helped them as well. And again, it's just good to see some impact out there for whatever it helps people who are ordering on Swiggy and Zomato. Yeah. But the larger question is, guys, if this is going to be the template, what does it bring? What does it mean for the two platforms, the incumbent platforms? It's happened in burgers. Could it happen in other products at some point of time? So it will be interesting to see
the
that.
kind of response to that story also shows you people are not very excited about being charged more than the restaurant menu.
Who is?
Because you're anyway getting a delivery fee charged to you, and a platform fee, and a XYZ fee. So why should the price of the product be any higher?
100%.
All right, munch into this. Nothing too appetizing happening in the US markets, though, overnight. US markets have ended in the red after a very choppy session. All indices have seen mild losses, and not major losses, I would say, very, very minute. Completely flat on the Dow. S&P 500, just about 0.25% down. NASDAQ took a bit of a hit there on the chin. Oracle, though, fired after market hours because of great numbers. But here's the core data, which has been the big driver for markets in the United States overnight. The May CPI, that's inflation, has increased by 0.1% versus a forecast of 0.2%. Treasury yields have slipped after that timid inflation data, the 10-year at 4.4%. But the real story this morning, frankly, is crude. Oil prices jumped nearly 4% overnight after Donald Trump told the Washington Post that he's less confident of a deal with Iran. Brent was just a little below the $70 mark. So you've gone from massive bump up just overnight. The other big story, of course, post-market hours India time yesterday, was that the US-China trade deal is done. But is it? Because this is a claim that Donald Trump has put out on Truth Social. This is what he's saying. He's saying our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied up front by China. Likewise, we will provide to China what was agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which has always been good with me. We are getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. Relationship is excellent. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So, meanwhile, Trump has also shown his enthusiasm for new trade deals with China and ongoing negotiations with multiple countries. He marks out 18, which are close to completion.
I would, but I don't think we're going to have that necessity. We made a great deal with China. We're very happy with it. We have everything we need, and we're going to do very well with it, and hopefully they are too. That was a very big one. As you know, we did with the UK, and I tell you what, we're rocking in terms of deals. Now, at a certain point, we're just going to send letters out, and I think you understand that, saying this is the deal. You can take it or you can leave it. You don't have to use it. You don't have to shop in the United States, as I say. So at a certain point, we'll do that. We're not quite ready. We're dealing with quite a few countries, and they all want to make a deal with us, every one of them.
Who's next? Who are you expecting to get a deal with next?
Well, we're dealing with Japan. We're dealing with South Korea. We're dealing with a lot of them. We're dealing with about 15 countries, but as you know, we have about 150 plus, and you can't do that. So we're going to be sending letters out in about a week and a half, 2 weeks, to countries, telling them what the deal is, like I did with EU.
And are you happy with the EU right now? You were unhappy with them about 10 days ago.
Well, I'll let you know in about a week. They do want to negotiate, I will say that.
Okay, so that's going to be an ongoing story. That doesn't augur well for investment mood, though. And look at what Jamie Dimon is saying. He says there's a chance real numbers will deteriorate soon. Employment will come down a little bit. Inflation will go up a little bit. Hopefully, it's just a little bit. Do I think that now is a good time to buy credit if I was a fund manager? No, I wouldn't be buying credit today at these prices and these spreads. So that's the word coming in from Jamie Dimon, of course, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase. The word is still out there on what the scene is looking like for US markets. Asian markets, meanwhile, have opened mixed ahead of all of this, now dipped in the red. Hang Seng nearly 0.5% down. Nikkei also taking quite a bit of a hit. Let's take a look at what the implied open is for India before we move ahead. Mildly in the positive, 31 points in the green. All right, Matt Orton joining in, Chief Market Strategist at Raymond James Investment Management. We're also speaking this morning with Anurag Singh, Managing Partner at Ansett Capital. Very good morning to both of you. Matt, great to speak with you again. What do you make of the claim that a deal is done? Would you feel more comfort actually seeing the dotted I's and the crossed T's?
Hey, good morning, Tamana. Always great to join. And of course, we would all love to see what it is, but it seems like this is going to be more of a black box for a while. And while we're talking about the deal being done, I think really the deal in principle, or really the framework of the deal in principle, has been agreed to. And I think the nuance here is that while it seems like we're making progress, which I think we all have to agree is very encouraging, that we're continuing to see progress made with China and Trump talking about progress with other countries as well. The challenge is a lot of this progress is focused on non-trade barriers that were implemented after the Liberation Day tariffs that were put on. We're not actually addressing the tariff levels themselves. So I think that is a key nuance that we need to follow. I think one, it signals that tariffs are here to stay, but two, that the US is proactively trying to find deals. And I think all of the other comments about unilateral tariffs, it's all meant to push our trading partners to get deals done faster, because we are approaching that July 9th deadline with respect to that 90-day reprieve that was put on by Trump.
So, point well made, Matt. I'm just looking at the reaction in the equity markets in the US, and ordinarily one would assume that there would have been a larger cheer to what Donald Trump claims is a significant move forward. Anurag, the question then to you is that are markets sort of pricing in the fact that it's not going to move very dramatically in the near term? It's going to be a lot of back and forth on these things, and the focus really will shift to how inflation comes into the fore, because the latest print does not capture the impact of higher tariffs.
Okay, so Alex, on inflation, I think if you look at the past 3 months, okay, the weighted inflation core CPI is 2.1. Okay, so that's as well behaved as it can be. If you look at last 12 months, because Jan and Feb are usually, there's a bit of a spike, that is also 2.1%, right? So that's on an aggregate. I understand core is about 2.4, 2.5. Okay, inflation is broadly out of the system. The tariff was an issue, but I think as Matt was making the point, sanity has prevailed. I think the sense is that the administration and the likes of Howard Lutnick and Peter Navarro have realized that no manufacturing is going to relocate to US. So it's better we take a 10-20% tariffs and just call it a day and call it a victory and move on. I think that's the bigger message. In terms of reflecting, yes, I understand. There were various mechanisms where the stock was, companies were able to store the stock, so it's not reflected in the tariffs. But I think now that it is all done and behind us, I think the impact of tariff on US goods will be limited. And I think even the administration has now realized this, that that's not a game that we can play and win. The patience on US consumers about inflation is very thin, and I think China can persist it better than US can. So I think that's the good news, and I have no doubt that inflation broadly will kind of stay contained. The worst of tariff is now absolutely behind us, Alex.
Okay, Anurag, the other question is, almost everybody, including Jeffrey Gundlach, talking about how the dollar may be 10% lower then what may happen? And Matt, the same question to you, right? I mean, do you reckon that we are looking at a period of the next 12 months of a dollar decline, and what would that mean for fund flows into emerging market assets? I mean, if Jeff Gundlach says that he's de-dollarizing his investments, you got to sit up and take notice.
Yeah. No, so Neeraj, first of all, I think Jeffrey Gundlach has his style of, he is high on emerging markets, he's low on US. Everybody has a position, so we got to understand where everyone stands. Okay. By the way, before let me address the dollar and then I'll come to the last point. Look, the dollar, Neeraj, Japanese are selling and the Chinese are selling. If you look at the Chinese stockpile, they had about 1.2, 1.3 trillion, 2016, 2017. They've been selling ever since. They want to de-risk, they want to be not like in Russia's position. So I think as long as they keep selling, the yields will go up. But at every higher yield, the buyers will come in, and which will also contain the dollar. So, well, at 108, it was overheated, but 57-58% of the dollar actually comes from Europe, right? So as long as Europe stops looking that attractive, which should be the case now, I think dollar should regain strength as well. That's kind of my quick take. I'll of course wait for Matt to add more spice. But by the way, side of that, kudos to you guys on McDonald's, and I saw that and it was pretty spicy and interesting. Another interesting point, let me add, Neeraj. McChicken in US today costs less than it costs in India, and I was really shocked and surprised. I just bought McChicken for my son a while back before coming to your show. $350, two McChickens, okay? $350, which is like 300 rupees, two McChickens. So of course the second one you get $1. So even the one is at around 250 rupees, which is just about the same. I mean, there was a time when I moved from India, India was like 40% of US price. Today you are equal to a more than US price.
Yeah.
Take that. So, it's another interesting development.
And you know what, by the way, just before I get to Matt, if you're looking at liquor in India, it's going to be even more expensive than what it is in the US, in Maharashtra for sure.
And oil and petrol, so those are a given.
Yeah, and those are a given. So, but Matt, you want to come in on this whole argument? And by the way, Anurag, thank you. Compliments accepted. And this morning we were talking about it. We were crowing about it a bit because it's really had an impact, and it's a wide consumer story. So we are very, very proud, nuttily proud that we did that story. So thank you. Compliments well accepted. But Matt Orton, to you, I mean, do you believe dollar downtake over the next 1 year? And is that therefore inflows for markets like India?
So I think there's scope for the dollar to weaken more broadly, but I think the worst is behind us. I think a lot of the more significant fund outflows and say recalibration happen after April 2nd. So I think a lot of the very significant selling of the dollar, which has been taking place for a while, but it really accelerated in April. I think the worst is behind us. There's still reason to believe that you could see marginal dollar weakness, and that's my base case. But I wouldn't expect it to be too significant, at least in the next 3 to 6 months or so. That being said, that dollar weakness, or at least not having significant gains on the dollar from where we are today, that is a tailwind for emerging markets. And it's a tailwind for broader international global diversification. And so the main message that I give to a lot of our clients is that while the US still looks very, very solid from a corporate earnings perspective, which is important, it's not a zero-sum game. Even marginal changes, a 1% or 2% allocation away from the US to a market like Europe or into emerging markets, the scale difference between the US and everything else is so significant that those very, very small changes can have a big impact. And if investors are confident that you're not going to see significant dollar strength, which I don't think is going to be the case, you can feel even better about allocating money overseas. And that's really picking up in conversations. Many, many more clients are willing to allocate dollars overseas. And we were in India last week, and because there's real tangibility to people being willing and open and actively putting dollars to work in other countries outside the US. So I think that is a very good and strong tailwind for emerging markets.
Matt, on that note, thanks so much for joining us. Anurag as well. A pleasure having you this morning. By the way, I was just looking up the Big Mac Index, which, as you know, is representative of affordability around the world. And according to 2025 Big Mac Index, India stands at $2.75. And the US is at $5.69. And so therefore, it still holds what has been taking place in the recent past. Perhaps that McChicken price is comparable. But let's talk about what happened in trade yesterday. You had net selling after a bit of a buying streak by foreign institutional investors, 450 crore rupees, not the biggest number, but domestic institutions mopping up more than that, buying about 1,600 crore rupees worth of equity. Equities were once again range bound. You had the benchmarks end off the high point of the day, up just about 0.2%. But that high point of the day was encouraging. Broader markets lost ground and underperformed the benchmark for once. In the recent past, that hasn't been the case too often. The market breadth remained tilted in favor of the advances, though. IT stocks once again were front and center and gained about 1.3% as an index. And this time it was the big stocks that were up front. You had HCL Tech as well as Infosys, which were the top gainers on the IT index. HCL gaining over 3% in trade. Maybe to a certain extent, there was that extension of a deal that they announced overnight that had a bearing on the stock. Oil and gas companies, by the way, also gained, and they will be in focus today on account of the crude move. They were the top performers. Something like an Oil India was up and about. There was also a note that talked about considerable upside for this stock, but you also had the likes of BPCL, HPCL gain quite considerably in trade yesterday. Defense stocks, on the other hand, saw a little bit of profit taking. That is in evidence as well, and maybe, just maybe, there was an impact on Garden Reach shipbuilders as well as Mazgon Dock and Cochin on the back of NDTV Profit's interview with the Defense Secretary, where he talked about the move away from nomination for large projects like shipbuilding to a tender process, which would result in a narrowing or the scrimping of margins for some of these companies. Let's see how that pans out. Couple of big moves in trade yesterday. One was IEX. The shares dropped on the back of market coupling rumors. Remember, this has come back again after a bit of a break, and every time it does, it has a bearing on the stock. United Spirits fell, and we spoke about this through the day as Maharashtra hiked the excise duty on IMFL, which is Indian-made foreign liquor. On the other end of the spectrum, one man's poison is other man's elixir, if you can call it that. Sula and GM breweries surged as they escaped that higher duty. Wockhardt, by the way, was one where we was perhaps scratching our heads on, at least I was, 18% higher, but no real trigger. Volumes were considerably higher though, 33 times the 30-day average volume and 13 times higher delivery as well on the day, which I thought was quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that the last 2 or 3 days are now showing that the intraday attempt at rallies are just fizzling out, right? And I don't know if that's a sign of caution, that could there be an intermediate pullback in the offing because there are resistances, remains to be seen. And therefore, just be very, very sector and stock specific. Now, the sectors which are actually worth really looking at based on the recent trades, you have to give a hat tip to oil and gas. Upstream, downstream, almost everything is really doing well, and it's a sector to monitor for trading for sure, because yesterday you didn't just have the OMCs doing well, you had upstream oil in Oil India, ONGC, even a Reliance for that matter, though Reliance is no longer just an oil company, but I'm just saying Oil India for example, right? And at the same time you also had BPHP IOC doing well. So oil and gas certainly a sector to watch out for. Maybe finally you will see the earnings delta coming in starting Q1. So this remains a pocket to watch. And some delivery based buying, guys, in IT stocks yesterday. We've been talking about it yesterday. A lot of people gave recommendations. Just thought looking, I mean, sure, the volumes would have been high, but what were the delivery percentages? I was spellbound yesterday. HCL Tech 63% mark for delivery. Infosys 71%. TCS 76% mark for delivery. And even the non-nifty ones had around a circa 50 to 60% quantum mark for delivery. Persistent, Emphasis, Coforge, and I'm sure it would have been similar for others. So certainly some serious delivery-based buying in IT, and therefore another sector that you want to keep an eye out for a trade. It's rallied a bit, but there is some buying that's happening there. Yeah, HCL Tech ending at the day's high yesterday really set the kind of, you got to start thinking about what is happening here in this space.
That's exactly what the problem is, that there is no clarity on what is happening in the space. Is it a positive story? Is it not a positive story? And it changes too quickly already. Although I believe Emphasis, if I recall, Emphasis on the closing show was one of the calls that our
the opening show from Chandan Taparia as well was a call.
Yes.
It may well be, this is just a guess, no, but I'm just saying it may well be a point that if the world believes that maybe growth will not be as bad if US-China have hit a trade deal, then maybe US corporations might spend, and maybe that helps IT services spending.
That might just be the thesis.
Yeah, and I think the US-China story, and that's one of the factors that you should watch out for today, will also have an impact on auto. Will that ease? If China seems ready to make a deal as Trump claims, would that also ease concerns for OEMs here in India? And you'll also hear from Maruti on the channel in a short while from now. We ask him specifically about reports that they're cutting down on their EV production plans because of the rare earth crisis. And we'll listen in to what Rahul Bharti of Maruti Suzuki is saying. So that's one to watch out for. Watch out for autos, watch out for metals, because US-China breaking the ice will always be good for the metals pack. The other factor, which I think is an important one, is that CPI inflation numbers for India are expected to come in today, and it's projected to ease to 2.98% in May. Now remember, in April it was at 3.16%, which was the lowest since July 2019. So you already had an over 5-year low in April. It's supposed to dip even below that. That's going to be seen as a positive sentiment for the hopes of a continued rate cut push and a trajectory there. Meanwhile, like Alex said, the Nifty did end higher for a 6th session in a row. Small caps snapped a 13-day gaining streak as broader markets underperformed the benchmark. Sectoral indices were mixed though. Nifty, oil, gas, IT were top gainers. PSU banks and FMCG fell the most. Now Nifty seems to be consolidating between 25,000 and 25,200. For this session today, 25,200 to 25,330 will be a critical zone to watch out for. 25,000 to 24,900 provides the near-term support. So to recap, you can see a resistance at 25,200 and support at 25,000. Meanwhile, as far as the Bank Nifty is concerned, it fell for a second day in a row, and PSU banks, of course, led that decline. Resistance at 57,000 and support at 56,100 is what you can expect in today's trade. But let me go across to Puneet now to take stock of what's happening on the F&O.
Well, thank you for that. So both the Nifty and Nifty Bank, very interesting levels of where they are, but they both need a decisive move to go ahead of the current levels of both these indices. For the Nifty, a move above 25,200 needs a sustained build-up as well as a key decisive uptrend going forward. We've of course seen, the open interest largely been very stable, a negative 1% on both negative and positive sides. For the Bank Nifty as well, we've seen NBFCs, gold loan companies outperform. Banks haven't moved as much, and hence we've seen for the Nifty Bank only a couple of companies like AU Small Finance Bank there in terms of NBFCs, but largely is the large private as well as the PSU banks that make the Nifty Bank. So essentially we need another decisive move there to watch out for. In terms of FI fund picture, and if this could be linked to something in the IT space, what's happening, they have seen buying across index as well as Nifty options for FIIs. Let's also look at the long short ratio, is something that we've been tracking very aggressively, 22% now versus roughly about 19.96% yesterday. So we've seen that buying yesterday, and Neeraj did highlight about IT specifically, the delivery based buying could be one of the segments that FIIs have entered into. Let's also look at and go ahead and look at some of the key open interest distribution levels, keeping and continuing the momentum on 25,500 on the calls, while for the puts between 25,000 and 25,100 remain one of the key levels. And finally, in terms of stocks as well, we've seen a short build up across a few stocks like Keynes Tech, and we've seen a sustained short build up on Keynes Tech has been largely maintained. That's going to be one interesting one to watch out for. United Spirits was largely because of the news flow yesterday from Maharashtra, very negative for the company, while we've seen some long build ups on Uno Minda as well as something like a Mankind Pharma. In terms of open interest losers, we see some short unwindings on something like on Hindustan Copper, and some short covering actually on stocks like Wipro. We spoke about IT. This could be one of the other ones. So overall, I think the trajectory goes forward of both the oil and gas as well as IT, and something that you guys have spoken about. Nifty implied open at 19 points, but these segments as well as banks will have to come in for a decisive move and maintaining that level of 25 to 100 going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. A lot of stocks to talk about this morning. I'm starting off with Nazara, and this exchange filing came late evening for an open offer. Now, the details that we have is it's an open offer by Aksana Estates LLP, Plutus Wealth Management, and Juno Moneta Finsol Private Limited. They'll acquire up to 26% of Nazara's total equity. The offer is to acquire 2.4 crore equity shares at face value of 4 rupees each. Now, what's going to be a bit of a downer is the offer price. It's at 990 rupees. The total consideration, of course, is at 2,384 crores. Key dates are from 19th June to 2nd July 2025. And of course, payment to shareholders at July 16. Now, will investors tender to Nazara's open offer, considering it's a 22% discount to the CMP? Investors are unlikely to tender at a price of this kind of a drop. We also have learned that Rekha Jhunjhunwala has sold ahead of the open offer. She sold about 1.98% stake and reduced stake to 5.07% from 7.05%. So that open offer also allows an exit, of course, to minority shareholders, and now those who are buying can seek a board seat. I think this is a thumbs down for the stock today, but I don't know if any of you have views on the deal. The size of the offer and the price of the offer was a bit of an eyebrow-raising situation.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it ties in, it follows the template that happened even during Pratap Snacks, right? Wherein the stock ran up in anticipation of the fact that, okay, these guys are going to make the open offer. Then it was Arpit Khandelwal and Madhu Kela, for example, involved. And then during the open offer, because the stock had run up, the open offer price obviously lagged it. But post the open offer getting completed, how do they take the company forward would probably determine it. So today's session, I think I agree with Tamanna completely, that maybe there is a bit of a reaction on that. Sustained reaction, I don't know, just the guys coming in might actually help, because Nitish Mittersen, I believe, stays at the helm and drives the ship or steers the ship while he gets additional capital and big money hands.
But
in
with
Plutus.
26%, they do get a board seat.
Yes.
So, I mean, that then remains to be seen. Okay, so that's one story that's on our focus. Maruti as well. Maruti now for a couple of reasons. So, of course, the Dzire has become India's first 5-star rated sedan by the Bharat NCAP. They've scored 5 stars on Bharat NCAP. The Baleno has scored 4 stars on Bharat NCAP. So there are 10 Maruti Suzuki models that now have 6 airbags as standard, and within this year they will have all models, all variants which have 6 airbags as standard. But the reason why this is in focus is also because we've spoken to them and specifically asked them about the crisis on rare earth and what that has done to their EV production. They've come out and said that there is no such major issue right now. We've also now seen this kind of thaw between the US and China on rare earth. It could be a boost to a whole host of OEMs and auto companies, including Maruti, which is why a thumbs up on Maruti for today, and watch out for that stock. The third one though, MCX. MCX has been a buzzer one way or the other and in focus massively. In fact, I just want to pull up the MCX stock, about 3% yesterday. Now, SEBI has accorded an approval to NSE and MCX for electricity derivatives. On 6 June, MCX received an approval from SEBI for launch of electricity derivatives. But the fact that NSE has got it as well and is now announcing its entry into the power trading market is not going to be the best news for MCX. NSE will launch its monthly electricity futures contract. They will provide effective hedging tools against electricity price volatility. That's the purpose of the instrument. They will enable more accurate pricing, encourage capital investments. But at the end of the day, when you have an NSE coming in on electricity futures, you might see some hit to MCX. And I reckon, other exchanges will also be, IEX also watch out for, because you have the big boy, so to speak, of futures coming into your space. So watch out for these two today. Yeah.
Okay. So the first stock on my list is Hind Copper actually, and it's an interesting development in that they've laid out what their plans are on capacity going forward, and it's quite the increase. Take a look at these numbers. For FY25, it stood at 3.47 million tons. They aim to raise this to 4.35 million tons in FY26. But then it goes up to 6.21 million tons, which is an increase of as much as 40+% in just 1 year to FY27, and that will culminate in 9.6 million tons in FY29 and beyond that 10 million mark in FY30-31. So all of that requires capital expenditure, and they are spending about, or intend to spend about 2,000 crore rupees over the course of the next 5 to 6 years. Bear in mind that there are other private sector companies that are in the process of setting up copper capacity and will be producing and selling copper, but Hind Copper has quite an advantage in terms of scale that it has already achieved. So watch out for this. It's laid out its plans for the next few years, and they look bullish, to say the very least. Sterlite Technologies, it's an interesting one because it's a large order that they've gotten from BSNL to the extent of 2,631 crore rupees. This is for a telecom project. It is for a middle mile network under the BharatNet for Jammu and Kashmir as well as Ladakh. The order is set to take 3 years for construction, but that also includes a 10-year maintenance period, and there is a subdivision of that total amount within that 3-year capex as well as the operating expenditure over the course of that period. It's a positive, it's a very large order. Watch out for it in trade today. The last stock is SEPC, and this is on the back of an order win as well, 650 crore rupees from Parmeshi Urja for an EPC of 133 megawatt for solar power project at 26 locations in Maharashtra. Why this is an important update is because you look at the market capitalization of SEPC, which by the way is previously called Shriram EPC, and it stands about 2,650 crore rupees. The order is worth 650 crore rupees, which is about 25% or more of that total market capitalization. Question is, will they be able to execute? But certainly the stock will be in focus at the start today.
Well, I must say there are just too many stocks that will react this morning. The number of stocks that will have movements is large. Now I'm gonna mark 3, but there are so many that we will talk about a bit later on the show, right? Edible oil card, what happens there, so on, so forth, etc. Clutch of brokerage notes. The first stock on my list is CE Info. PhonePe is selling up to 5% of its equity stake. The floor price is at 1750 rupees per share, which is about a 9.7% discount, nearly a 10% discount. Remember, PhonePe held about 18.74%, so 5% gone, still 13% remaining. So that's an overhang as well, plus the fact that it's a 10% discount. I would suspect CE Info will see a sharp downtick today. Watch out for Paytm, because the stock had run up in this whole MDR news, and Finance Ministry saying that MDR charges for now will not be applied. Paytm likely to maybe see a bit of a downtick today, so that's the other one you want to keep on the back of your mind. And I would also watch out for Britannia. Citi has a note on Britannia. They have opened a 90-day positive catalyst watch on Britannia. They see an upside risk to EPS and valuation multiples for the company because they believe the market share trajectory is improving and there is a potential margin expansion. Why? Because margins will be led lower by commodity cost correction because of the reduction in customs duty on palm oil, and they estimate about 11 to 16% revenue as well as recurring EPS growth in FY26 versus 7% and 2% growth respectively in FY25. So that's a sharp EPS growth versus what happened in FY25. I suspect the street could take this well. So keep and watch out for Britannia in the session today as well. And a clutch of other stocks, like I said. We slip into a very quick break though. On the other side, we get you top trading strategies for the day and some very big announcements.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost, last year for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make in our categories that we have been supplying to.
The Maruti Suzuki Dzire has become the first sedan to score 5 stars in the Bharat NCAP safety ratings system. Apart from that, the Baleno hatchback has scored 4 stars, as well as 10 Maruti Suzuki cars now have 6 airbags as standard, and soon all Maruti cars will have 6 airbags as standard. To talk to us about how safe Maruti Suzuki cars have gotten now, we have with us Mr. Rahul Bharti. He is the Senior Executive Officer, Corporate Affairs at India's largest car maker. Mr. Bharti, first of all, welcome to NDTV Profit.
Thank you.
Let's start at the top. Just talk to us about the journey to get to 5 stars for the Dzire sedan. It's the first sedan to get that marquee.
That's right. So Maruti Suzuki, being the market leader, has to take care of all segments. So far, there have been only models, the SUV models, which have been tested for B NCAP. But it's so heartening that even a sedan and a hatchback like the Dzire and the Baleno have got high ratings. The Dzire has got a 5-star rating, India's first sedan, and it sells more than all sedans of India put together. The Baleno is also a hot favorite, which has been exported to several countries of the world. It has got a 4-star rating. And these ratings, of course, go well beyond compliance. And there are more models in the pipeline that are being tested by B NCAP. And so we are very happy about it.
Was it a conscious decision to start with the Dzire to get to a 5-star rating?
No, we have done it all across. There are so many engineering decisions that are required across plants, across models. So we started all across, and whichever model came first, we have kept providing them. So there are, of course, other models who are also very safe. It's just that they have not been tested as of now.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that the Baleno is the next car to become 5 stars, provided it gets the airbags, 6 airbags standard next?
The B NCAP has rating has a very robust methodology, which is almost at par with the global standards. It's a complex matrix. It's difficult to say whether with the 6 airbags it will possibly go to 5 or not. It may or may not. Can't say.
Okay, let's talk about 6 airbags from SUVs down to sedans, hatchbacks, small cars. We are seeing it across the range. Talk to us about your thought process bringing down this particular technology down to the most entry-level cars, even in the Alto.
Absolutely. So we stand for all customer segments, and we have a responsibility towards all. And within those car segments, even the lower variants, the entry variants. So we decided as a philosophy that we should provide 6 airbag as standard across all models, all variants, and we are doing it within this year. And Maruti is among the mainstream mass car manufacturers. We are the first one to do it across all our variants.
So just tell me one thing, does it come with some added cost when you add such safety features? I think EBD is also standard, ABS is also standard, 6 airbags will become standard. So does stepping up safety features bring with it added cost for you as well? And will this be extended to the end buyer too in the near future?
To some extent, yes. So, as you rightly said, apart from six airbag as standard, we also have electronic stability program as standard, and that helps a lot, particularly in slippery conditions, in, for example, in monsoons, etc. So it's extremely helpful to retain control of the vehicle and keep it safe. Of course, it comes with a little bit of cost, and we are sure the customers will not take too much cognizance of the cost, because it's a very huge step towards their safety, their family safety. It's a very small price to pay for such a huge benefit.
Okay, so that was the word coming in from Maruti. Now, the other big story, and this is a huge one, the Adani Group is targeting a $100 billion mega capex plan over the next 6 years. Energy will account for 83 to 85% of that number. Vishwanath Nair joins us with more details. Vishwanath, if I'm not mistaken, this would be the largest ever capex announced by any corporate group in India?
That's right. So what's happening here at Adani Group is that a 6-year plan of $100 billion capex is the largest ever in the history of corporate India that's coming through. What seems to be happening, and this is after an exclusive conversation that we had with Jukshinder Singh, the group CFO, what he's pointing out is that the funds are going to be entirely be used only for greenfield projects, to set up those greenfield projects. At this stage, there is no acquisition that is being envisaged in the 6-year plan. If something happens, it happens. But at this point in time, this is the plan. How will this investment actually be used? Well, for that, what we understand is that key areas that are going to be a part of this focus is energy infrastructure, construction materials, minings and metals. These are the areas where a lot of this money is going to be used. Now, there's a breakup of sorts. About 83 to 85% of the capital raise will be used for energy and infrastructure. About roughly 10% in construction materials. Metals and mining will account for another 6 or 7%. What they expect is that by 2028, this capex cycle will peak, which means that a lot of these planned investments will peak by then. Towards the end of that 6-year period is where the tail end of this investment will come in. They plan to invest about roughly 1.5 to 1.6 lakh crore in FY26 and every year thereafter. This is up from about 1.2 lakh odd crore that they spend per year currently. How is this investment being funded? Well, according to Adani Group, a bunch of this is going to come from internal cash flows. About 80,000 crore of that 1.5, 1.6 lakh crore number is going to come from internal cash flows. About 15,000 crore is going to come from payments and settlements. That is, whatever businesses you're doing, there will be some settlements coming in. And profits will add another 12,000 to 14,000 crore. Now, what that leaves us with is roughly 40 to 50,000 crore, which will come from external funding that is largely debt. They expect that debt will account only about 30% of this capex plan, while the 70% number is going to come from their own funds. This is a complete reversal of what typically companies do, which is about 30% equity and 70% debt. Now, let's try and understand how this is actually going to benefit the group. Well, the energy investment is going to be focused largely in renewables and storage and building up the capacity there. What they're expecting, what Adani Group is expecting, is that the renewable and storage capacity will rise 7 times from where it is at this point in time. The conventional energy capacity is going to double by the end of this entire capex cycle. The net debt to EBITDA, now that's an important number because that's what we care about when companies raise these large capex plans. That is going to range between 2.5 to 3 times over this entire capex cycle. Depending on where you are in the capex cycle, that number will change. Eventually, that number will come down below 2.5 times. That is what the group CFO of Adani Group is telling NDTV Profit in this exclusive, Tamanna.
So a disclaimer over there, of course, you're watching the story on NDTV, which is a subsidiary of AMG Media Networks Limited and Adani Group Company. All right, let's welcome on our show this morning Bhavin Mehta of Daulat Capital, Nirav Asher of Latin Manharlal Securities for more on what to expect in the markets today. Bhavin, let's start with you first on the indices. Not able to show that breakout.
Yes. Good morning. So last couple of trading sessions, we have seen markets moving in a very narrow range. Nifty not able to, close above level of 25,200. This remains very critical level for indices. If we break above this level, there is a probability that Nifty has a potential to move closer to 25,800 on upside. However, till the time this level is not breached on a closing basis, my sense is that we are going to get into a very tight range. Market seems exhausted. The breadth seems to be slightly moving lower, so that is something to watch out for. Yesterday, we have seen a very sharp pain in mid cap, small cap, specifically in second half of the trade. So yes, till the time we are not crossing that level, we will anticipate some amount of consolidation in this range. On downside, 24,800 remains a very crucial level. Believe this will be the largely the range where markets will be trading.
Okay. So in light of this view, Bhavin, what are your stock recommendations for the morning?
Yeah, so there are two stocks that we are looking at. One is from PSU Banking Basket, the large cap, which is SBI, currently quoting somewhere around 815 kind of level. We believe the stock has potential to now move closer to level of 880. The stop loss for this stock should be kept around level of 800. We have seen a very strong move across majority of PSU bank. Of late, they are getting into that consolidation space. However, SBI out of this entire pack has not seen that kind of momentum which other PSU banks have witnessed. So, sense is that look at this particular stock over next couple of trading session, anticipating a strong move, possibly prior to expiry. Second one, if you look at Eternal, this stock after a long time has been able to break above level of 250, and despite majority of negative, the stock is able to hold very well in the trades last couple of trading session. Sense is that eventually it is moving closer to 275, 280. Stop loss for this particular stock should be around level of 250.
Okay, so buy on Eternal. I find that interesting. Nirav, Asher, let's talk a bit about Eternal. Under pressure a few days ago, block deals also going on, then news of a new entrant, etc. Is Eternal on your radar? Do you think Swiggy is something that you should look at right now as well?
Well, some developments have taken place where the credit goes to you. So I think we could see both these stocks under some sort of pressure because of the price cuts which have been announced recently. And I think, of course, the skimming strategy which was there in place seems to be on its way out. And I think we have the penetration strategy where the new competitors are definitely going to put pressure. After all, what we have seen, what Rapido plans to do going forward. So I think both these stocks could be under some sort of pressure in the near future.
Okay, if they're under pressure, would you buy is the question, Nirav?
No, I would avoid for the time.
You would avoid. Okay, so buy call technically on Eternal, but avoid otherwise. I'm wondering what you're making of a Nazara. And, let me come to you again first, Nirav, since there's a huge block, an open offer actually for 26% at 990, a significant discount to the current market price. Of course, not a great deal for anyone who's holding the stock right now, but do you see any kind of a fundamental longer term potential in a Nazara?
The potential for the gaming industry is huge, but I think somewhere the cash flows, the corporate governance has been an area which has not been very comfortable. So I think we would like to avoid this stock.
Okay, avoid a Nazara, says Nirav Asher. Bhavin, what about you?
Nazara, we have been kind of positive earlier. However, of late, we believe that stock likely to see some amount of consolidation in this range before breaking out. We have been finding support around level of 1150, 1180. That is where, possibly we would get aggressive at. But for the timing, I think this stock could continue to trade in a very narrow range with resistance around level of 1340 and 1240 as a kind of the near-term support.
By the way, so we was just a couple of things, right? Just trying to think of stocks in which there was some very strong delivery-based buying. So just want to pull up what IT stocks did yesterday, right? The kind of buying that happened in an HCL Tech and an Infosys and a TCS, seriously large numbers. TCS was 76% delivery-based buying. So somebody's going out there and buying. Coupled with that, I was also looking at a stock called Indegene, in which volumes yesterday were at 18.8 lakh shares with nearly 9.5 lakh shares marked for delivery. That's fairly unusual for Indegene. That's nearly 49% marked for delivery. And apparently some smart HNI buying happened in trade yesterday. Keep in mind, Abacus, which belongs to Sunil Singhania, bought into the stock last week as well. So some serious buying that's happened here. Question is, can it continue? Now, Nirav Asher, do you track Indegene fundamentally?
Oh, well, I think of late we've started having a look at the stock, especially since we've seen some very good buying interest from marquee names in the company. And I think last week, as you rightly pointed out, there was good amount of buying. Yesterday also we've seen good follow-up buying. So the prospects definitely seem to be improving, and I think FY26 should be much better as compared to this year. So I think looks good from a medium to long-term perspective.
Okay, so from an investment candidate perspective, Indegene seems to be a good bet, you're saying, Nirav. Okay, now, Bhavin, maybe an Indegene or any of the large cap IT names which saw some very high delivery based buying. I don't know if you had one of them in your stock ideas or no, but TCS and HCL Tech in particular, some serious delivery based buying yesterday.
Yes, so we have seen very strong move in majority of this IT name, and if you look at last couple of years of historical data, what we have seen is this period, June, July, both, we have seen a very strong move in IT as an index. Even last year around, this index in this period witnessed a very strong outperformance versus all other benchmark indices. So yes, we have been tracking this particular sector. We have been positive on few of this name. However, two names that comes on our radar, which is one is Infosys from the large cap IT pack. Believe that potential to move closer to 1750 to 1800 on upside, specifically if it is able to cross above level of 1655. We have seen some decent accumulation, cash led buying in this particular stock. So yes, this is one stock which we have been tracking. Second one, while this is slightly a name where liquidity is tad lower, but OFSS, we have seen a very strong move in this particular series. The stock is up almost like 10% odd. The sense is that move could continue going forward. A potential move closer to 10,000 is also likely in this name. So this is another name where we have been positive since start of this series.
Okay, hold that thought. Trent is something we're talking about. The company has sent out its key highlights given its annual report yesterday. Mahima joins us with all the details. Mahima, what are the top takeaways and what's there to watch out for from what Trent has put out yesterday?
Right. So, in terms of key highlights, firstly, in terms of FY25, they've clocked the highest ever gross margin of around 11%. The revenue 4-year CAGR has been around 60% and what they're saying is that they've doubled down on lifestyle categories. Non-apparel is now accounting for over 20% of revenues, and this is one of the key highlights because what they're saying is that the emerging categories are growing at a faster pace than their regular category. In terms of operation metrics, the sales per square feet has been the highest ever. That stands at around 16,378 odd rupees. This is despite of the kind of aggressive store expansion that the company has taken. The overall return ratios have also been on an improving trend. ROC is improved to 37% from 33% earlier, and ROE has improved to 30.6%. In terms of segmental performance, Zudio has entered 67 cities this year. Star Business, in terms of own brand, now contributes over 70% to the total revenues. In terms of the CAGR growth for different segments, beauty saw CAGR growth of 149%, innerwear around 92%, footwear around 73%. So both of these emerging categories are, that is innerwear and footwear, are growing at a fast pace. In terms of outlook, what they've said is they continue to emphasize on their own brands. They'll continue to scale up their presence both in terms of offline as well as online. They'll also scale up the supply chain to support the growing business, and the company has said that in FY26 they will focus more in terms of growing their online business. So these are the key takeaways, main key takeaways from annual report of Trent.
Okay. So Trent, it will be in focus as well. The lifestyle and non-apparel sales are up. Just Nirav, on that retail call, and it has been muted all throughout, but a Trent with the kind of outlook that they're giving, is it something that is looking exciting to you?
Well, I think everything seems to be factored in the price at this point of time. Don't expect anything dramatic to happen in terms of price from here onwards. I think the majority of the store addition has happened in Q4 of FY25. So we've captured almost everything in terms of results. And I think everything seems to be factored into the price at this point of time. So do not expect anything major to happen in terms of price till the festival season.
Okay, nothing major for the festival seasons. You have a good, at least one whole quarter to wait for, if nothing else. No waiting though for what is happening with edible oil. Basic custom duties have halved for edible oils, and I think palm oil specifically. Mahima still with us for more details on that.
Right. So, as you rightly mentioned, government has halved the basic custom duty on your edible oils, and that has been reduced from 20% to 10% now. So, the effective duty now will be at 16.5% against a duty of 27.5% earlier. India imports more than 50% of edible oils for their domestic requirement. Now, in terms of what this means for importers who import these edible oil, of course, first this will discourage imports of finished goods. This will safeguard the overall interest of domestic refineries and help reduce domestic prices and benefit consumers as well. India is one of the largest importers of edible oil worldwide, and it imports edible oil from Malaysia, Indonesia as well as Singapore. Now this will majorly impact FMCG companies because FMCG companies use edible oil as one of the key raw materials. It can be used in making of chocolate, biscuits, cosmetics, soaps, washing powder, etc. And palm oil can make up to 20% of the total raw material in terms of various products as well. In terms of what this means for FMCG companies, going down of basic custom duty means that raw material prices will get lowered, and hence this will have a positive impact on margin for FMCG companies. Now a few companies to name specifically, HUL imports palm oil from their wholly owned subsidiary of Indonesia, and for Nestle it sources, so Nestle and Colgate will have less impact because Nestle sources 90% of their edible oil locally and Colgate sources completely from India. But some possible names also that could see impact include Dabur, Imami, Jyoti Labs as well as Godrej Consumer.
Okay. Godrej Agrovet and Patanjali and a few others that Mahima spoke about. So many things to keep in mind today. This morning we need to slip into a break, but when we come back 9 to 9:15 and post 9:15, a battery of stocks will react. We'll try and be on top of all of that and get you some more stories as well. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen.
All right, back with India Market Open right here on NDTV Profit. The implied open rate should be up. The implied open rate is up. The pre-open rate should be up very, very shortly. We're looking at maybe a flattish start, but the key is in today's session, a clutch of stocks will react. Now, one of the key reactors today could well be CE Info. Okay, we'll talk about it. Let's just, for whatever it's worth, let's just mark what the Nifty and the Sensex might be doing in the first 10 seconds. These changes really, so don't look at it too closely. But I think individual stocks, CE Info, Paytm, some of the edible oil companies, a lot of these will be in focus this morning. Sterlite Tech, MCX, all of them in focus. Now, Nirav, a word on CE Info. It caught the imagination when a clutch of global brokerages wrote about it very positively, and maybe the business did really well. But after hitting those highs, about 2,800 or whatever it did, or maybe those are the target prices, it's kind of cooled off in the recent past, and this phone pay selling seems to be continuous out there, right? What do you do if you were a shareholder of CE Info?
Well, I think we should continue to hold, at least for the time being, and see basically if there is any improvement in the operational metrics, because I think the performance has fallen short of expectations. And I think hopefully in the near future we should see some improvement. The company has guided for some improvement going forward. So I think holding the stock would make sense at this point of time.
First few rates coming in, and we'll of course go through them. Let's pull up Sterlite for you, nearly 20% up. And like I said, it's just the first minute, so we'll wait for this to sort of settle down. But what's happening with Sterlite is over a 2,300 crore rupee order from BSNL. Let's also pull up for you MCX and IEX. MCX and IEX might have some very tough going right in the morning. MCX actually settling down about 1% down because NSE is entering that space. So that's the story with MCX going on. CE Info Systems, as Neeraj mentioned, what's happening with that block deal. 7.5% down right now. So some pain points there as well. I want to see what's happening with Nazara. Let's pull up Nazara as well. An open offer now given with the price settling fairly under what the current market price is. Doesn't seem to have hurt them right now. But these are some of the stocks that you need to look at as we wait for those rates to settle. This is only the pre-open session. All right, Nilesh Jain joining in. He's head AVP Tech and Derivative Research at Centrum Broking. Nilesh, very good morning to you and great to have you on the show. Let's start with the levels that you are expecting.
Morning, Tamanna. Morning, everyone. So as far as Nifty is concerned, looking at the overall structure, we are expecting a gradual up move to continue. Although yesterday we have seen Nifty facing resistance at 25,200 mark, but good part is that 25,000 on the lower side is acting as a very strong support. So that's the 200-point trading range from today's expiry point of view. The narrow range could be somewhere around 25,100 to 25,200. That can be a narrow range from Nifty's today's trading point of view. Overall undertone looks strong, and gradually we are likely to witness an up move towards 25,400 to 25,500. So these are the levels we are expecting in the June series, but purely from intraday point of view, we are expecting sort of a consolidation, you can say, with a positive bias. But sectors and stock specific action should be seen. Apart from that, the volatility index India weeks, where we are witnessing a constant decline. In last few trading session, we have seen a gradual decline. It has slipped below 14, so that is giving more comfort to the bulls. And lastly, if you look at the Bank Nifty as well, on the other hand, some bit of underperformance was seen yesterday, but the structure is now looking positive because the risk and reward is looking attractive in the Bank Nifty. So long position can be initiated if at all we see any further dip towards 56,300. That can be used as a buying opportunity.
Okay, and what about ideas for the morning, Nilesh? Good morning, of course.
Right, so I have two buy recommendation. First of all, within Nifty IT pack, in fact, Nifty IT index have given a good breakout. So we are pretty bullish on Nifty IT index for another 4 to 5% kind of rally. So within that space, Tech Mahindra is something that is looking good on the chart. We have seen a good breakout with a good volume participation yesterday. Long build-up is also happening in the IT space. So Tech Mahindra looks positive for upside target of 1701. 1609 should be the stop loss. And apart from that, Exide Industries is another stock where we have seen a good momentum recently. The counter has broken out from its 200 exponential moving average. The recent the price and volume action is hinting that the stock is poised for a big up move towards 422 from a short term perspective, and then 435 as well can be seen. So stop loss should be placed at 396. Exide Industries is also buy.
Okay, Exide is also a buy.
Exide is coming in these realms of buying so many times now in the last 3 days.
But technical.
Technical, only on technicals. Agree. But it's
yeah.
coming, so it's interesting.
Yeah, and I remember you asked about an Amaraja also in that context.
Exactly.
But not so. It's not. Doesn't seem to be something that's happening with the space.
Yeah.
It's definitely in the realm of buying. But there's a lot more stocks to watch and trade this morning. Parsha joining us to tell us why Hindustan Copper, Zydus Life Sciences, and Tanla Platforms. Tanla actually firing the pre-open session. Why all of this is going to be on the radar? Yes, Parsha. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you for that. So starting with Hindustan Copper, wherein they've come up with the investor presentation yesterday, wherein they want to increase their capacity to 12.2 metric ton per annum from 4 MTPA, and they plan mine capacity expansion till FY31, and for that the capex that they are doing will be 2,000 crore in the next 5 to 6 years. Next on the list is Zydus Life Sciences, a big positive for the company, as their API facility has received EIR, that is Establishment Inspection Report. That means the inspection is closed, and the inspection has been classified as no action indicated. This is the best classification that US FDA can give to any pharma company. The facility underwent inspection from 10th to 14th of March 2025. Next on the list is Tanla Platforms, wherein they're going to consider buyback of equity shares, for which the board meeting is expected to be on June 16th. And last on the list is City Union Bank, wherein the bank is expected to raise rupees 500 crore via QIP.
Okay. Certainly watch out for some of these for sure. The other piece is, like we spoke about, one of them being CE Info as being a key stock to monitor in the session today, and Sterlite Tech being the second one that you want to keep a keen eye out for. A clutch of others, right? Britannia, a case in point too, with that city note, and they have opened a 90-day positive catalyst watch. Maybe it is something you want to keep an eye out for. Nilesh, any thoughts on Britannia as a trade?
Yesterday we saw a follow-up move on the lower side after profit taking that we have seen from the levels of 5750. So structure-wise, we are expecting a gradual up move. Do not expect any big spurt today, but yes, a gradual up move may take this counter towards 5800 to 5900. The undertone and the structure looks positive, but the approach should be buy and decline. The counter has a very strong support at somewhere around 5,500. So that should be the stop loss, and gradually we can expect a stock to move towards 5,800 to 5,900.
Okay, the pre-open rate's about to settle in. Good time to get in our colleague Harsh to talk about the big brokerage call for the day. Harsh, what have you chosen and why?
Well, it's Macquarie on United Spirits. Of course, it's a space in full action, and Macquarie has maintained its underperform, suggested a 21% downside. What do they make of all the developments happening in Maharashtra? First, they're saying that the raise of excise duty will likely impact the numbers by 15% in terms of top line. They've explained this very well, and I'll try to break it down. If the consumer price is roughly 100 rupees, the cost of manufacturing is 10 rupees, and 30 rupees is the excise duty currently. That is proposed to go up to 45 rupees. And if that were to happen, that will increase the price to the consumer by 15%. That's what they are saying. Fine print, of course, awaited, but the concern is that this will likely impact volumes. Consumers will move to cheaper alternatives. This could also lead to or be a blueprint for other states to start implementing hikes in excise. Mind you, states can only raise revenue through liquor and fuel, and therefore this is a clear lever. And Maharashtra accounts for 15% of USL's top line. 30% impact on volumes if price hikes were to come through, and a 5% sales hit is what they are pricing in. Could it reverse? Surely. A volume impact could well impact taxes and could well lead to a reversal if at all this is implemented as well.
Okay. A host of notes actually coming in on United Spirits this morning, and it's not half bad after the huge hit yesterday. The stock completely flat in pre-open. Nirav, I'm wondering, once this sort of settles, do you think United Spirits has some potential there? Would you look at a United Spirits or Radico Khaitan?
Well, I think even when the results were out, United Spirits was looking expensive. And I think with this kind of development, I think it definitely becomes a difficult case to justify investment at this point of time. So I think we would keep away from the stock for the time being.
Okay, now if you are contemplating what to do with an India bet or no, here's something that we have for you. And here's a very prominent investor who is betting big on India. All right, let's get that quote first up on the screen, and then we kind of talk about it. This is Jeff Gundlach. I mean, he's one of the most marquee names in the world of investing. And he's saying the way to invest in periods like this is go with long-term themes. Long-term themes are the most bankable. In 30 years, this would make a great success. So you should invest in India, because India has a similar profile today to where China was 35 years ago. Buy India and do yourself a favor. Don't open the statement for the next 30 years. Tamanna, just the other day we were talking about coffee can investing being dead. And here's, or at least I was of the opinion that you can't just fill it, shut it, forget it, you be active. But here's no less than Jeff Gundlach saying that go and buy India and don't open the statement for the next 30 years.
Wow, that's the kind of shot in the arm, and frankly we know this now inside. There is still a bit of that hangover, and I admit it, Neeraj, when you have someone externally of that stature saying it, that you start believing what you can see based on data. So that definitely is one to look at.
Yeah, the only change out there, Tamanna, is that can we as a nation of investors, can that investing culture extrapolate even more within India? And can we buy and sit tight?
I think
on stories.
This year will be good for that, because your FD rates are going to come down. And when your savings rate, your debt rates come down, then you do have, I mean, the average Indian is not happy with that FD return anymore. Dil mange more.
Yeah, as the average Indian should.
Yes, absolutely. All right, that's the very, very broad look at all of that this morning before we get into trade today. But Nirav Ashar, let's look at what you're making of the auto space today. And I'm coming back to auto simply because, and let's see what some of those pre-open rates are settling in. Let's look at what the auto space is doing, because Maruti in focus, they've come out, their Bharat NCAP 5-star rating has come for the Swift Desire. Rare earth problem seems to be easing, or there's hope that it could ease. Is this a good time to build positions in auto if one was so inclined?
Well, I think Mahindra and Mahindra looks a strong pick. Tata Motors looks good. The two-wheeler space looks good, especially Hero MotoCorp. That is what we like. We like Force Motors. And from the rare earth mineral perspective, I think Sona Comstar looks to be the immediate beneficiary, at least in the near term.
Okay, 2 minutes left. So keep an eye out for what the pre-open rates are suggesting and what you should do with some of those stocks if you want to buy or sell them. Because like we said, there's just a clutch of names which are in focus today. I wonder if a stock like Marksans Pharma, where Unifi Capital bought about 62 lakh shares, is active or no. Maybe an Indegene that could be active, I don't know, because there was some large delivery based buying that happened yesterday. So keep an eye out for some of these in trade. Nirav Ashar, very quickly, is it Deepak Fertilizers or is it something else within this whole chemical space that you're still recommending?
Well, we continue to go with Deepak Fertilizers because it's an integrated play. And recently there was some talk that the valuation of just one particular division, which is the technical grade ammonium nitrate, comes to 13,000 crores, whereas the market cap of the company is around 20,000 crores at this point of time. This, of course, does not take into account the industrial chemicals as well as the crop nutrition business. So we still feel there's a lot of steam left as far as Deepak Fertilizers is concerned. And the next, of course, we like is Paradeep Phosphate, which we have been recommending since the 100 rupee levels, and we continue to hold on to that story.
Got it. Nilesh, based on pre-open session, one top trade, 20 seconds, one top trade.
It should be Hero MotoCorp. Looking at the yesterday's price action, we have seen a good breakout. So specifically, two-wheeler space is looking positive now. Bajaj Auto, Hero Moto, both the stocks are looking strong. 4,500 to 4,550 can be seen on the upside with a stop loss below 4,320. Hero Moto is a buy.
Hero Moto is a buy from Nilesh. Keep an eye out as the top trade there. But here come the rates this Thursday morning on Indian markets. And are we starting off green? No, we're starting off absolutely flat. You could argue it in the red, but it's absolutely flat. Flat as a pancake, as Sidhu would say. IT is down though, 1/3%. Interesting. I mean, some serious delivery-based buying yesterday. Some selling being seen. Mid caps too flat. Small caps also, I would reckon, yep, flattish. This is a very, very feeble start, if you will. More red than green. Let's see the gainers first. ONGC up 2%. Well, with crude being up 4%, no surprise that the oil upstream names would see an uptick. I would reckon Oil India would take off from where it left yesterday. But let's mark the large caps first. ONGC up 2%. Reddy's has about 1.7% kind of a gain. Some strength in Asian Paints, about 1%. Interesting there. I think post the block deal, 3.4% shares of exchange hands in Asian Paints. Sun Pharma, Bajaj Finserv, Cipla are some of the others which are in the green. Now the greens are clawing back a little bit. On the losing side, Infosys, HCL Tech, Wipro, all of them may have seen serious delivery-based buying. But for now, are pulling back. Is this a pullback that will get bought into is the key question. We will ask Nilesh this. Tata Steel, Coal India, seems like metal index 2 is taking a bit of a pause, pull back. Did I see Eternal somewhere? Maybe I did. Not quite there in the, it is in the top 4 or top 5 losers. Eternal or Zomato is also down, and like I said, Hindalco, Grasim are amongst the others as well. That seems to be it. Oil upstream and Asian Paints on the upside, and IT taking a bit of a pause, Tamanna, today.
ONGC, because of that 4% jump in crude prices overnight, you're seeing the crude sensitives respond, whether it's an ONGC and Asian Paints should ideally be down because of that, because, you know, a higher input costs. But nevertheless, a big block in Asian Paints showing that kind of an action, and nearly 3% of stake has changed hands in a very, very large company. Eternal feeling the pain this morning. I mean, they've had to drop prices on one key product as we've reported that competition is coming in. Bad day for IT, as you know, Neeraj and I keep discussing, one day up, one day down. Today is definitely a down day. Let's look at the broader markets very quickly before we move ahead, and what's happening with the mid cap and small cap. Completely flat to negative, but nothing alarming there. Nifty small cap is still doing better, about 0.25% up in trade. India VIX is on the up move, not necessarily a good sign, but I mean under 14, so nothing to worry about. Let's look at the sectoral indices this morning and what's happening there. Nifty Media right on top, 4th trading session in a row. Pharma stocks are doing okay. Dr. Reddy is having a pretty decent day. IT stocks here at the bottom of the barrel, as we can see, while defense stocks are also doing fine. Specific stocks, let's look at Sterlite. Sterlite is on order from BSNL. Sterlite in focus was on our watch list as well and was up in the pre-open session. Could well be the winner of the morning, about 13% up, 12.5%, 13% up this morning. Tanla is considering a buyback in its board meeting, which is going to be in a few days, and that has enthused the streets. Tanla platform has been buzzing last couple of days. It's about 9% up this morning. I want to look at what's happening with the United Spirits and Radico Khaitan a day after they got completely hammered down because of the Maharashtra government's decision to increase duties on a higher level of luxurious components of liquor. They're seeing a smart reversal here. Radico Khaitan nearly 2.5% up this morning. I want to look at what's happening in the payment space, because the finance ministry has come out and denied that they are looking at any charges on UPI Paytm, down nearly 9% this morning. MobiKwik not that much, but Fino Payments about 1% up. So Paytm is definitely seeing some pain coming in. Let's look at the exchanges, MCX and IEX if we can as well, but at least MCX about 1% down after not for electricity futures for NSE actually. So competition coming in is what is probably going to hurt it. Oil India is one which we should look at, HPCL, BPCL if we can, Indigo Paints, Berger Paints, some of those paints will also be interesting to see. ONGC up about 3%, Oil India 4.5% as crude surges, BPCL seeing the pain as would have been expected. Asian Paints is up for another reason altogether, but Berger Paints seeing a bit of a hit. So that's the long and short of it. I don't know if we pulled up CE Info Systems, but maybe we can on the wall, or maybe Neeraj, you can address CE Info Systems and see what's happening there. And after that, a Nazara, CE Info Systems, the block tail impact, once again, Neeraj, you called it, and we are seeing that stock down. Nazara, again, another one that we should track this morning, considering, oh, there you are, superb speed coming in from our producers this morning, 0.5% up on Nazara, despite an open offer at a 20% discount. I mean, 990 rupees is the open offer. Who's buying in this market, Neeraj?
No, I think it's got to do with the fact that people would believe that the open offer will not necessarily go ahead, but now the new people at the helm will maybe take the company to greater heights. I presume Nitish Mittersain would still be in the thick of things out there, but there is a large pool of capital now backing that business. So the top losers include Paytm, CE Info, Ethos is down under the 3.5%, and today the oil marketing companies are taking a bit of a pause. So 3.5% up yesterday, 3% down today for HPCL, for example. So that one is sulking. Landmark Cars is still sulking. Sterlite Tech, as Tamanna pointed out, very good. I wonder if the liquor companies are doing okay today. So Associated Alcohols is up 8%, Tilaknagar Industries is up 6%. So well, maybe Maharashtra's loss or companies operating in Maharashtra sulking, but not everywhere else, I must say. So keep that in mind. And yes, Oil India is up 4.5%. So opening thoughts, Nilesh, to you. One is on IT, the pause that we've seen. Is this an opportunity to buy? Two, ONGC and Oil India, with the kind of moves that they've shown for the last couple of days, is there a trade here?
So Neeraj, we have seen a good breakout recently in the Nifty IT pack. Today's profit taking, what we are witnessing, is giving a good opportunity because the breakout is still very much intact. From the levels of 38,000, we saw that particular move. So till the time it doesn't break below 38,000, this decline should be used as a buying opportunity. The major structure across all large cap IT stocks are still looking strong. So within this space, counters like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, and also Tech Mahindra, these are the few names that are still looking strong and can be accumulated in today's decline. Apart from that, ONGC, as you mentioned, it has given a good breakout technically as well. A lot of consolidation was seen in last almost 3 to 4 months now. So there's still some more room left on the upside, and we can expect a further momentum towards 260 to 265. So can be bought in a staggered manner, keeping a stop loss below 245. It's a buy. So ONGC looks good. Gas Authority of India Limited, GAIL, it has also given a good breakout yesterday. I think if you get it somewhere around 198 to 197, that can be a good entry point, keeping a stop loss below 195. GAIL is a buy for upside target of 205 to 210.
Okay. Nirav Asher, are you a buyer in oil upstream, ONGC, Oil India, for example?
We've already bought into Oil India about 3-4 days back, and I think we continue to hold. It's got some very aggressive plans going forward, so I think we'll go with Oil India for the time being.
Here's the follow-up here, right? Yesterday, Avendus came out with a note, Avendus Spark, and they say that the stock could double in 3 years. I mean, we don't normally hear of oil upstream stocks doubling, right? Give it any period of time. My question is, do you fundamentally believe that the stock could give you between 30 to 50 to 100% returns?
Well, it's possible in the case of Oil India Limited because the kind of investments they are planning, especially 62 OALPs and discovered small fields, these are areas which could open up new avenues for the company. So I think yesterday the target price which has been given for Oil India is around 630. Whereas I think the stock currently is around 450, 460 levels. So that is very, very, very much doable.
Okay, just a few movers this morning either side. I want to ask Nilesh Jain what he's making of Paytm stock now 8% down. Is this an opportunity to pick up, or would you wait and see how this plays out?
Well, it is better to wait for a reversal candle, because as of now, it's a kind of a big gap down opening today we have seen. So better to wait for dust to settle. The stock is still looking more sort of a sideways to weak. It has a very strong support somewhere around 860. So I would rather wait for that level. If it defends 860 level on the lower side and move beyond 900, then probably we can look into this particular stock. But it's an avoid as of now.
Paytm is an avoid as of now. What about a CE Info Systems? That block deal weighing hard on it as well. Again, another loser today. Nilesh, that question for you.
Right. So this particular stock is also looking weak on the chart. It has broken its important support of 1850. It looks like it is heading towards 1790 to 1780 levels on the lower side. So looking at today's the carnage that we are witnessing in CE Info, the structure is looking weak. It is also an avoid from our side.
Okay, so both are avoids from your side on the charts. What about you, Nirav? Any view there on the whole payment system? Because strong denial there that there will be no MDR for now, but the industry is pushing that at some point they will want an ecosystem which works.
Well, I'll wait for more clarity on this before we take a call on this particular space.
Okay. Anything that you are liking, Nirav, after you've seen the opening session? One of the big movers, of course, continues to be Sterlite. You have some of the oil majors, as Neeraj also talked about, ONGC moving. Radico Khaitan also showing a smart move. We spoke earlier about Radico Khaitan and United Spirits. Would you reconsider there?
Not the spirits companies, but I think this could be a revival of sorts for Sterlite Technologies, because the stock has been a rank underperformer since many years, and this order win could be a game changer as far as the company is concerned. So I think Sterlite Technologies is something which we can have a look at. Apart from this, we've been looking at, as we already spoke about Oil India Limited, we've been looking at Nalco, Hindustan Copper, GMDC. These stocks we are beginning to look at very seriously.
Sorry, no, just a follow-up there. Nirav, GMDC now, yes, everybody talking about it on the rare earth piece, but fundamentally, what's the trigger? I mean, is there an earnings growth estimate that you have without the rare earth piece? Because the rare earth piece is a story. Even if it has to translate into earnings, it's probably going to translate 2 years out. What is the earnings picture until then? What's the fundamental story behind GMDC?
I think all the stories which we have spoken about, they have a very integrated scale of operations. That means they are backwardly integrated. Of course, we are not playing on the rare earth thing as far as GMDC is concerned. What we are looking is at the growth. If they are able to achieve growth rates what they have promised going forward, then I think we are set for a major uptick as far as the valuations are concerned. And the best part is that most of these companies have achieved very strong cash flows in FY25. If this money gets plowed back into the business, I think it can generate significant returns going forward. So this is a 2 to 3 year story, but I think capable of achieving very good returns.
Okay. And Nilesh, one quick word on GMDC from your end too, because it's been an active stock. In 1 month, it's gained over 30%. Is there more to this?
Yes, Neeraj. So we have seen a good consolidation breakout. The stock was stuck in a very tight range from past 6 to 8 months. It has given a good breakout from the levels of 405. So on the upside, I think there is still possibility of another 10% kind of move in next 1.5 months. The upside seems to be may extend towards 440 to 445. It has a very strong support somewhere around 385 to 390. So that should be the stop loss, can be added on declines, because we have already seen good momentum in last 3-4 months. So better wait for some dip towards 400 and that can be bought.
Okay, Nilesh, Nirav, gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us today. Really appreciate your time this morning. And let's focus on a kee business. for maybe a smaller reason, but it's a great time to take some updates from the management of Vari Energies as well. It is a stock in focus because it's been, I mean, aside of the fact that it's posting gains and all of that, it's also gotten a new order win, small as it may be. So we'll speak to the management in a moment. But before that, let's get Varsha in to give us the highlights of that order win. Varsha.
Thank you so much for that. So they've signed power purchase agreement with Reva Ultra Mega Power and MPP MCL for 150 megawatt of solar power supply, which will enable generation and transmission of clean energy. Even yesterday, they also got a 599 megawatt order for solar modules. This was a one-time international order, and the module delivery is scheduled for calendar year 2026. On to FY26 guidance, they are expecting 5,500 to 6,000 crore of EBITDA in FY26, and on the order book details, if I were to talk about, which stands at around 47,000 crore, 45% is from India and 55% of the order book is from overseas, primarily from US. The factories are booked till March 2026 and beyond, and on the key projects and capex, they have approved additional 1.6 gigawatt module line. Timing is contingent on the US market, and 3.2 gigawatt module expansion is underway, which is to be commissioned in next 3 to 4 months. And lastly, 6 gigawatt of wafer cell module plant is planned at 9,000 crore of capex, which will be completed by FY27.
Okay, Varsha, thank you so much for that. Amit Paithankar, whole-time director and CEO of Vari Energies, Johnson on the show. Amit, thank you so much for joining, and you would have realized that every order win is an excuse to speak to you to get updates on all that you guys are doing. So thank you for joining in today.
Well, Neeraj, thank you very much. It's always my pleasure to be on your show and to talk to you.
Thank you. So,
Thanks for having me.
And we'll take some updates, Amit, now that you would have had some chance to look at that whole US order, right? And what are the implications of that too. But first, let's get this order win piece. This and the recent few orders that you won, I mean, is this in line with what you had set out when you had spoken about what the order inflow, or when you thought about what the order inflow could be like for FY26? And give us a few details about this order.
So first quarter of FY26, which is going to be concluded here very soon now, we are already talking about 1.2 gigawatts of order from the US perspective. And that in itself is a testimony to the fact that US as a market is a very, very strong market and will continue to grow.
Okay. Just a word on, because so much is changing, Amit, and I would love to know, how do you think about the pace of order inflow, one, but the character of order inflow as it comes in, let's say now and for the later part of the year? Because we hear from people that the pace of change in energy transition may not be as swift as AI, but it's very, very quick. Now, what's happening out there, and how is it that Vari as a company is kind of getting up to speed with all of that?
Super. No, that's a great question. And that's what honestly excites us day in, day out. And so you talked to me about, some of the policy changes and key aspects from more government perspective that are changing. Let's consider those as variables in the equation. But in the equation, there are constants, and let's now concentrate on the constants. And what is the constant in the US? The constant in the US is a demand. And what do I mean by that? At this point from 2025 till 2030, the US demand for electricity is going to go up by 25%, which is a very, very large number, as you can imagine. And what is this demand being driven by? This demand is being driven by several factors. AI and data centers is a very, very key piece of the puzzle. Just to give you some numbers there as well. Of the total electricity consumption that US has, 2.2% at this point in time is because of AI and data centers. By 2030, it is set to go to anywhere between 7 to 7.5%. And that in itself is a massive jump. Now, couple it with electrification of transportation, electrification of heating through heat pumps, both in commercial and residential areas, reshoring of industries. All of that is fueling a serious requirement of electricity. And that needs to be met in a very short time scale, right? We are not talking about decades. We are talking about 5 years. And so, what are the options that you have which are most cost effective, can be deployed at speed and at scale? If you sift through all the possible avenues that you have, solar will bubble up at one as the topmost, along with battery energy storage systems. And so that's how we at Wari view at this whole opportunity. Very secular opportunity, and it's going to continue to be a constant for, I would say, not just this 5 years, but at least for the next couple of decades.
Very good morning, Tamanna here, and I know you've explained this in some part, but I'm just going to do one follow-up on the US business and the outlook over there on whether there is, you've explained your base case that the United States will continue to grow, will continue to need energy. Solar energy will always be cheaper than your traditional energy. Having said that, has there been any clarity that you have received on what the Trump administration plans to do or wants to do?
To be honest with you, we have not heard with clarity what's going to happen. We are still observing. Neeraj talked about the big, beautiful bill. We talked about it last time when we spoke on this subject. From that point in time till now, nothing much has moved, right? So we are continuously observing. The free trade agreement between India and the US is also in the offing. So I would say we should, wait and observe. But again, having said that, Tamanna, I would like us to concentrate on, we can concentrate on the variables in business and not look at constants. And that would be a mistake. I think the constants in the business is what drives us, and that's the demand.
Fair enough, but when the variable, I agree with you primarily, but when the variable is such a large one, then it does deserve some looking into. Just I want to follow up on the point that you made about the India-US agreement, which is in the works, and we've been waiting all of last week. Maybe we'll hear something this week. Just give us some sense from your perspective on what would be an ideal outcome for you from that deal. Is anything on the table when it comes to products that you make and deliver on solar energy, which you think will make it to the deal?
I think the best outcome for the solar industry in India, for us as Wari, would be minimal tariff restrictions either ways.
Okay.
And we will see what is the final outcome.
Just to understand, how would that help you? How would that help you immediately? If you can quantify
so essentially, it's a free flow of goods on both sides, right? So just to deconstruct that a little bit, right? Yeah. There are pieces and parts of the value chain which are manufactured in the US, and there are pieces and parts of the value chain which are manufactured in India. Like, for instance, there are polysilicon manufacturers in United States. And if we can have an unrestricted access to that polysilicon, to then later on converting them to ingots, wafers, cells, and modules, and then bringing it back to the US, I think it's a win-win situation for both the countries. And so that would be a great outcome. But we will have to observe. I'm sure there are many other subtleties and issues that both the governments will have to deal with. And it's best left to the government. For us, I think the demand is robust. It will continue to be robust, and we will continue to invest to ensure that we are a part of the demand.
What is the capex that you've penciled in for this financial year?
So as far as capex is concerned, like the other lady who was telling you right in the beginning, 9,000 crores is what our outlay is for 6 gigawatts of ingots, wafers, and cells.
Okay, so 9,000 crores. Tell us a little bit about the power purchase agreement with Reva, Ultra Mega Solar, and MPPCL as well, Mr. Paitankar, if you can. What is that going to entail? How does that blend into your strategic outcomes?
So again, great question. This is an overall part of a forward and backward integration that we have undertaken. Like I said, on the backward side, from modules to cells to ingots and wafers, and adjacencies is also what we are looking at, which is battery energy storage systems. And on the forward, we already have EPC company which is listed on the stocks, Wari Renewable Technologies Limited. And then we are also getting into power generation. And the order that we are talking about in this case is an example of our ambition to be in the power generation space as well.
Okay. Okay, Amit, any reasons for the street to be either a bit skeptical of assumptions made, or maybe a bit more optimistic about beating the assumptions that the street has made on what the near term might hold in store? The constant is great for the long term. Just whether the near term has some idiosyncratic factors that could either up or lower what the estimates are.
So street has its own mind. If I can change that mind, I think that'll be great. But I don't think I have the intellectual capacity to
no, you
modulate.
don't. But you know that the assumptions are. Please.
Nevertheless, like I said, there are lots of things to be optimistic about from a renewable energy perspective. Not only in the United States, but also in India. It's a very, very secular demand in both these countries, which is where we operate out of. And I think once the demand is robust, what needs to be managed within the organization is execution. So if the street perceives a company who is in a market space which has got a solid demand in the near term and the midterm and also in the long term, and has the execution capacity, the team to deliver, I think the conclusion should be that yes, there is reason to be optimistic about this company.
I think every dip being bought, it shows, and I know you don't look at stock price per se, but I'm just saying as a market watcher that every dip being bought into shows that the street is positive, and which is what I was trying to figure out if the street's estimates or people who estimate what the company could do need to be worried about the short term at all or no, which was the essence of my question really. But I think you've answered that. So thank you. Thank you for that. All the best, and always good talking to you, Amit. All the best with all that's happening in the US in particular, because India seems to be a lot more constant and steady than what the US is currently.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
The pleasure was ours. Well, that's Bari Energies, 2888 or 289, 22900, received a small order as well. Interesting commentary from the management for sure. It's just that when he says that between the last time that we spoke and this time, we haven't gotten clarity on the US, you would tend to believe him because I don't think there is any clarity emerging from the US.
Of course, and there's no reason not to believe him, and there's no reason to blame anyone because no one knows what's happening. But the fact is that 55% of your revenue is coming from outside India. A bulk of it is from the United States, and no one knows what's happening there. What one does know is that Trump does not like renewable energy. He's a drill baby drill guy. So there's nothing to point out to him changing his mind. If despite that Bari has a strong case going for it, then that's a different story altogether. But on to an exclusive now, an NDTV Profit exclusive. We will do whatever it takes to revive MTNL, says Minister of State at Communications. Listen into this exclusive conversation with CS Pemasani, MOS for Rural Development and Communications.
First, let's begin with speaking about BSNL. That is one of your biggest factors in the portfolio that you handle here at the Telecom Ministry. Recently, BSNL did touch the all-time high revenue mark, and after almost 17 years. While I was traveling in a cab one of these days, a common man asked me this: why isn't BSNL the fourth largest player in terms of the telecom options that they have? Why isn't it the fourth largest telecom player even in metros as compared to how prevalent and popular it is in the rural areas?
So first of all, pleasure to join you. When it comes to BSNL, see, for BSNL to be successful, we had two options. One, the easier route, where you can take either Nokia, Ericsson kind of 4G, 5G equipment, quickly install and get the market share. That's one way. The other option is to develop our own indigenous technology. That is why Modi ji has chosen even if it gets delayed, let's work on our indigenous technology and build it from here. Because of that, and I'm actually proud to say both our CDA and the TCS in combination was able to build high quality 4G indigenous technology. And now over the last 12 months, we have installed close to 90,000 towers of this 4G, and out of those around 70,000 are on air, and the rest of the 20,000-30,000 will be on air over the next few months. So once these 100,000 towers start working the most effective way, then people will start seeing the difference between old BSNL with 2G, 3G and the new BSNL, which is a bring back BSNL with 4G. Then the answer to the question that your cab driver asked will be revealed.
So at a time when we're talking about the next generation, which is 6G, BSNL is still kind of expanding its reach with 4G in itself, and 5G is something that has also been talked about. Any plans to sort of float the tenders, and any private players who have shown interest in floating tenders for 5G?
See, right now our goal is to expand to 4G, perfect our technology 4G, which will be done in the next few months. Then 5G is more of a software upgrade and obviously a little bit physical equipment upgrade. Our goal is to first expand to 4G as much as possible, then only we will work on the 5G. 5G is also being piloted in Delhi, some of these places, to see how we can monetize that. Definitely these will be done over a period of time.
So what is the next big milestone that you have in terms of subscriber numbers for BSNL and also improving the network further for 4G?
See, again, as I said, our 4G, it's working quite well right now. I believe by the August, we will get to close to 100% perfection, as well as complete all 100,000, close to 100,000 towers radiating 4G. Once that is done, then we obviously have to do a good marketing to make sure, because we have lost so many years. And as you see, every year we are growing 10 to 15%, but this will accelerate. I would not say I have this much target, but wherever it's possible. Today, if you look at it, most people carry 2 SIMs. So at least we should be one of the backup SIM. And also we want to make sure a lot of the government organizations, once they get trust, all the government people will also start using it. The numbers would be exponential is what I believe.
So no tender for 5G yet in the works, or something that's been discussed so far?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. So speaking of BSNL, you can't really keep aside MTNL, because it's now like a little sister or a little brother to BSNL, and now that you're looking at making it profitable at a time when it is surrounded by a whole lot of debt, as of today it reaches over 8,000 crore in debt to a lot of listed players in the market, banks as well. And we've heard that the cabinet secretary is likely to hold a meeting next week as well. What is the status on that? If you could brief us a little bit about it.
So this is, Prime Minister Modi ji in 2022 has made a committee of secretaries from different departments, headed by Cabinet Secretary, to understand all the MTNL problems, identify the root causes, and see what all we can do. And that's part of this, and I hope these will be continued in a much more accelerated manner going forward.
In terms of monetization of MTNL's land assets, Delhi and Bombay could be worth a lot. So what are the plans there? Is there something already being discussed so far? And if there is any approximate figure as to how much it could add value after monetizing?
See, the land monetization is a little bit complex. First, our intention is to monetize as many assets as quickly as possible. Historically, if you look at it, before me and Sindhya ji took over, a land monetization typically used to take 2 years for one land to getting the value and all that. Now we brought that entire chain to 6 to 8 months period. And also depending on the size of the value. If it is Under 10 crores, we have much more control. 10 to 100 crores, they'll have to go to group of ministers. If it is more than 100 crores, it has to go to the National Land Monetization Corporation, NLMC. So there are some bottlenecks, and also a lot of these assets have been there for so long. We have to make some of these assets were given by the different state governments. We have to get properly mutated under either MTNL or BSNL. Then only we can sell. So it's definitely both Sindhyaji and me are monitoring on a regular basis, weekly dashboards, and these will be done very quickly.
Right. So, well, and if you can pull up MTNL, by the way, it's a fairly heavily retail traded stock, I must say. 3.8 million shares in less than an hour already. So that tells you, right? And yes, the price is low, which is why the volumes would be high. But still, it's a fairly well traded stock. So keep an eye out on MTNL as well. All possible means will be undertaken to revive MTNL. That's the word coming. But the other, just before we get to the next story, just wanted to mark the markets. IT is really down in trade, 1% lower. So keep that at the back of your mind. And then autos is the other pocket. If you can just pull up the Nifty auto and see what that's doing, 0.5%. And the reason I did this is because our next guest is somebody who tracks IT and auto very closely. But we are going to do a specific conversation on autos with him because it's all of the rare earth impact conversations on the auto sector. Can we add a perspective or a layer to this as well? Does monsoon have a large impact? And is this something that we should keep an eye out for? Puneet has a detailed piece on this. Puneet.
Well, thanks so much for that. So definitely we've looked at the past few years and the data for that, how the above normal monsoon years essentially, which was 2020, 2022 and 24, have actually impacted the auto sector, and if there is any correlation, then we are going to look at that very quickly. First, of course, is these were 3 years. We've taken the last 10 years data and looked at these 3 years also specifically at post-industry trends. The key aspect is the outperformance that we saw, especially in the last year, 75%, and it was one of the biggest years for auto in terms of sales as well as strong financial performance for the company. So here it is. Post that, we've seen there are 3 key aspects how the above normal monsoon helps sales growth. One is, of course, the uptick in rural demand because of higher income. We also see higher kharif sowing, which helps farmers get ahead of the season. And also in a good season where the monsoons are good as well as the plantations have been very recent, we see additional income for farmers as well as everyone associated with this environment to get benefited and lead to purchases, also get premium vehicles going forward. When you look at some of the key aspects and impact of the company's stock performance in this particular time frame, we've seen an increased trend, especially in the last year where M&M as well as Tata Motors were the biggest gainers, followed by someone like a Maruti Suzuki. The trend was also visible in 2020 during that time when the above normal monsoon was coming. Could have some impact because of the pandemic and the stock price correction, but the stock prices reflect that there is a correlation. When you also look at some of the key segments that stand to gain very quickly, and these are for the other companies, similar trend in both the years as well. For someone like in the two-wheeler space, there's of course a lot of direct benefit for the entry-level motorcycle brands. We see, we've highlighted some of the key ones for across players, Hero, Bajaj and TVS. Similarly, in the four-wheeler space as well as the other key segments, let's go across that too very quickly as well. In the three-wheelers, we see these are the key brands which get impacted for these specific companies. Well, within tractors as well, we've seen M&M, Escorts as well as Sonalika, which is unlisted, but all three get a strong pivot because of this. On the passenger vehicle side as well as the LCVs, which is the light commercial vehicles, we see brands like, for M&M specifically, Bolero is one of the biggest sellers in the rural market as an SUV. There is no direct competition as well, so one of the key benefits is there. While for Maruti, we see a strong pivot in the entry-level cars. Finally, in terms of LCVs, also smaller commercial vehicles, we've seen both Tata Motors and Ashok Leyland have an increased focus on this small market where they weren't present as much. We see Mahindra very actively in that space. So definitely a key winner there. In terms of the revenue growth, and here is where it gets interesting because across the last 3 years, we've seen a strong pivot in terms of revenue growth for all companies. Mahindra and Mahindra being one of the biggest one, but look at Maruti as well. all 3 years the company has done very well in terms of above normal monsoon rain years essentially. Something like an Ashok Leyland also positive pivot in FY22 as well as FY24. Let's look at the other list as well for two-wheeler specifically, because here as well we see a strong correlation for someone like a TVS as well as Bajaj Auto in terms of revenue growth, both in 22 as well as in 2024. Finally, in terms of how that has translated, into profits as well specifically, we've seen an increased trend in the last year specifically for these players. For both Hero as well as Bajaj Auto as well as TVS, someone in the last couple of years has been a very, very strong pivot. Finally, just to end this discussion, how does the FY26 look like in terms of above normal monsoon? We've seen strong revenue guidance coming in from brokerages, estimating 3 key winners. We've seen Maruti and M&M being one of the biggest ones in terms of revenue growth, but we've also seen someone like Bajaj Auto actually start getting that positive pivot from brokerages because of its realignment of its portfolio as well. So these are some of the key aspects that we put together for monsoon as well as the auto sector, and data does reflect that there is some correlation there.
So, in fact, that's a great starting point for our conversation, and thank you for putting that together so well, Puneet. Kumar Rakesh, India analyst, IT and Auto at BNP Paribas, joining us this morning. Mr. Rakesh, great speaking with you, and thank you so much for your time. And I'll start off with that point. What is the extent of correlation that you have observed? What does historical data tell us in terms of an above normal monsoon and the auto sector and sales, because it's been fairly muted so far?
Good morning, Tamanna, and thank you for having me on the show. India is a very diverse country and with very diverse demand drivers as well. So it becomes very difficult to identify one driver to have a very strong correlation. It definitely does help in creating positive sentiment among consumers, especially in those in the rural areas. But we'll also have to keep in mind that even rural areas are not entirely driven by agricultural activity. There's outside of agricultural as well, which drives the rural economy. Hence, the segment where we have seen the strongest correlation usually has been the tractor segment, where it does start driving stronger growth when there is good monsoon and good harvesting season. Something which we have seen this year. The Rabi crop harvest was pretty strong and the income from that also was pretty higher. And that has driven the recovery in the tractor demand over the last few months. Through this calendar year, if you would have noticed that the tractor growth has been pretty solid, and that is reflecting in that. And if the monsoon is normal or above, we would expect that the tractor growth in this financial year should continue to stay strong. So that is definitely one segment which has a direct correlation, and historically we have seen that being driven. One would expect the two-wheeler demand also to have fairly high degree of correlation with the monsoon. However, there are other drivers as well. Some of the urban markets also have reasonably large size, especially the scooter demand in the urban market does drive pretty strongly with the urban consumption trends. And there's also the change in the financing pattern, because over the last couple of years, we had seen very strong financing penetration increase in the two-wheeler, which used to be largely bought on cash, shifted to financing. And that despite the underlying drivers being mixed, showed very strong demand for two-wheelers. And hence, there are other drivers as well, which starts impacting how the demand is. Finally, on the passenger vehicle side, it is still largely driven by the urban markets, at least in terms of proportion. About 30% of the demand we estimate would be from the rural market, within which there would be some degree of dependency on the monsoon. But it still continues to be driven largely by the larger towns or the smaller towns.
Okay, I just want to understand that, okay, so we've established thus far that there is a connection. It's not the only factor. The financing becomes a big part of it as well. But traditional, wisdom tells us that good monsoon, rural push, two-wheelers, tractors, do you see that trend continue? Are you also seeing more demand for categories like SUVs, etc., in rural markets?
It has been, as the trend of SUV is visible across all the segments of the market. It's not just in the urban market. In the segment you were highlighting, that Bolero is one of the highest selling product from Mahindra in the rural market, is just a reflection of that, that the product does really well. Actually, even some one of the hit in the entry segment has been coming from the SUVs being preferred in the smaller towns as well, where the road conditions are not great. Customers want vehicles which have higher ground clearance, where typically these SUVs fit well, and hence they start making more sense. So the trend of SUV is now pretty much as strong in the rural market, if not stronger, than what it is in the urban market.
Rakesh, good morning, Neeraj here. Would you believe that for the intermediate period, which is the next 3 months, and I know you look at it from a long term, but there's also a tactical call to look at things. Is it the monsoon beneficiaries like tractors, etc., which will benefit, and small cars maybe which benefit if monsoon stays okay, which would be the principal areas of focus, or do you reckon valuations demand that some of the other themes also come into the fray?
So, hi, Dipanjan. So theoretically, yes, it would make sense that if the monsoons are normal or above normal, the biggest beneficiary obviously would be tractors, but two-wheelers and some of the entry segment cars also would tend to benefit from that. Generally, it starts creating a positive sentiment around customers as well. If the monsoon is good, the income expected from the monsoons starts looking better, and that starts translating into better discretionary consumption as well. But we'll have to be mindful of what, from stock perspective, which is where my primary focus usually is that what are the expectations against what can be delivered and where the valuations currently are stacking up. And in that, we still see passenger vehicle segment to be better placed compared to the two-wheeler segment, where the expectations have moderated quite a bit. Low to mid-single-digit volume growth is generally what consensus is expecting. And valuations are also quite palatable relative to their own history. Most of the stocks are trading at lower end of their last 5 to 10 years average, and hence starts looking less demanding from valuation as well. And hence, to potential to surprise positively would be higher in passenger vehicles and segment compared to two-wheelers. Tractors can definitely surprise positively, driven by all the factors which we already discussed.
What are your favorites then, Mr. Rakesh? How would you look at it right now, looking at the numbers that we've seen so far? A good monsoon is what we can expect. What would be your top picks in the space?
In the context of monsoon, if we are talking, then obviously Mahindra sits well because they have a strong tractor presence. They have been gaining market share as well in that segment. Usually it's very difficult to gain market share in tractors because the demand is driven really bottom up from taluk level, where it's largely driven by word of mouth. And hence for a newcomer to come and gain market share historically has been very difficult. And they have been able to deliver that for the last couple of years. And they have both models to continue to come in the tractor segment, and that should help them at least retain this increased market share or possibly expand that as well. And overall industry demand anyways, we expect to be pretty healthy this financial year. The rest of the portfolio as well seems to be quite exciting. They have new model launches they have done in the last 6-7 months, which is yet to annualize, and hence should continue to drive higher volume for them. So from 3 to 6 months perspective or beyond as well, if you see Mahindra does look the most preferred pick, followed by Maruti Suzuki also we like because of the entry segment which we were talking about. Not just that, but also the export demand which they are seeing is pretty strong. They expect about 20% or more of volume growth in the export market. We think they should be able to deliver that or more. And that will set them well at mid to high single digits sort of a volume growth. And that could potentially surprise where the expectations currently are sitting. And when you look at the valuation of Maruti Suzuki, it's trading pretty reasonable compared to last 10-year average valuations. And hence that starts looking very attractive on valuation as well. A little aside of this, among commercial vehicles, we expect from second quarter onwards, the industry should start getting into an upcycle. And there we see Ashok Leyland to be sitting pretty well to take the advantage of that and surprise positively both on the volume growth side, but more importantly, where the valuations currently are, they are trading close to about 20 times multiple. Last 10-year average would be about 23, 24 times multiple for them. And they're just entering into the upcycle, and they have already expanded their margin, improve their free cash flow generation. So we would see all of these things to further improve through this financial year. And that makes us look at Ashok Leyland far more favorably.
In terms of Maruti, just a follow-up on Maruti, the news that they could, because of the rare earth crisis, likely scale down their EV production, and they've said on record that a bulk of their exports or their EV production is going to be driven towards exports. Do you expect a hit on their export book as a result of this crisis, and what is the impact of this crisis you see on Indian automakers?
So first on Maruti's export, actually, if you see from 2019 onwards, they have seen a phenomenal growth, almost high teen volume CAGR is what they have seen starting from 2019. And there is a structural change in the approach in the export market. And we have done a lot of detailed analysis, market by market, what they are selling, how they are selling, and why they have benefited so much. What we have gathered is their products have a lot of strong uptake in these markets, and there's a lot of models which they are yet to launch in many of these export markets. So that creates sort of a wide space in terms of models that they can continue to launch in these international export markets and creating a long runway for volume growth in these markets. On top of that, what we have started seeing that if you look at the markets in which Maruti is doing really well in the export markets, they're very similar to where Bajaj historically has done well. So 2 decades back, when Bajaj started on its export journey, Maruti's export journey seems to be very similar to that in terms of the geographies. These are African markets, Middle East, Latin American markets, where the demography is very similar to India, the buying behavior is very similar to India, and Indian brands in terms of Bajaj and TVS has already done pretty well in these markets. And Maruti has additional access through Toyota's channel as well. And that creates a significant, already a successful template in which other companies in India has succeeded in export. And we see Maruti continuing on that journey. And we don't think it's just 1 or 2 year of journey in terms of export. In terms of EVs, it does help them to expand the geographical footprint. What I discussed so far was on the model side that they can continue to launch more models. They currently are not exporting anything to Europe, and only last year they started exporting to Japan. Through EVs, they can potentially expand into multiple markets in Europe. That potentially gets delayed, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't. What I understand in second half, they would try to catch up on whatever lost volume they would see in the next couple of months. If that happens, that medium-term export strategy getting into Europe through the EV could continue to play out. And we wouldn't be so worried at this stage, with the assumption that at some stage we'll find a solution to rare earth. That being said, if the solution is not found within a month, what we understand speaking with these companies is that and they have been talking about that by July they will start finding supply shortages for rare earth, and that has to be resolved before that.
Okay, so hopefully there's a line of sight there. Thank you so much for speaking with us, and Kumar, look forward to talking to you again, because autos is definitely going to continue to be in focus. Time for a very short break. On the other side, a conversation I'm sure you will come back for, and I suggest you do if you're planning not to, because Sandeep Tandon on the other side, he's founder and CIO Quant Capital, one of the favorites for our viewers. Sandeep, we're looking forward to chatting with you when we come back. Stay tuned.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces some of the best platforms in the world.
All right, welcome back. You're watching India Market Open, and it's the interview we've been excited about all morning. Sandeep Tandon, founder and CIO of Quant Mutual Fund, with us. Sandeep, we always love your conversations with us here at NDTV Profit. Let's begin with how you see what's going on right now. The US-China thaw is the biggest news right now for global markets. People are discovering that we really need rare earth, and China can hold a gun to our head anytime they want. Do you think that these global troubles is what's keeping the Indian markets from reaching its full potential right now?
See, we are in a phase where we still believe that geopolitical volatility will remain elevated from longer term perspective. Today we can talk about rare earth, tomorrow something else will be there, because you have to understand this battle is not about trade. This battle is about how US and China are fighting for their supremacy. So it's a trade. This is battle about supremacy, supremacy of their currencies. Okay, supremacy on the technology front, supremacy on the defense front. It's a multiple front. If you recollect what happened in 1940 to 1960, how UK was the superpower and the pound was the reserve currency, and how US came back. US captured that territory. Something similar is happening where US is worried China is in a better position to demonstrate that. And if you really look at, this time, though Mr. Trump has threatened China a number of times, but China has not budged. Okay, rather US has to surrender. Okay, to avoid their inflation crisis, which is knocking the doors of US in a big way. So I think it's a battle which we have to understand much larger perspective. Don't look into the small challenges of trade. So once you understand that, then you will start getting better clarity what is coming.
Sandeep, good morning. Neeraj here. Always a pleasure talking to you. So what is your line of sight currently? I don't know what's the latest writing in that book which may have happened, but what is your line of sight based on what you've just told us from an investing parlance, let's say for the 6, 9, 12 months? Because now I believe, and you, while you run a mutual fund, have a keen eye out for gold, for crypto, for everything, right? So tell us a bit about that.
So if you see, like last few months, we have been writing, like 2 months back, we talked about in our fact sheet, our write-up, where we said that US, China is in trouble, emerging market is in a better position, and India is in a good situation. So if you really look at the way I look at the absolute terms, one has to look at the market, but I think in the today's context, relative is more important. We think from a global perspective now, even US investors believe that India is a much safer place in the current turmoil. And that's the reason, if you really understand the liquidity flow aspect, when you look at any of the liquidity indicators we track or we build, we are seeing that money is actually shifting from US market. The Europeans are pulling out money. Even Japanese investors have pulled out. China anyway is pulling out continuously. So we are in a phase where cross-border flow, which was extraordinary in US in last few years, that cycle has peaked out. Okay, and when we say that cycle has peaked down, if I combine with the risk appetite cycle is also peaked out, which clearly means money will shift from high risk to low risk environment, which clearly means that Asia-centric emerging market will attract flows, and that will lead to a decoupling process. This is what we have written 2 months back, that India decoupling process has begun. Okay, from US market, or even I'll say even from the developed market cycle, India will gradually get decoupled. And this is something which we are harping on it, that India is relatively safe place. India remain buy on dips. If you look at rest of the people who were thinking that small cap will collapse, mid caps will collapse, and most of the family office, HNI virtually has given it at the bottom of the cycle. Now look at the vengeance they have come back. So I think we have to understand that something has changed for India. This is something which we explain through a perception analytic, that India perception is changing and is changed from longer term perspective. That's the reason I always say India is expensive. India will remain expensive from a longer term perspective. If you ask me longer term perspective, it can be over 3 decades. That's the longer term perspective. So you're talking about a 3 decades opportunity. Okay, even you discount that also, then we are talking about longer term cycle which is in your favor. So that clearly endorses our larger thinking that India remains buy on dip. Now every opportunity we have to participate. If you really talk about let's say gold perspective, okay, uh, though we have been very constructive in our book, we have written that October November 2024 gold will see unprecedented bull run, and this was written in 2019, and we have seen how beautifully it has played out. And very recently we have said that 3500 levels gold has peaked out from a medium term perspective. We expect 10 to 12% correction, and simultaneously we talked about crude rallying 10 to 12%, which has already happened. Okay, so crude has already recovered 10-12% from the recent bottom. So I think what is very important to look for a larger perspective. Also, we have to keep back of the mind, but you also have to identify these near-term and medium-term inflection points also to try to trade better. Let me give you a small example. Now, in our multi-cap fund, we have to maintain 10% the precious metal exposure. So what we did, since we have to maintain, and don't have too many options, so we can't sell. We pruned down significantly, but we shifted from gold to silver. So as of now, we have 100% exposure of the precious metal in silver, not in gold, and that thesis played out well for us in last 2 months or so. So I think these are the small things actually helps you in generating alpha and protecting your downside. And this is something I always say, that macro is very important. People tend to ignore in this country about macro. People say I'm a bottom of guy. How does matter what happens to crypto, what happens to gold, or what happens to yield? I'm focusing only the earnings of the cycles and the P expansion of sitting in India. I think that's a myth. Okay, because if the larger perspective that asset class is not in your favor, you may relatively do better, but in absolute terms, you will actually generate negative alpha. But coming back to the global macro perspective and other thesis which we also talked about, India is still in a risk-on environment. Right from January, we said that India is a mild risk on, and March we said is a proper risk on. We are still not saying is an aggressive risk on. Okay, it's a proper risk on environment, and globally still a risk off phase. So India started our risk off phase in July 2024, and we were very early to talk about that phase, and we actually changed our portfolio, and in between we underperformed also. What is more important to understand is that you have, in the business of risk, you have to be ahead of the curve. Okay, like in January we spotted US risk off cycle and say US market has peaked out from a risk perspective, and technology stock, particularly Nasdaq, we talked about, will has potential to correct 15 to 20%. It did correct it. That is come back. That's a different issue. Okay, what is important for us to understand, if you can identify these inflection point and can capitalize, though it is very difficult that everybody get everything right. We also say we 28% time we don't get it right, but 72% time we get it right, and that itself is a very good number. So macro really gives us the background. Let's say talk about how many people were bullish on in the beginning of March. People are worried. People are still worried. The market has rallied significantly. This is the way we classic behavior. When you convert these behavior thesis, also people have actually capitulated. Short buildup was very large. Okay, risk appetite has bottoming out. Liquidity was rising. The perfect background was there in the beginning March for a pullback rally, and which has played out very well so far for us.
So in your view then, putting all of these things into perspective, Sandeep, do you think we are going to see this phase of range-bound volatility extending for a bit? Because one would imagine that the kind of trigger and the booster that has come from the Reserve Bank of India would play out in a little more solid fashion. It was beyond what most expectations were. We got a 50 basis point cut and a 100 basis point easing on CRR.
So, see, we have to understand, if we are looking at, when we say that entire 2025, the volatility will remain high, which means, and I also said at the beginning that this year you watch, focus should be not on the equity market, focus should be on the global yields and global currency movement, and up to a certain extent, global vol indices also. So if you have tracked these market, then you could have got much more clarity. I still maintain that from a yields and currency perspective, they will be more volatile this year than the equities market also, and hence we have to live with this thesis that employed walls of the most of the asset class will remain elevated, and will be a big range that will play out. It's up to us how we capitalize that opportunity. On various forum, I always say, make volatility your best friend. This invisible animal should be your best friend. Don't be get scared of it, because if you are scared of volatility, then you will do exactly opposite what market is demanding. So with that background, I think any sort of sharp rally in the market or any euphoric get built, you prune down your exposure. When you see a panic happening on the market, you rebuild, because India is buy on dip. So you will not go wrong. And this is the way I have seen some of the large institutions globally has worked very well, and LIC is a very classic example in this country.
LIC is a classic example. What are you liking, Mr. Tandon, in terms of the consumption story that is expected to play out? Do you think that it is time to look beyond the, what has been the favorite so far, your discretionary, your platform companies, your gold companies, or do you think that's still where the alpha remains?
See, yes, I agree both from the budget perspective and the recent RBI announcement, which clearly means government is infusing liquidity, government is boosting confidence, tax benefits are there, a lot of noise are still we are hearing that some changes can happen in the GST front, which clearly demonstrate that government has understood they have to boost the consumption, okay? And the good news is that after 4 years, we are seeing the rural economy is coming back. Monsoon forecast has been good. Rather, we are seeing very early monsoon as of now. So that background, you have to be constructive, but we also have to understand only 2 months have passed when the benefit has been just passed on the consumption front, and the impact on the even on the RBI benefit. It takes time to really get past. One of the large bank has already announced the FD rates. Okay, so either way I look at that, I will remain constructive. It's very difficult to pinpoint this particular sector or this particular stock has to be identified at this moment. But what is very important, if your larger picture is getting more clarity, I think we are very clear. The consumption is the theme we have to play. The only thing which we tell our team internally as well, and we are very vocal about saying that you have to avoid all those stocks which were in the admired territory, or I think sometimes say these are like fashionable names. We should owe these names whether they have a cash flow or not, but these are in fashion today. So all fashionable names I will avoid. Anything which has been the admired territory for last few years I will avoid, and I will like to add some of the names which has been in neglected territory, and that the consumption cycle moving up, they will generate alpha for us, and your downside could be limited. So our thesis is not a contra call, but more of a data driven call. We like to identify some of these names rather than getting too much excited what has done extremely well so far in last few years.
Sandeep, I want to ask you about the flows as well, but just a follow-up on this question first. So therefore, would it mean, let's say, I'm just trying to think, right, the last 3, 4, 5 years, platform companies have come back from those lows and have done very well. You could maybe argue energy transition as a theme has done very well. Are these the quote-unquote fashionable themes, or are there others? We just don't want to misquote you.
No, I will not get into very stock specific.
Yeah.
What is very important, you have to identify where is the cash flow. We don't want to buy stories. Okay, some basic things we have been taught from early stages. Cash flow we have to look at. You can have a deferred cash flow over 2 years, 3 years, but if you don't have visibility of these cash flow, and company themselves come and say we will not make money for 10 years, then why should we have to get too much excited about it? So we don't want to pay price to sales sort of numbers, okay, or something, or some new valuation techniques has come which becomes very, that's the reason I use the word fashionable. It's not justified in normal circumstances. Those are the names. See, when the cycle is in your favor, these stocks have also multiplied. They have already multiplied, and they corrected sharply, and some of the stock has come back. But they are winners also in some of the basket. It's not like I'm saying everything is bad. So you have to identify the winner where the cash flow visibility is better. P liquidation process has been peaked out, okay, or that cycle is also bottomed out in that sense. So you have to identify as a combination rather than saying X number or X or Y names looks very attractive to me. I'm only telling you avoid over ownership. Okay.
Perfect.
Avoid stories. Okay. If this is not come, okay, but next 3 years look good. We have seen calls, where people talk about, okay, we missed out this time, but again, visibility looks very nice for next 3 years. So those are the stories which we have to avoid.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Sandeep, a word on flows themselves, right? The SIP investor is staying strong. Agreed. But the last 3 or 4 months now, on the lump sums, due to one reason or the other, we're seeing some pullbacks. Is that worrying? I mean, I believe there is no past history to kind of give us comfort here, but I'm just trying to get a sense from you. What's your sense? Is this a change from what's happened in the last 5 years, or is it just a small pause? What's your best guess?
So Neeraj, you have to understand, again, I will answer this question from a human psych perspective. Okay. First of to understand on multiple forum, I will say the retail investor in this country has become more mature as compared to whatever we have seen in the past. Okay. And they have understood the importance of SIP. They have understood the importance of a wealth creation journey through equity market. And that is very deep rooted in his mind right now. And I always say every bull run has a leadership role. This bull run is led by retail, and retail has a very large base. Now, coming back to your point, the lump sums flows have been slowed down. So you have to also look at a lot of people got very excited at the peak of the cycle. They got sucked in. It's a human way. At the peak of the cycle, majority people who are sitting on the fence, they also get sucked in. And when they get sucked in, and then they don't have patience for that much period because they are virtually coming at the peak of the cycle. So some of those investors are again realizing that they are able to recover their losses, or the whatever level they have invested, or the NAVs have come back to the similar level. So some of the exit will happen, and this is what we also understand, because some of the people who came at the peak of this cycle will like to prune down their exposure or actually move out also, because they never participate from the bottom of the cycle. But when market again makes again hit a new lifetime high or cross previous highs, okay, then the cycle will change completely. The people who have sold will be again forced to participate, okay, because it's a human psyche. When people say, okay, market is a new lifetime high and I am still sitting on cash and I withdraw money, they will again going to force to get participated. So I think it's a phase. If you ask me, this phenomena can last maybe 2-3 months also, because people are just realizing they are getting back their money. Some people will like to encash that opportunity. Some people who are stuck will like to move out. But as I advise to long-term investor, India is a very constructive long-term story, buy on dip. So if you even, as I advise to a lot of people who virtually come at the peak of the cycle, I always say, even you have entered the peak of the cycle, doesn't matter. If you have 5-year horizon, see, equity market is 5-10 year horizon period, asset equity as an asset class, and equity investors should look from a longer term perspective. You do get answers, because after 5 years again you require, because I have never seen any 5-year cycle. I mean, you have lost money even in the small cap also. In fact, you got the highest return in this space. So I remain very constructive with the background that something already has changed for India. India perception is very different what was there 10 years back or even 20 years back, forget 40 years back, and last 10 years also it has changed, and I think last 4-5 years also it has improved significantly. Today India is a force to reckon. Best of the global firm wants to participate in the India economic boom, particularly when it is led by demographic cycle, which is in your favor. So I think it's a constructive background. I always say, don't miss out this opportunity if
Surely.
you can't manage the short-term pain.
Surely, surely. But I just want to come back to something you said, where you said, Sandeep, you're not excited by what is fashionable. There needs to be a solid case for a long-term investment, and not just a story that of course founders will have to tell and promoters will have to tell. In that case, what is looking solid to you right now? What are the spaces that are looking interesting, and one that has a lot more potential left to be unlocked?
So if I have to look at very, very important in what background we are talking about. We are talking about a global turmoil sort of background where tariff war drama is going on, geopolitical noise or narrative is on the higher side. With that background, I will prefer to play domestic stories. Okay, so I'll very, very, very focus and believer that currently the large infra names will do very well. Okay, PSU is a theme which will come back in a big way, is already back in the game. We also like hospitality as a space, then we like consumption names. Okay, again, consumption is a very vague thing and very broad thing. So you have to identify individual stocks, not even sector, I think, because 2025 is about stocks, not about sector. You will, in the same sector, few stocks will do very well and few stocks will not do well. That's the reason I'm saying it's about stocks things. CO25. Energy as a theme, we remain very constructive. And maybe it's despite noise which is there about related to pharma, we think Indian pharma, India generic company particularly, because US has no option but to buy US in generic from India. Okay, and hence we remain very constructive on pharmaceutical as a space. So these are the areas which we like to think. We have been avoiding IT right from January. We don't have anything. We think even from the current levels, financial services from which we believe in, particularly the insurance sector looks very good to us. NBFC we have been talking about for a while. Relative to the banks, we think bank has potential to underperform the financial services index. So maybe NBFC and insurance will outperform the banks going forward also. So there's a thesis we have to identify. As I said, overall BFSI looks good, but we think private sector bank is grossly overowned space, most admired space. Now you can compare valuations are attractive, but relative to global markets, the P deterioration happens. So I like to participate where we think there's a great opportunity and my downside is limited. It's very difficult to gauge exact bottom, but we are seeing now they're in neglected territory and something is changing, the numbers are improving. I like to participate in these names rather than saying that something which is very expensive, grossly admired territory stock, grossly overowned stake name, but they are the talk of the town. Those are the names I will avoid.
Definitely. The talk of the town doesn't mean it's going to shine in your portfolio. Thank you so much, Sandeep Tandon, for speaking with us. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Thanks for meeting.
All right, so great conversation there.
As always, yeah.
Yeah, and very, very solid. Don't go after the fancy names and these plans. Abhi tak hua nahi, but next 3 years we'll definitely
focus on cash flows, want to do that. And I think what also stood out for me was two things. One, give due importance to macro. Don't just be bottom up. And also him saying that India looks good for 30 years, right? Much like, or 3 decades or whatever it is, much like what Jeff Gundlach said.
Yeah. I don't know how many of our viewers have 30-year patience, but at least in the next 60 minutes, we'll tell you what stocks work for you. You can ask your questions and our experts will answer them. Ask Profit up next. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
imports become the exception rather than the norm. And increasingly we do almost, last year for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
Watching Ask Profit, a show that gets all your stock-related queries answered. I'm Mahima Vachchajani, and with me today is Anushi Vakharia. Before we move on to the quiz, and a very interesting conversation lined up for you, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. Well, the Nifty 50 is slightly under pressure, down by about 0.15%. The Nifty Bank also, moving in lockstep with the benchmark indices, down by about 0.1%. The broader markets, in terms of the mid-cap 150, down by about 0.3%. The pressure there is slightly more than that of benchmark indices. The small cap 250, however, is almost flat, down by about 0.06%. Let's pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see what counters are buzzing in trade today. Some counters under pressure. Eternal continues to be under pressure, down by about 1.3%. Infosys down by about 1.2%. Tata Motors down by about 1%, followed by M&M, HUL and HCL Tech down by about 0.8 to 0.9%. But some counters doing well. Asian Paints on the back of that block deal up by about 2%. Bajaj Finserv, we'll have to wait and watch out for as to who the sellers are for Asian Paints, and of course who the buyers are and what is the price at which it is bought, because the stock is up 2%. Bajaj Finserv up almost 2%. ONGC, Sun Pharma, DRL all up by about 1.5 to 1.8%. Let's also pull up the sectoral heat map and see how sectors are faring in trade today. Nifty Pharma, the top gaining sector today, up by about 0.95%, followed by the Nifty Media and Nifty Defense, slightly up by about 0.16%. But something that's not doing well and seeing profit booking is Nifty IT, down by about 0.8%, followed by Nifty Auto, down by about 0.6%. Nifty Realty, Nifty Oil and Gas, Nifty Energy, and Nifty FMCG down by about 0.5% each. Let's also pull up some constituents, in fact, on the Nifty IT and see what are these counters that are not doing well. In fact, there you go, all counters in the red. There's Coforge, Persistent, Infosys, HCL Tech down by about over 1.5%. Let's also pull up the BSE 500 and see what are the counters that's actually moving in the broader end of spectrum. There you go, the counters that are not doing very well in trade today. Let's pull up those. Some counters like CE Info System on the back of the block deal, again over 5% exchanged hands today, down by about 8%. Paytm down by about 5%. Ratan India down by about 4.5%. There is HPCL, which is also down by about 4.3%. Care also down by about 4%. Something that's doing well today though in the broader end of spectrum, there are counters like Sterlite, Tilak Nagar up 10%, Tanla Platform, so recovering from yesterday, Tilak Nagar, Tanla Platform up 9%, Nava Bharat up 9%, Route Mobile also up by about 5.8%. But with that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day, Khush Bora, founder of KhushBora.com, and Mahesh Ojha, AVP at Research and Sex Securities, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen. My first question for the day is on It is on Maha Scooter, which is held by Mayank Saraf of New Delhi, who's holding 1,000 odd shares at 7,000 a piece. Let's pull up the stock and see what it's doing right now. There you go. It's sitting on a significant profits of around 77 lakh odd rupees, and wants to know if it can add more at the current levels. Mahesh, I'll come to you on this one. He's already sitting on a profits of around 77 odd lakh rupees. What do you suggest at the moment?
I think if any downside nearby 11,500, 12,000, if any downside come, then they can look for further adding, because their question is for adding also. So I think that level could be, they can watch out for the further add.
So that's with regards to where Maharashtra Scooter stands. The next question is on Star Health. Mohit from Ludhiana is writing in and holding 200 odd shares and wants to continue to hold this from a next 3-year perspective. So I'll come back to you again, Mahesh. What do you think? Star Health, is this the right counter to stay invested in, or should he switch to something else?
If you see on the last 2 month chart, then the stock has recovered a lot from lower levels. So I think on upper side for a time being 470, 475 range could be kept. So if you're a very shorter term view, then you should partially exit on the higher level and try to re-enter in lower level. That could be nearby 420, 440. But as per viewers' view, that is the holding for a 3-year horizon. I think that can be hold also.
Hold is what we are looking for Star Health. Next query is from Prabhu from Chennai. He's bought 250 shares of HCC, and this is at a price of 336.26 that we are looking at. Kush, want to understand from you whether he should continue to hold this counter or sell.
First of all, very good morning. No, he can continue to hold. The stock's actually seen a very smart rebound from those 20 to 23 odd level lows. If you see the accumulation over the last 2.5 months has been very, very encouraging. Also, the stock's actually now crossed above the 200-day moving average and is holding above that quite smartly. Some negative divergences and some consolidation over the last 2 sessions, but you will take that with the kind of move the stock has shown over the last 2.5 months. So not a bad idea, continue to hold. I would, however, place a strict stop loss near the 33 mark. That's the near-term support zone. And on the upside, you could very well look at targets of 36 once that is taken out of 41.5 as well. So with the kind of recent momentum that's built into the stock, you should very well continue to hold this one.
Hold HCC is the view coming in where chats are concerned. Now, shifting focus slightly to Ashok Leyland, the overall MHCV industry has a new government mandate which says that heavy trucks sold in India must have AC cabins. And to give more context on this, we are joined by Puneet Javeri. Puneet, explain us as to how this will impact the entire industry and what all stocks will be in focus. And of course, Ashok Leyland is one of the main companies that will remain in focus.
Well, definitely, and it's a very positive move from the government to ensure safety as well as the working conditions for all truck drivers. India, needed regulations like this, and it's finally come in. The first regulation actually came in December 2023, where the government put out via a release that starting from somewhere around October of 2025, the mandatory cabin will have air conditioning going forward. So this was expected to now come in from 1st October 2025. But what does that mean essentially for the industry as well as for the company as well as the MHCV outlook? For that, we are now joined by Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, who's currently the president of the MHCV division of Ashok Leyland. Mr. Kumar, a very good morning to you, and thanks so much for joining in, giving us time here at NDTV Profit. I just wanted to first start off with these the new regulations for air conditioning within the cabin systems, and then move on to a little bit for the growth for the industry on the MHCV side as well. So firstly, in this particular move for Ashok Leyland, is the product already ready for you, and are you waiting for the regulations to come in October 2025, or are you already giving buyers the option to purchase trucks with air conditioning systems in the cabin?
Hi Puneet, good morning. Just to clarify, Ashok Leyland has been having this range of AC products, both in heavy-duty trucks and ICV trucks, since its launch. And this mandate is from June. Government came out with the mandate in December 23, and then they clarified that it has to be implemented 18 months from this date. So effective 8 June, this mandate is already in place. And as we speak, all our vehicles are being manufactured across plants with AC cabins.
Sir, are you already essentially from 8 June, you are saying that starting from 8 June, which is the date which is already gone, all new sales essentially will be will have the AC cabinet, is that correct?
All the new trucks which we are manufacturing from 8 June will be of AC cabinets.
And the vehicles which are already manufactured before 8 June, is that the regulation that till October you're allowed to sell those, or is there any clarification that you can give us on that as well?
So this mandate is more about manufacturing, and yes, the channel partners, the inventory they carry, they can continue to sell those trucks in the market.
Got that, sir. And if you can just quantify what is the kind of additional cost this will have, if any, because I'm guessing it won't have too much of an impact on margins. So could you quantify anything on this aspect as well?
See, when I talk about impact on the customers, I would say that definitely it will lead to increase in prices from 1 to 1.5%, depending on model and segment we are talking about. And as a manufacturer, we are passing on this cost to our customers.
Also, just to get into the industry perspective as well, because for MHCV trucks, in the month of May itself, we saw very strong growth for Ashok Leyland, almost 12% as well. Anything specific that worked in the company's favor in this month to report a very strong number?
See, when you look at overall industry outlook, last year was kind of muted, with 3% degrowth for the CV industry. But when I look at current financial year, I would say that we are expecting a single-digit growth in overall MSCV industry, aided by general capex plans by government and growth in the buses also coming from strong order book from state transport undertakings. So overall, there is a rebound seen in some of the core industries also. So I would say that this is fourth year in running when industry continues to stay stable. Generally, in past we have seen after every third year we would see a downtrend, which we are not seeing it now. So it's a positive sign for CV industry, I would say.
And so specifically, you said somewhere around mid to high single-digit growth for the industry for Ashok Leyland. Will it be in line with the industry largely, or do you expect some outperformance on that aspect?
So, every OEM would try and outpace the industry growth, and we at Ashok Leyland will also attempt to do so.
And Mr. Kumar, if you can give any in terms of both MHCV truck as well as buses separately, because MHCV truck, as you rightly said, degrew by 3% last year. Now you mentioned within that segment, what is the kind of growth that you, and is it high single digit, mid single digit? And for the bus segment as well, because last year you shown a very good growth, 19%, and is the revival of the bus segment essentially over the last 2 years that we are seeing. Are you expecting the bus segment also to continue the growth, and do you expect that segment will actually grow in somewhere in the double digits? I'm not asking for a guidance, just any kind of range or any kind of some story if you can give us in terms of the bus business as well.
See, when I spoke about trucks, as I mentioned, we are talking of 3 to 5% growth in the overall CVs, overall industry volumes, and it is generally guided by I would say by the response we are getting from our customers in core industries. We are seeing some uptick in steel, cement also, and definitely government capex is really helping us. And when I talk about buses, I would say that there is a very robust pipeline of orders from major state transport undertakings. And similarly on staff and school buses also, post-COVID, we continue to see this segment growing for us. So these are some of the factors which should help us in FY26.
And so my final question to you, largely on macro as well, because have you started seeing spending by the government essentially on the road, on the ground right now? Are you seeing, because the key aspect is that for trucks, and that's something that you spoke about in the conference call as well, that while the freight availability has increased and usage has increased, the truck operators and fleet operators don't actually need to purchase new vehicles as of now, because the utilization is still improving on a trajectory. So just wanted to understand in terms of macro, are you already seeing that on the ground, the spending starting to happen?
See, when you talk about utilization, CV industry has really gone through this transition. In past, a truck would cover 7 to 8,000 kilometers per month, but now we are talking of 15,000. So definitely fleet utilization has gone up. And when you look at indicators like e-way bills, it is up 23% last year. GST collections are very encouraging. Even when you talk about, billion tons per kilometer, the kind of tonnage which trucks are carrying, it has really grown 30% in last 5 years. Freight rates, I would say, they have marginally improved. So overall, I would say that, overall macros are encouraging for CV industry. Yes, first 2 months have been flat when compared to FY25. But you would recall in FY25, Q1 was very encouraging. So I would say that we are very encouraged by the way market has moved in first 2 months, and we would expect things to really pick up from Q3.
So pick up from Q3, that's what we are expecting. Mr. Kumar, thanks so much for joining in, giving us a whole host of views for Ashok Leyland as well as for the MHCV industry. We look forward to our next conversation, but thanks so much for joining in today.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks for having me.
Well, Anushi, that's largely on Ashok Leyland. It's very interesting because last year, as Mr. Kumar mentioned, a 3% degrowth for the industry and for Leyland as well. But expecting that mid-single-digit at least growth for this year, I think the market is going to look at that number very carefully going forward.
And it's from the third quarter also, as the management pointed out.
Expecting, yes, for the full year. So I think the second half is where we'll see that high growth come in. But at least there are signs encouraging in the next couple of quarters as well. For growth going forward.
Okay, very interesting conversation that we had, but that's on Ashok Leyland. But let's switch back to the queries that are there. Now, the first query that we're seeing is Gautam from Mumbai. He holds about 5,000 shares of Federal Bank, and this is at a price of 180 that we are looking at. His query is regarding whether he should sell Federal Bank and move to something like a AB Capital for the next 12 to 18 months in perspective. Well, let's get this query answered from Mahesh. Mahesh, what's your outlook in terms of Federal Bank or AB Capital? Which is your preferred pick over here? Should he stay invested in Federal Bank?
I think he should be invested in Federal Bank. Yes, last day, AV Capital has given some breakout type of pattern. But yes, I think Federal has a much more potential compared to AV Capital, so he can hold further Federal Bank. I think Federal Bank is doing quite very good. So I think if any, from longer term perspective, I think Federal Bank is good.
Mahesh, just a follow up on that, he's already sitting on a profits of over ₹1,00,000. Do you think partial profit booking should be on the cards, or should he continue to hold the entire stake?
See, if bank is doing very good and quite he's holding from from lower level. If he want to book any kind of a small profit booking, then he can book. I think a stock has a potential up to 250, 260, and stock is in consolidation zone. So I think if his horizon is longer term, then no need to worry. He can hold further. But yes, if anyone want to take opportunity for a trading type of opportunity, then partial profit can be booked.
Okay, partial profit can be booked is the view coming in on Federal Bank. Our first caller for the day, Asif, is calling in from Dehradun. Asif, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Yeah, hi, morning. So I have 50 shares of Dixon Technology at 15,000. I have a 2.5, 3-year time horizon.
Okay.
I wanted to know how does it look on a weekly chart, on a longish term chart. Should I hold it or should I exit and get into something else?
Okay, I'll take this up quickly with Kush. Kush, what's your view like where Dixon is concerned? And of course, the 1 week chart, what does it suggest? Is there a further upside?
Well, I think there isn't too much to worry here. I mean, the stock has actually gone into a consolidation. The bias is a bit negative. But despite that, if you see, it's still hovering around the 200-day moving average, at least on the daily chart, and the volumes on the way down aren't really as worrying. But if you switch the view to weekly chart, as Asif has quite rightly requested or suggested, I think there is a longish consolidation phase that Dixon is perhaps in for. On the downside, you're looking at positional support near the 13,300, 13,000 zone. So that should be held in this consolidation for the stock to continue to consolidate and then rally higher. On the way up, I think what you're looking at is 16,200, 16,500 range that has acted as a bit of a resistance. On the whole, what you need to do is take the entire thing into a bit of a context, which is the stock has been a multi-bagger over the last 2.5, 3 years. So, a few months of consolidation here or there should, it's not a bad idea and should not be taken very adversely. On the whole, I would suggest from a medium to a long term perspective, continue holding on to Dixon. The positional stop for this one is close to the 13,000, 13,300.
Continue to hold is the view coming in on Dixon from a medium-term perspective. Okay, our next question is from Kanti Bhai, who's writing in from Mumbai, and he's asking about the stock that we just talked about and just spoke to the management with. In fact, Ashok Leyland is the counter, and he wants to know whether he can continue to hold or exit from a 2-month perspective. Kush, I'll come again to you. What are the charts indicating for Ashok Leyland?
I'd suggest a book profit on Ashok Leyland. The reason being that the stock's actually not really gaining momentum over over the last couple of months. If you see, maybe a little longer as well. And while the entire auto pack is under pressure, you are seeing some bouts in some ancillary names, two-wheeler names, but this one's not really participating as much in the rally. And also, it's very close to that resistance of 250 mark from where it's turned, even now. So my suggestion would be to, perhaps book profit and exit out of Ashok Leyland. If you want to consider, then an M&M, in the two-wheeler, in the passenger vehicle space is not a bad play.
So M&M preferred over Ashok Leyland. Now that's the view from Kush in terms of where the auto space is concerned. But the next query is a very interesting one that we are looking at. This query is from Naveen Kumar from Hyderabad. He holds about 900 shares of JSW Steel, and it's not a 1 to 2 year kind of a period that we are looking at. He's bought these shares from 1994, and after the stock split, wants to understand whether he should continue to hold on this counter or exit. Wants to reshuffle his portfolio. So accordingly, wants some good suggestions in mind. So Mahesh, let me take this one to you. JSW Steel, holding since 1994. What's your outlook on this one?
I think the JSW Steel is doing quite very good, and he's holding from 1994, so he can hold further. We can see some more upside from these levels. But if you want to switch from any switch counter from medium term perspective to any other sector, then pharma looking attractive from my view.
Okay, so that's the view for JSW Steel. Now, next we have a caller joining us. This is Manth Singh from Andhra Pradesh calling us. Hi, Mr. Singh. How can we help you on the show today?
Hi, madam. Very good evening. Good morning.
Good morning.
My query is regarding techno-electric engineering, madam. I want to add fresh. What are the entry levels? How is the future prospect for 2 to 3 years, madam?
Okay.
It is EPC and the data center business, madam.
Okay, so 2 to 3 years. And what's the outlook in terms of why you want to enter in this stock?
Because it is consistently increasing the revenue and the profit, and management guidance was very optimistic and very high growth and margin business oriented like that, madam. Yesterday, I read the con call, so I am interested in this business, madam.
Okay, so let me take this across to our fundamental guest. Mahesh, what can you say about Techno Electric now? He's read the con call. He's gone through the past few years of financial data to gauge the performance of the business. Are you optimistic on this counter as well?
I think yes, he can hold further from a 1 year perspective, but if anyone want to add, then I will advise to add in staggered way manner, because stock in nature is very volatile and low volume type kind of stock. So I think if anyone want to add, then they should add in a staggered way from a 1 year perspective at least. So we can see up to 1,750, 1,800 level. But currently stock can come in consolidation zone and can give some opportunity of lower level. So add in a staggered way.
Add in staggered manner. Kush, do you also reckon to the fact as to what Mahesh is saying? Should he wait for some time to make an entry, or this is the right time to buy?
No, absolutely agree. In fact, the stocks had a very good run. If you see the last 3 weeks, the stocks actually starting to see profit booking. The indicators on weekly and daily time frame are also suggesting that this profit booking could perhaps extend a little. So a good support zone is close to the 1400 mark. Anywhere close to that should be a good entry point for Techno Electric. The medium term structure also looks positive.
So that's the view with regards to where Techno Electric stand. But viewers, it's time to slip into a very short break. But do stay tuned, because we'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's on.
गोल्ड प्लस क्लियर ग्लास, कार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199.
Hello and welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, where you get all your stock-related queries answered on the numbers flashing on your screen. Now next, we have a caller joining us. This is Mahesh, calling us from Karnataka. Hi Mahesh, how can we help you on the show today?
Ma'am, I had a query regarding IFCI share.
Right.
I have taken 118 share with price of 67.74. Should I hold it or can I sell it?
Mahesh, when did you mark an entry in this stock?
When it was 67.74 rupees. Now it is, I think, 63.
Okay. So you want to understand a short-term view on the stock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Kush, let me come to you on IFCI. What is your view regarding this counter, whether he should continue to hold or sell? What's your view?
I think he could exit this one. The stocks actually started to see some sharp round of profit booking, and this is much before the entire market also started to see some profit booking. The resistance levels are actually very close to his buying price, so 69.70. That zone is a bit of a resistance for the stock. It did zoom up rather fast in the last 3 out of the 5 weeks prior to them, but other than that, it hasn't really done much. So my suggestion would be, from a near-term perspective, you could exit IFC.
Exit IFCI is the view coming in from Kush, where charts are concerned. Our next question is from Venkat Ramani, who's writing in from Bengaluru. He's bought SW Solar, that is Sterling and Wilson Solar, 290 odd shares at 457 a piece, and wants to know if he can buy more at the current levels and hold for a period of next 15 odd months. Mahesh, I'll come to you on this one. What's the view like on SW Solar? He's sitting on a loss of 32,000 rupees right now.
So his question about the adding further. So I think adding further quite in lower level, that could be area nearby 323, 25 zone.
So any lower level you can add further. I think stock has a potential up to 375, 400 at least. So if you want to add in lowers, then that level could be watched.
Right, so that's it with regards to where Sterling and Wilson Solar stands. Our next caller, Pradeep, is calling in from Bengaluru. Pradeep, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Madam, see, I'm having 30 shares of Latent View.
Okay.
Purchased at 384. And purchased in August 23.
Okay.
But the share is going nowhere.
Right.
And it is more or less stagnant.
Right.
So I just wanted to know whether I should book whatever nominal profits I have or should I hold it for long term?
Okay. Got your question, Pradeep. And when you bought this, did you see the fundamentals of the company while buying the counter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I saw the fundamentals. And I expected it to give good returns, but unfortunately it has not done so.
All right. Got your question, Pradeep. I'll take this up with Mahesh. Mahesh, since he's bought this since 2023, and if I'm just checking the CAGR growth of the company, 3-year CAGR growth for sales has been around 28 odd percent, and profit growth has been around 16 odd percent. But still, the stock has not done much as per what he's suggesting, and sitting on profits of around 700 odd rupees. What do you think? Should he continue to hold for some time or book profits at the moment?
I think he has bought in 23. After 23, stock has gone up to 500 mark level. So I think stock is fundamentally is good, and we can expect some upside potential at least up to 460, 475 zone. So he can hold further and try to exit on higher level. Don't greedy on higher level. If you are greedy on higher level, then stock could be rebound again. So I think on higher level, try to exit.
Okay, so that's the view for Latent View that we are seeing. But next query is from Sushila Bilari, holding about 405 shares of GSFC, that's Gujarat State Fertilizers and Company. Not much of a profit or a loss that we are seeing currently. Wants to understand whether she should continue to hold or take an exit on this counter. Kush, let me come to you on this one. What's your view on this stock?
So GSFC is a hold. If you see the recent move on this one has been steady but upwards, and also the stock has now broken above the falling trendline resistance, that started somewhere early 2024. So the momentum is turning when the stock actually gives you a breakout, after such a long time. These rallies tend to hold. Nevertheless, the view is hold, and a stop loss for this one I would suggest is close to the 200 mark, maybe just under that. So you can keep a stop loss at about 198. Continue to hold on upside. You could look at targets of 225 and 240 as well. So near-term trend positive. The momentum, however, is not so stark. So it could be a gradual up move, but continue to hold with a stop loss at 190.
All right, so that's with regards to where GSFC stands. Our next caller, Jijo, is calling in from Kerala. Jijo, a very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on Kirloskar Oil.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
My question is, I was holding 100 stocks of 896 average.
Okay.
So is this right time to add more stocks? Because I saw the valuation is good.
Okay.
And it's fundamental strong. So I just want to know this is the time to add or not.
Okay, got your question, Jijo. I'll take this up with Mahesh quickly. Mahesh, Kirloskar Oil is already holding 100 odd shares and wants to add more. Do you think that's the right strategy to adopt?
If your horizon is more than 1 year, I think he can add further on these level also. I think stock has a potential up to 1,150, 1,200 odd level. But if your horizon is very shorter time panel, I think 2 to 3 months, then quite add in very low, try to add in lower level. So yes, if your horizon is more than 1 year, you can add further.
Okay, so next is a technical question that we have, and this is from Vijay from UK. He's bought 100 shares of KFinTech, and this is at a price of 1,081 that we are looking at. Currently, if you are seeing his position sitting at a profit of 14,000, wants to understand whether this is the right time to sell for this counter. Kush, coming to you on this one.
Well, I would suggest a partial book profit on this one. The stocks actually had a good run now, 1300 resistance acting up. But overall, if you see, the momentum is rather bullish, for the stock. So you could well continue to hold, but near the resistance mark, if this rally fizzles out and if the profit booking extends, then you don't want to be caught on the wrong foot. So suggestion would be to book partially here. hold the rest of the quantity with a stop loss near the 1175 mark. That's the near term support zone for the stock. If that is held, the stock could very well retest 1300 resistance and move higher as well. On the whole, the stock is on a good footing. The medium term trend for the stock is bullish, so you want to stay on to this one. But yes, profit booking along the way is a good idea. So book 50%, hold the rest with 1175 as your trailing stop loss.
50% and hold the rest is the view coming in on KFin Technology where charts are concerned. The next question is from Murlidhar, who's 68 years old by the way and writing in from Bengaluru and holding 111 shares of BSC at a price of 2648. Wants to know if he can hold or exit at the moment. Kush, BSC was in focus yesterday because it's moved to long-term ASM stage, and because of that the option premium turnover for the entire counter has been weak, because of which we're seeing volatility in the stock. What do you suggest? Should he continue to hold at the moment or wait?
So look, let me start with the fact that that the trend is bullish. The stock's been a phenomenal wealth generator in the limited time that it has been listed. But now, and I mentioned this a couple of times already this week, which is that the stock is now deep into overheated territories, or at least was until a couple of sessions ago when the profit booking started. And I won't be surprised to see this profit booking extend. So my suggestion would be to exit or book profit in BSE currently. You could well look at accumulating BSE at lower levels, but those come fairly low, close to the 2350, 2400 zones. And it's it's not that the stock hasn't really given those kind of profit booking opportunities in the past as well. So yes, currently you should exit or book profit in BSE and look to accumulate again. It'll become very attractive around the 2350, 2400 zone. So maybe closer to those levels with a favorable risk reward ratio, you could look to re-enter.
Okay, 2400 is the level that we can look for BSC. But next we have a caller joining us, and that's Shankar calling us from Chennai. Hi Shankar, how can we help you?
Hello, hello madam, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Okay, I am fine. Last month I bought Green Power, that means Orient Green shares, 8,500 shares at the rate of 11 rupees and 70 paise.
Okay.
Any chance it will cross all-time high of 30 rupees in near future?
Okay, so a 30...
I want a technical outlook.
You want a technical outlook on this stock. And okay. Let me take this across to Kush then. Kush, what's your view on Orient Green? You see some 30 rupees of a target on this stock. Do you have a similar view as him?
I'm afraid not. Let me just say that the stocks actually had a decentish run. The 11 the 11 has acted up well. The stocks held up to that. It's moved higher. You've seen good volume action in the last 3 to 4 sessions, but now it's come up to the 200-day moving average resistance of 16. To answer this question very specifically, can the stock go to those 30, 35, even higher levels? Can is obviously a yes. I wouldn't assign a very high probability for, let's say, the next 3 to 6 months. Even now, if you see the stock is actually hitting that falling trendline resistance, that started somewhere close to the early part of February. So I will perhaps wait and watch. I will keep a tight stop loss near the 11.5 mark. If that is breached, then you're better off exiting the stock. And while it has participated in the near term, I do see some supply pressures coming in from that 16 to 18 zone, in the near term future for this.
Okay, our next question is from Anwar, who's writing in from Abu Dhabi and wants to know if HPCL is the right counter to buy in order to earn a good dividend income, is his question. I'll come to you, Mahesh, on this one. In terms of dividend payout, that has been over 30% in the last 2 years for this particular counter. But I have a two-part question to you on this one. Do you think that just for dividend, should you buy a particular counter, irrespective of the capital appreciation, or is this the right strategy to adopt? And plus, of course, your view on HPCL.
I think valuation quite reasonable of OMC companies like BPCL and HPCL. So from valuation perspective, you are getting comfortable, and also there is a dividend yield. So both the point of view, if you are comfortable, then you can buy. On HPCL, BPCL, both the things are reasonable level. And in valuation perspective, we have some more upside in coming time. We can see some more upside. So from the both perspective, if things are okay, we can buy the same.
All right. So that's with regards to where HPCL stands. Our next caller, Rudra Maniappa. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. From Bengaluru is calling in. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today? Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I think we seem. Hi, yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. Okay, I think we've seemed to have lost the caller, but we do have his query, Mahesh, and it's again on BSE. It's interesting to take this question because he's sitting on a profits of almost 6 lakh rupees right now. Kush already gave his view on the counter and he said book profits for now. But what do you reckon? Should he continue to hold considering he's already sitting on profits of 6 lakh rupees?
I think he should book partial profit at least because he's holding much share compared to normal shareholders. So I think he can hold partial profit booking at least 50-60% booking is advisable on these level. Valuation quite high, and we have seen some ASM regulation on BSE. So we can see some more downside on these level. My level could be near 2250, 2300 odd level where they can review on the for further adding. So I think from these levels, he can book at least partial profit book.
Okay, so on fundamentals, we are seeing levels of around 2,250 to 2,300, and while Kush pointed out that he's looking at entry levels of 2,400. So that's the view on BSE that you can be watching out for. Next question is from John. He's from Chennai. He's asking, he wants a short-term outlook on Morpen. He has about 1,000 shares, and this is at a price of 67.86 that he's entered into. Stock not doing much from those levels. So Kush, coming to you on this one, what's your outlook on a Morpen?
So I'd continue to hold Morpen. Stop loss would be near the 63, 63.5 mark. Now, the reason you're not seeing the stocks really break out and charge much higher is because the 200-day moving average is at 69.5, and hence, some retracement from those levels, some supply zone, near that is perhaps, expected. In fact, the high that you see for the stock for the day is at 70.5, and it's seeing some profit booking, but still holding ground in the market, which is seeing profit booking. But the volumes in the last couple of days, very exciting. I think, brighter days are ahead for this one, at least from a near-term perspective. So for targets of 71.5 and about 75, I would continue to hold. And, the stop loss, as I said, could be close to the 63 mark.
Okay, so 63 is the stop loss that you should be watching out for Morpen Lab, and 71 to 75 are the other levels that you can keep a track of to hold this counter. But next we have a caller. Lucky is calling us from Ahmedabad. Hi Lucky, good morning to you. Please state your query.
Yeah, good morning. Ma'am, I'm holding 200 shares of Texmaco Rail at the price of 115. So should I keep holding or exit from the stock and avoid the railway sector? Or shall I book the profit?
So Lucky, do you plan to exit the stock considering the overall picture which is going on in the railway sector? Or what was your thinking when you had entered this counter?
Yeah, actually, I found this counter to be, the sales and profit growth was good compared to the peers.
Okay.
So I thought to keep an railway sector stock in my portfolio.
Okay. So let me take this across to Mahesh. Mahesh, what's your outlook on Texmaco Rail? Now, if we see the last 6 months or even the 1 year performance for the railway counters, they've seen a significant corrections, and this has been on the outlook of the overall railway side, increase in competition, even the revenue growth that has been subdued for many of these counters. So, and this is after a significant price increase that we have seen in the 23 and 24 calendar years. Want to get your perspective on Texmaco Rail, whether he should continue to hold this counter or not.
My stance is neutral on the same. So the partial profit booking, at least half quantity should be sold out on these level. And recently, Texmaco is getting some orders. So some upside could be come, but yes, if you are holding from a lower level, then partial profit booking is good for you. So keep booking partial profit, and rest remain can be hold for a level at least 195, 200 level where other can be booked.
So that's in regards to where Texmaco Rail stands. The next question is from Vasant Kumar, who's writing in from Bengaluru. He's holding 2,525 shares of Yes Bank, bought at 23 a piece, and wants to know if he can continue to hold or exit. Kush, what do you suggest?
Yes Bank is an exit for me, has been for some time. All the rise and the bounces have been taken as an opportunity to exit. Even the recent moves close to this 23, 23.5 levels have actually fizzled out. The volumes on the way down are not so humongous. I know unless you count that big 10% fall that it had, following the news that came about. So for me, Yes Bank is an exit. If you do want to consider, you might as well stick with the other names which have a fairly decent momentum going for them, the likes of PNB, Canara Bank among the smaller ones, the relatively smaller ones. But for safety, you're better off with ICICI and HDFC Bank.
Kush, I'll take the next one with you as well. Now, the next query is someone who wants to seek your opinion on Reliance Industries, holds about 250 shares with a 15% of a profit. Vijay Kirti wants to understand whether should continue to book profit or hold this counter. What's your view on Reliance?
We should continue to hold Reliance. It's had a very, very interesting, last couple of months or maybe last couple of quarters as well, where, it's had, a deepish correction, but the recovery also has been very, very exciting. And that's a good move for, a bellwether heavyweight stock like Reliance Industries. It's already crossed that, 61% retracement mark. It's trading higher above that. So some of the key technical resistance levels are being taken out. Now, historically, also 1450 to about 1475, this has been a bit of a supply zone for Reliance. So consolidation is par for the course. But I would continue to hold Reliance. For me, a deepish stop loss for this one comes close to 1400, 1410 mark. With that as a stop loss, continue to hold Reliance. On the way up, you're looking at targets of 1485 once that is taken out, of 1520 as well.
Right, so that's with regards to where Reliance Industry stands. Our next caller, Sandeep, is calling in from Kolkata. Sandeep, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Actually, I have got 300 shares of Oil India Limited at the rate of 480.
Right.
I want to know the long, medium and short term technical as well as fundamental. 3 to 6 months, maximum 1 year.
Okay, got your question, Sandeep. I'll again take this up with Kush then. Kush, what are the charts indicating for something like an Oil India?
See, the movement has recently been very, very interesting on this one. The stock is coming up to a rounding bottom formation breakout near the 490-500 zone. Remains to be seen whether it takes that out or not. The recent volume action suggests that it possibly might. So with that recent development over the last 2 days, that the way stock has moved and the volume action clubbed along with that, I would suggest a hold on Oil India, but a strict stop loss near the 455 mark.
Okay, so stop loss near a 450 mark for Oil India. The stock was one of the top buzzers in trade yesterday on the back of Aventis note also, wherein they're seeing more than a 36% of a return for this. But next query is from Piyusha Raj, wants to understand the outlook for Coal India. Has around 875 shares at a price of 439, currently facing a loss of 37,000, on this one. Wants to understand whether she should average out more at the current levels which are there or take an exit and buy some other counter. Mahesh, coming to you, overall long-term perspective on Coal India, what's your outlook on this stock?
I think he can add further if any lower level 390, 388 range could become, then he can add further from Coal India prospect. From fundamental prospect, I think the stock is quite good and we can see some more upside up to 460, 480 zone range at least. From technical perspective, stock is awaiting for further move above, I think 408, 410, we can see some more quick bucks on Coal India. But yes, from fundamental perspective, I think he can hold further and try to add in lower level.
Hold and try to add at low levels is the view coming on Coal India. The next question is from Chike Govda, who's writing in from Bengaluru. He's bought 1,000 odd shares of Vishal Megamart at 102 a piece, sitting on a profit of 26,000 odd rupees, and wants to know if he can continue to hold for the next 12 odd months. Kush, I'll take this up with you. These tier 2, tier 3 retailers have done exceedingly well in FY25 where fundamentals are concerned because the rural demand was picking up. But in case of Vishal Megamart, not sure if you have enough data right now on the charts. Do you have, or else I'll go to Mahesh?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm going to have to give it a pass.
All right, Mahesh, then I'll come to you. Like I mentioned earlier, these tier 2, tier 3 retailers have done exceedingly well in FY25. What would you suggest? Should he continue to hold for the next 12 odd months?
I think he can hold further. Stock is quite doing very well from a technical perspective, as well as fundamental are improving from retail point of view. So we are optimistic for more upside in coming time, and outlook is quite positive, and we can see some demand, increasing demand in rural as well as urban. So I think they can hold further, at least 150, 160 range could become in if you are holding from a 1 year horizon.
Okay, next we have a caller joining us. This is Vikas from Ghaziabad. Hi Vikas, how can we help you?
Yes, hi. So I have South Indian Bank with me at a price of 27 rupees. I bought this like almost 3 years back, and I've still been holding it. Although it is giving me a profit, but that profit I have gained after a lot of time. Just I was wondering if I should hold it or should I book the profit and like get away with this.
Okay, so do you want a technical view on this one?
Yes.
Okay, Kush, coming to you on South Indian Bank, what's your view here?
Well, a rather less discussed name, but a good move nonetheless. At least in the recent past, I know his buying price or his buying date is a little longer. I would suggest continue holding on to this one. It's starting to see some momentum. Uptick. The recent resistance levels have also been very easily crossed. Volume action picking up. So what he could now do is keep a trailing stop loss near 28. Which is still a rupee above his buying price. Even if he exits, it'll be still at some profit. Although over a 3-year period doesn't really mean much, but it'll still be some profit. Continue holding on. I think on the way up, the stock now has room to move to 32.5 once that is taken out, even 35 as well. I'm rounding that off. So yes, the stock is starting to pick up steam. Continue holding on with a trailing stop loss near 28.
Continue to hold is the view coming in on South Indian Bank. Well, now it's time for the rapid fire round. Kush and Mahesh, you all know the drill. We'll try to ask as many questions as we can and try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first question is on Niva Bupa. Shrikant from Hyderabad has been holding since IPO. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or not. Mahesh, your view?
Hold.
Okay, next question is from Viresh. Wants to understand view on IEX. Holds about 660 shares at price of 195. Kush, your view?
Hold.
Okay. Pakshal from Rajasthan wants to invest in a two-wheeler stock from a 3 to 5 year perspective. Mahesh, what would that stock be?
TVS Motor.
Okay. Kanti Bai wants to take a hold or an exit on SBI. What's your view on this, Mahesh?
Hold.
Okay, Sri Satya wants to further invest in Heritage Foods for the next 1 odd year. He's already holding at the average price of 382. Kush, your view on the charts?
Continue to hold. Keep a stop loss near the 425 mark.
Okay, Joseph holds about 1,300 shares of Bandhan Bank, and this is at an average price of 175 that we are looking at. Mahesh, your view?
I think he can hold further from a stop loss of 168.
All right, Bhairav is writing in all the way from Virginia. He's got 285 shares of Hindalco at 624 a piece and wants a 1 year term outlook on this counter. Mahesh, your view on Hindalco?
He can hold further.
Okay, Varun wants to understand the view on CDSL has about 50,000 rupees to deploy on this counter. Should he wait for more correction or enter the stock? Kush, your view?
He could enter closer to the 1600, 1550 zone.
All right, Som Distilleries is the next counter, and Siddharth is asking whether he can continue to hold this counter from a longer term perspective. Mahesh, Som Distilleries or some other alcohol counter?
He can book on the Som Distillery and try to switch on another counter like Sula Vineyards where policy are favorable.
Okay, Sachin has purchased shares of Real RVNL. Whether he should continue to hold or sell? Kush, your view?
RVNL continue to hold. The stop loss for this one is at 405.
All right. With that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Kush, Mahesh, as always, thank you so much for joining and giving us all those insights. Viewers, it's a wrap. It's a wrap on this particular edition of Ask Profit. But do stay tuned because Know Your Company is right on the other side of the break.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
what's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the
Hello and welcome. You're watching KYC. I'm Harshait and we're going to talk today about JK Cements. It's interesting. Why? Because cement pricing is undergoing a large change and JK Cement is at the forefront of that. It is benefiting more from volume growth than pricing. Operational efficiencies have started to kick in. The EBITDA per ton has gone up 25+% both sequentially as well as YOY, and therefore you're seeing a strong expansion, and that's a feature of Q4. It's also been one of the top buzzers in terms of cement stocks over the last year or so. So first off, I want to talk about cement pricing. The pricing uptick, sustainability, as well as how it will impact the numbers. We've spoken a lot about pricing. Less has played out than what has been anticipated. Let me term it as that. And maybe we'll get better perspective when we speak to the guest we have today. The second one is with regard to your EBITDA per ton. I did say that it's gone up by 25% both sequentially as well as YOY. So you're seeing very strong growth. Now EBITDA per ton is a beat in Q4 versus what most analysts were penciling in, even some of the more bullish ones. And therefore, this one stands out. The third piece is I want to understand how the cost saving measures are going to impact the numbers. They're doing roughly 150 to 200 crore of cost savings now, and that will well start reflecting on the numbers because the bottom line is at around 1,000 or sub 900 crore, and therefore that cost saving element is going to start building up in the numbers. I want to also talk about plans of expansion, and there are some very strong plans that they have, whether that can play out. The other one is with regard to debt. Now, in terms of the debt outlook, its debt to equity is 1:1, which is one of the highest in the industry. And given its size, or maybe the second highest in the industry, and especially among the large players, and therefore you want to look out for that debt number. While you're not looking at a sizable debt to market cap, but your debt to equity is quite sizable. So that's something that you want to look out for as well. And what can we expect in terms of PAT growth over the next 3 to 4 years? That's what I really want to understand, because we've seen 3 to 4 years of sluggishness. Can you see strong compounding maybe over the next 2-3 years in terms of profitability? All of that, and we'll try to break it down and try to get it for you over the next half an hour. Let me first start off with what this company is about. As the name suggests, it's a cement manufacturer. Manufactures grey, white, both types of cement as well as wall putty. I will explain some of these products in a slightly more nuanced fashion. It's also into all the other ancillaries, paints, tile adhesives, wood finishes, construction chemicals, all of those. So it actually covers a whole range of products within the construction basket. So great play with regard to construction. But mind you, one thing I want to flag off, the largest chunk in terms of consolidated top line as well as profitability is cement. So surely that's the one key focus area which we will also focus much more on, because that's the key element, the key product within the entire basket that JK Cements tackles. Let's talk about geographies. In terms of where its presence is, it has plants in all of these geographies across India. Of course, more of those coming in the next slide as well. All of these. So what we're seeing is there's a geographic concentration in north and central, and more northwest and central. You're seeing Rajasthan as one of the geographies, you're seeing Gujarat as one of the geographies, UP, MP, and then you have one piece of presence in Karnataka, you also have Haryana. So predominantly that is the focus in terms of geography. It also has a presence in UAE and Africa. So among countries, India, UAE, Africa, that's the way in which it's structured. Let's look at the journey now. 1974 was when the company was established. 1975 is when they commissioned their first plant in Rajasthan, which is Nimba Hera, is where its first plant was set up, still continues to be its largest. Let's also look at, in fact, now let's zoom out. 1984 was when it sets up JK White, which is the white cement manufacturing facility it has. 2002, it sets up the wall putty manufacturing facility that it has. 2009 is they're setting up the Mudapur plant, and thereafter 2014 international presence starts off in UAE. It also in 2016 sets up the wall putty plant in Katni, and thereafter more capex done, large one in 2020. Aligarh in UP and Gujarat, all of those were done, which were both grey cement plants. Now let's talk about capacity, and this one has ambitious plans with regard to capacity. The current capacity is 24.34. They're planning to double this over the next 5 years. So 24.34 million tons per annum. Anywhere that you see MTPA is essentially million tons per annum. The white cement capacity is around 1.12, and the wall putty capacity is around 1.33. So that's how they are stacked up. Now let's talk about the differences between these three products. First is the grey cement. It's the most common type of cement. It's used for general construction. It provides strength and durability. It contains limestone, clay, iron ore, and that's what it's used in its manufacture, and it's relatively less expensive compared to the other two. So that's on grey cement. It's your plain vanilla cement which you're seeing in construction of both roads as well as buildings around you. So you can see that. Now let's talk about white cement. Now this is the more nuanced angle of it. It's a decorative cement, more used for decorative finishing, architectural designs. Materials that are used within the white cement manufacturing are low on iron ore or on iron oxide content, and that's where it gets its white color from. It's more expensive to manufacture. It's a more refined cement, and therefore it's slightly more expensive. And you see the white cement capacity is far lower than the grey cement. Now let's talk about wall putty. Once you've put in the cement in construction, you need to level the surface. So typically before painting, when you're leveling the surface, there's a white semi-liquid which is splashed on to the cement construction, and that is wall putty. Now this is used as a filler or leveling agent. It's used on walls before painting, and it fills in cracks, holes to level the surface out. We'll just focus on these three products because these three are the predominant products of JK Cement and the larger contributors to profitability for the company. Now, let me quickly go across to KYC parameters, and let me quickly zoom into metrics that we'll try and cover today. We'll start off with the income statement, thereafter the balance sheet, the cash flow, the return ratios. We'll also look at shareholding, street cred, street coverage, and valuations. So we'll look at all of those, and we'll try and get you the rating at the end of all of this. And joining me today to help me break this down is Puneet Javeri, who also now covers cement. Puneet, you want to start off with the income statement?
Well, definitely. It's been a decent performance for the company in this particular time frame. FY25 was a decent year because the pricing environment was a little volatile, both in the north and especially in the south. Now, since the company largely operates in the northwestern as a central, as you rightly said, Harsh, we've seen a 14% CAGR in terms of revenue over the last 3 years, while EBITDA has grown slightly lesser, and that's largely because of, for cement companies, there is the fuel cost, which is the major one, power and fuel cost, as well as the freight cost. Now, JK Cement has been trying to get their hands on that and get on top of that essentially to reduce costs. So we've seen that kind of EBITDA margin being decent, 17.1%, but the company's performance can definitely improve going forward. But for now, we've given this a neutral rating largely because of comparing it with peers. The efficiency isn't there yet for the company. It's comes in the top 5 to top 6 players in terms of capacity. So they will have to nail down the cost effectively once the capex is done. But we've given this neutral based on relative peers' better performance.
Okay, yeah. So neutral. You want better growth there, Puneet, I believe, and maybe that's the real question is, are we at an inflection point to achieve that? Because you're starting to see EBITDA per ton inch up and quite substantially, and therefore you might well be underway. Also, I was reading, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, the EBITDA per ton is very close to Ultratech now, where, or rather is even better than an Ultratech. If I remove India Cements and the like from the Ultratech, from the entire consolidated numbers, and therefore you might well start to see an inch up there.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting to where the 1100 per ton mark in terms of EBITDA per ton, which is one of the common metrics for the cement industry. The other aspect is, I think the market is also looking at what's come below as well, because the company's debt is higher, and we'll get to that in a bit. So that's why we see the valuation differential between someone like an Ultratech, JK Cement, compared with other players like Shree Cement and Ambuja. But they are largely there in terms of performance of EBITDA. Once the costs start coming up and the interest cost starts eating into profits, I think that's where the differential is, and we'll get to that in just a bit of
Yeah, let's look at the balance sheet. In fact, we're well placed to look at that. The shareholders' equity is around 6,100 odd crore. So that's the cumulative equity. In fact, the debt equity currently stands at 0.99. So it's your net debt to equity is obviously lower because there's a cash element to it. Let's pull up the cash balance as well. Not looking bad at all at nearly 1,400 crore, but there's plenty of capex in the pipeline as well. I did mention, and two things that one needs to know well about the cement industry. One is it's very, very capex intensive, right? And the second is that typically a cement plant will provide cement only in a specific or limited geography, typically. And that's because of the very high transport cost that cement entails. And therefore, when you saw all of those names of those plants, it's largely to enable quicker and better and more efficient distribution. But at the same time, it's a very capex intensive sector as well. So a couple of things to keep in mind, which is why the cash bank balance may be overlooked by some on the street. But when you're looking at the debt to equity, it's 1:1, which is high, or rather the second highest in the large cap or the slightly larger players. Among slightly larger players, it's one of the higher debt to equity ratios that we are seeing. But cash flow, Puneet.
Well, cash flow has been a positive surprise because, we spoke about the growth that's been largely missing. Now, within cement, the key aspect, of course, is a lot of moving parts. How the company is, producing the cement in terms of efficiency of fuel cost and power. We spoke about that. The company is trying to get more efficient there, waste heat recovery, among other measures that they're looking at. When you look at the cash flow and the financial side of everything, they have been able to improve over the last 3 years. So cash flow from operations is 1900 odd crores, and that's significantly better in this year compared to the last years as well. So we've seen the company improve its cash flow from operations, consistently over the last 3 years. Between somewhere around FY21 to 22 is when they started that project to start looking at that number very closely, and that's helped the company in its net cash flow improvement as well of 33% CAGR over the last 3 years. So definitely a lot of measures done to improve those two metrics, Harsh, and hence we've given this a thumbs up.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at a couple of other metrics along with the other numbers that we've put out. Cash flow is around 2,000 crore. The debt level is at around 6,000 crore. And therefore, it will take maybe 3 years of free cash flow. Also, I did mention that it's capex intensive. So you use some of the cash for fresh capex. There's also a large depreciation number as part of the P&L because it's capex heavy. So certain things, again, within the income statement, the balance sheet and the cash flow that you need to look for when it comes to both cement companies and JK Cements in particular. But let's look at return ratios because you need to invest incrementally higher amounts of capital. So you want your ROC ratio to be good, and this one actually is. And I give this a thumbs up purely from a perspective that you look at some of the other cement companies, and I'll just point out some peers, and Ultratech has an ROC of around 12%. You have an ACC, which is also at 12.2%, which is one of the highest ROCs in the industry. So this one has a decent return on capital employed. It has a good record for that. And with an inch up in EBITDA per ton, which has happened in Q4, you might well see an upside to this ROC metric. And that's why we've given this a thumbs up. Puneet, shareholding.
Well, shareholding, largely, again, not too much to, the promoter holding is slightly below 50%, and that's why I think, Harsh, we've given this a neutral rating. But we've seen very strong interest coming in from domestic investors as well as foreign investors, largely because the industry is at a very key inflection point right now. We've seen pricing not being in control. This year was the first year where we actually saw some increase in pricing for players like JK Cement. Now, the other key aspect is that valuations also were largely in favor sometime in the last year. Over the last year, the stock has moved over 40%. So you're seeing that valuation now very comparable to its large cap peers. But growth for companies like JK Cement as well as JK Lakshmi Cement, the other player there, the number 5, 6, 7 in terms of capacity have a higher growth since they're adding new capacity. As well as trying to get cost and control. So the market is giving a slight premium, if not the same valuation, to someone like JK Cement as well, and keeping that faith in the management to turn around the business on all metrics. Right now, there are some cylinders that are firing, and I think that's the key. But Harsh, I think largely the promoter stake below 50% is the reason we've given it a neutral, right?
Yes, absolutely. So typically, we generally give a neutral rating when a promoter holding is below 50, so that is one. But the promoter holding is quite stable. The other piece is with regard to a couple of funds, Puneet, that have sold out. Fidelity is reducing its stake on a consistent basis. At its peak, it had a 6% stake in the entity, now has just about 3.6 and is gradually reducing its stake in the company. You have a Kotak India mid-cap fund, which has also reduced its stake from 1.4 to a 1.2, maybe a minor one, but nonetheless something to keep in mind. You also have a Mirai, which has given up, and a DSP, which has given up some of its stake or some of its holding within the company. So you want to look out for some of these trends, which is why we've given this a neutral. The run-up in the stock price could well be one of the reasons why they've done this, but they've trimmed some of their holdings, and which is the other reason why we've given this a neutral. Now, in terms of, so that's in terms of return ratios. Let's talk about street cred now, and let's try and zoom into how the stock has done, because that'll give perspective to what I'm talking about. 17% 1 month returns, year to date is 30, 6 months is 29% returns, 12 months is 41% returns, and it's a 5-bagger in the last 5 years. So it's created tremendous wealth for shareholders. No reason for a shareholder to complain if they've held it at any point of time through this rally. So it's been great in terms of shareholder returns, Puneet.
Well, definitely, and it's reflecting in the street's faith essentially in that aspect as well. And I'll just quickly highlight the street coverage part of it as well. 23 buy calls for the company, a very decent analyst coverage. The only reason we've given this a neutral rating is also because of the potential downside. Actually, analysts largely penciling in the growth, saying that the growth over the next few years, or maybe in the medium term at least, is largely priced in. Valuations also currently very stable at that. So let's move on to the valuations as well, and then we'll complete the discussion, because for someone like a JK Cement, they're largely trading almost at 20 times EV by EBITDA. Let's move on to the next one. Let's show valuation very quickly. And the other players, interestingly, are also in a similar bucket. So you see something like an Ultratech, Shree Cement, they're already at 20 times EV by EBITDA. JK Cement, again at 19. We've seen something like an Ambuja also at 17.5. The capacity expansion is happening, really heavily across the industry. We've also seen a lot of consolidation in the industry with acquisitions from Ultratech, as well as from someone like Ambuja as well in this particular time frame. And of course, there's a disclaimer that the channel you're watching is owned by NDTV, and that is largely owned by the Adani Group as well. Ambuja ACC also part of the larger Adani Group. But overall, the valuations have been essentially pricing in the growth that is going to come in the next year. What is also interesting, Harsh, and we saw in the last 1 month movement, was because the Q4 was very surprisingly good, beating analyst estimates, and I think that's why we saw that sharp run up in the last 1 month specifically. But largely it was pricing in that the high single digit growth, and I think they surprised street with a double digit growth. But currently valuation penciling in most of those metrics, as well as capacity expansion among other things right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of summing up everything, and let's put it all together. Those are all our rating parameters and the neutral or thumbs up that we've given to each of them. Again, what stands out is no thumbs down on this one. So that's the other piece, and in all, we've given this a 5.5 on 8 on our ratings. Let's quickly go across. We're joined in by Rakesh Arora, who's the founder, GoIndiaStocks.com, and a good credible voice with regard to cement, because it's tough to catch this management. So Rakesh, talk to us about, first off, welcome, good morning. I want to first understand from you how you view JK Cement in terms of both growth as well as this inflection we've seen in EBITDA per ton in Q4. Have the upsides, or has the stock run ahead of itself, or do you still see value in this one?
Okay, so see, there are a few things why we like JK Cement. One is that they've grown very aggressively in the last 2-3 years, and they are on verge of completing another big expansion. So if you see their capacity was around 14-15 million ton in 22, and they are ending 26 at 30 million. So in 3-4 years, they are doubling their capacity. So which was a big highlight for them. Number two is that they are into regions which are perennially, short of limestone. So Central India is one where they're expanding currently. North India has always been a very high price market. And they have a little bit in South India, around 12% or so. But that too is in, Karnataka, which is kind of bordering Maharashtra, which is a better price market, even in an oversupplied market like South India. So they are operating in, much higher price markets, and that's why, their margins are much better than some of the peers. The third thing that, we like about the company is that they have extended into a kind of total building material space, I would say. So they already had white cement and wall putty. Now they're extended into, adhesives, paints. So it gives them, a probability of expansion of the product category going forward. So apart from the cement growth that they are seeing, they have these categories to grow also. So overall, I would say that, high growth and category expansion. Now add to that, they've spent quite a lot on branding. So the cement used to sell at a much higher discount to leaders like Ultratech and Ambuja. But they've been able to, spend on marketing and brand building they had to do in any case when they were launching all this, paints, etc. So they've been able to narrow down the differential to the leaders. And that is what is really showing up in their better EBITDA margins. And that's why the street is getting a little bit, surprised on the results. So overall, from a fundamental point of
Rakesh, I'm
view,
sorry for interrupting, but is this elevated pricing set to continue? You're going to have a robust monsoon likely. It's already underway. Do you believe pricing can stay elevated at these levels?
so seasonal dips are definitely going to come. You can't really wish those away. So prices are going to dip during monsoon because demand goes down 20% below the yearly average. So you have surplus capacities and surplus production during that time. And but having said that, if I look from a whole year as a perspective, the competition intensity in the industry is going down. You have, kind of top two leaders, Ultratech and Ambuja, who have kind of settled down now. They've done their spate of acquisitions, and their last round of acquisitions were all in South India, so which is one of the highest, surplus market. And now we are seeing, a lot of attempts to increase prices. So having done all those acquisitions, the top two leaders want to increase price. The third leader, Shree Cement, if you see in the last 6 months, has been disappointing on volume. They are focusing more on, premium cement and margin. So their Shree Cement, which was once known for, low priced, high volume strategy, is also shifting gears. So if you have top three players who are kind of settling down and want to increase price, I think cement is in for a good time from a yearly perspective. Seasonally, obviously, there will be some ups and downs.
Gautam, Mr. Arora. Mr. Arora, a very good morning. Thanks so much for joining in. It's Puneet this side. I just want to, have just one specific question, because you've seen the EBITDA per ton grow over 1,000 rupees for this year, and the Q4 was largely a surprise, over 1,200 bucks. So I think that the question is that if you can just contextualize for us, how should we look at JK Cement in that context of strong EBITDA per ton? But the debt part is also something that's worrying because of the capacity expansion that has been there over the last 3 to 4 years. How should we look at those two metrics together? Because the cash flow from operation and net cash flow has generated very well in the last 3 years.
So EBITDA per ton for JK Cement also includes white cement, where the margins are much higher. So around 100 rupee per ton, you can adjust for that. And since I was mentioning that they are largely into North and Central India, which are higher price market, I mean the limestone availability in Central India is very limited. So they will continue to enjoy these kind of, high margins. Even the recent acquisition in J&K, there the margins are 1,500 rupees per ton. So they are, focusing on high margin areas. So for next 2 to 3 years, I think they should. So this year they averaged around 1,000 odd for the full year, 1,200 for Q4. But I'm expecting that they would average around 1,200 to 1,300 for the next 2 years on their, full production.
Rakesh, two questions. If that were to happen, what will the profit growth be? Because the last 3-4 years in terms of profit growth has been slightly on the sluggish side. The second question, is debt a concern at all for you?
So let's take the second question, the easier one.
Sure.
Debt is not a concern because net debt is hardly anything. They have a lot of cash on their books. And secondly, they would be doing a bit of in excess of 2,000 crore. And that is what is their capex guidance also for next year. So they will spend what they are going to earn. They are not likely to increase their debt too much, but their earnings continue to grow up as capacity utilization keeps going up. So debt is definitely not of concern at all, and they just have to say that they need capital, and the market would flood them with capital. So let's forget about debt. That's not a concern at all. Now coming to earnings growth. So obviously, last year the EBITDA margin was around 1,000 rupees per ton. This year I'm expecting, around 1,200 or so for them. So probably 20% increase in EBITDA comes from just the margin expansion, and around 10% increase will come from their volume growth. So you can expect around 30% EBITDA margin growth for the company. I am not sure where the consensus is building 30% or not. I haven't looked at the consensus numbers, but probably that is what the stock price is already indicating.
Mr. Arora, just one question from my side. We've currently seen, the expansion, as you mentioned, from 14 million tons to almost 25 now. The management is targeting to double that by FY30 as well. But that's, in terms of, only Ultratech was already on the expansion drive, and with the acquisition, they're already at 200 million ton. You spoke about ACC Ambuja as well as Shree Cement. Do you think that in terms of somewhere it could hamper the kind of margins that the company has, because you will have to utilize those plants with that effect? Or do you see that the market will grow essentially so much in the next 5 years that it will be able to absorb so many players, the expansion, and not hamper margins for something like a JK?
So, you can grow like 100, 200 bips higher than the industry if you're trying to have a organic growth strategy, which JK Cement is following. So if, for them to grow from 30 million ton where they will be in FY26 to 50 million ton in FY30, it's possible. But, volume will not grow at the same pace. I think volume growth would be closer to 7-8% for them. Until unless they make some acquisitions to reach that 50 million ton, they will not be able to grow at double digits. So the capacity they might be able to put in because you need 3-4 big plants to come in. That again I doubt because they aren't really prepared for that as yet. Their expansion in Panna is just completing in 26, so maybe they might put in another line there. But Odisha, the limestone is not yet clear. Jaisalmer again looks slightly far away. So I think it could get delayed by 1 or 2 years, and then it will fall in line with the industry growth rate.
Okay, Rakesh, one word answer. Your favorite stock in the cement space at this point?
I'm not at liberty to say that.
Okay, fair. All right, we'll let you go on that note. Thank you so much for coming and speaking with us. Out of time, viewers, on this edition of KYC. Stay tuned.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th,
Markets back under pressure. Nifty near day's low falls below 25,100 mark. Sensex down over 300 points. Pharma, media bucking the trend. Only sectors in the green. Asian Paints, Apollo Hospitals gain over 1% in trade among Nifty peers. Meanwhile, FMCG and energy pack cracks the most. Tata Motors, Eternal fall almost 2%. And Adani Group is preparing an ambitious $100 billion capital expenditure plan which will be actioned over the next 6 years. Group CFO Robbie Singh tells NDTV Profit that this is the largest capex plan by any private group ever in India. Meanwhile, Maruti Suzuki denies production cuts for e-Vitara amid rare earth supply concerns. No launch delays expected. Company pursuing multiple solutions, says Rahul Bharti. Minister of State PEM M.A. Sani pledges full commitment to revive MTNL, assuring stakeholders of all necessary efforts. He strongly denies rumours about Starlink launching services within a month, calling them baseless and misleading. Meanwhile, Double Line Capital calls India a multi-year investment theme, urging investors to buy India and do yourself a favor. He compares India today to China 35 years ago, highlighting its growth potential and long-term value. Hi there, you're watching Markets at 12 with me, Shreyanti Singh, and this is the show where we get you a highlight of everything that is buzzing away in trade, from the sectors and the stocks that are buzzing away in trade. First things first, let's take a look at the markets. The Nifty, in fact, has declined below that 25,100 level that it managed to uphold over the last few days. Much of this week, in fact, Sensex, in fact, has also lost over 300 points. Those are the kind of losses that you're looking at as far as the Sensex is also concerned. So except media, pharma, telecom, you have all other sectors that are trading in the red as we speak. ONGC, Asian Paints, Sun Pharma, Bajaj Finserv, Apollo Hospitals. Those are some of your major gainers on the Nifty. While when you take a look at the losers, you do have Infosys, HUL, Tata Motors, HCL Tech, Tata Steel. Those are some of the counters that you have coming in as far as the Nifty is concerned. In terms of the losers, on the losing end, you do also have HPCL, BPCL, IOC. Now, of course, you do have oil prices that have surged over 4%, and the impact of that you can see clearly coming in on HPCL, BPCL, IOC, taking it on the chin. In fact, let's take a look at the rise that we saw coming in as far as oil prices are concerned. When you take a look at the price moves coming in on Wednesday, you do have a rise above 4% that we saw coming in, like I said, scale the highest since April. So that's both for your Brent as well as US WTI. And when you take a look at the last 6 months, though, you do have prices remaining slightly muted even on a 6-month and a 12-month basis if you're talking about Brent as well as US WTI. But let's take a look at the key triggers coming in as far as this particular surge is concerned for oil prices. So when you take a look at escalating US-Iran trade tensions, that is something that you had US President Donald Trump also commenting about. And on the back of that, you do have that price surge coming in as far as Brent and WTI are concerned. You do also have uncertainty around US-China trade talks, so that's also something that we're looking at by the way of factors. And of course, there's lower interest rate hopes as well in the month of September. That is something that we're looking at. Quickly explaining the interest rate connection, you do have lower interest rates that spur economic growth as well as demand for oil. So on the back of that, you do have a little bit of support that you're seeing as far as oil prices are concerned. In terms of other factors to watch, like I mentioned, US-Iran talks are going to be key to watch. But other than that, you also have key commentary coming in from OPEC+. And that is something that we're going to be keeping an eye on, because you do have their supply hikes, and that is something that we've been quite worried about as far as oil prices are concerned, because you do have a whole host of producers who've also talked about, and OPEC in fact has come out with commentary coming in throughout the course of this year about how they're going to be hiking the supply, and that is something that they're keeping in mind as far as their roadmap is concerned. So any sort of commentary on that roadmap is something that we're watching out for. Other than that, quick look at the short-term economic energy outlook as well coming in from the EIA, because they've also slashed their forecast by $1, and that's Brent that I'm talking about, $61 per barrel by the end of 2025. That is what they had to say in terms of EIA. So that largely is the kind of picture that you're seeing emerge as far as oil prices are concerned. Other than that, just one last thing to mention is that oil demand is going to be remaining robust, and that's key commentary this week that you've seen come in from OPEC Secretary General as well, and that's also something that we're keeping in mind as far as oil prices are concerned. But tell you what, let's also get you some important commentary coming in as far as oil prices are concerned. We do have Peter McGuire, who's the CEO at Australia at trading.com, joining us. Peter,
Hi there, good afternoon. I just wanted to say hi and get your sense of what you think about the oil prices, because that's quite the surge that we've seen come in. 4% uptick for both Brent and WTI yesterday that we saw coming in.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Shreyanshi. Greetings from Sydney. Yeah, a couple of things that hit everyone by surprise. There was no doubting that, nearly up 5% on that night of trade. And the overall theme is one of uncertainty. You know, everyone was expecting crude prices to probably continue to edge lower. They bounced on the Iran from a geopolitical standpoint and any chance as far as what's going on with Strait of Hormuz and the overall theme across that. Also, in the sense of the Persian Gulf, also the US looking at moving staff out of Bahrain. I believe it was Baghdad, certainly Kuwait. So that's raising more tempers in that area. And the overall consensus at the moment is it may have a couple of more dollars to the upside. Let's just see where it all moves. Hopefully it's not going to be kinetic.
Lots of moving pieces, right, Peter? So what do you think about this sort of momentum that we've seen come in also? Of course, there's a lot of factors that we're keeping an eye on. You do have escalating US-Iran trade tensions. Other than that, it doesn't look like we have a lot of certainty as well when it comes to US-China as well. So with all of that in mind, what do you think about this sort of momentum that we're seeing recently?
Well, I mean, it's a work in progress from President Trump and President Xi. You know, they've secured from the US standpoint, Shreyanshi, rare earths, and that was a major concern, and what that rolls across to defense. You're talking automobiles and technologies. The next part, of course, is where does China play with that? You know, as far as universities and students and many other factors. So it seems to be very much, again, a work in progress till you actually see what the overall section of that agreement's going to be. But I feel as though that President Trump is starting to lose patience across the tariff side of things and is prepared to just issue letters to countries and say this is how it's going to play.
Well, absolutely, point taken. So President Trump is starting to lose patience, and that is something that we're seeing work out in terms of the commentary as well. But I also wanted to get a sense of the demand picture as well, because before I come to supply, of course, you do have OPEC Secretary General this week commenting about how demand is going to remain robust with the world population also expanding. Of course, that's a very long-term forecast that they've outlined, but with that in mind, what do you think about the demand picture?
Well, demand, I think, you know, we're going to be hovering continually around over 100,000 barrels a day of consumption. You pinpointed it so beautifully in the sense where you've got the likes of, you know, India. Have a look at Asia, the growth centers of the world with population exploding, and not only that, but consumption. So there's the first part of it. And the overall theme moving into, you know, 2045, 2050, I've seen the forecast. You're talking the best part of 120 million. There it is on the screen, 120 plus million barrels. I think that's conservative, that what you'll see as far as consumption. In the short run, I think you're going to see possibly a bit of a downdraft. Let's just see where it goes as far as, one, the inflation story, what's going on with rate cuts, and the overall picture as far as increased production from OPEC and its allies.
Absolutely, Peter. That brings me to the next point that I wanted to talk about. When you have OPEC hiking supply, what do you expect this year when it comes to supply? What are your expectations when it comes to OPEC's commentary then?
Well, I feel as though when you're putting your mind back to, say, 3 to 4 weeks ago when President Trump was with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi, there was no doubting that relationship has blossomed, and it looks like it's a very, very strong strategic partnership. So I think that what you're going to see is continued uplift as far as production. And we understand it's going to be about 411,000 in July, then in August, and I think that will be ratcheted up, or at least held going into Q4 and into Christmas. So that's going to be more production, and that would normally mean that you would see cheaper prices. And I still believe that that's going to be the theme rolling at the end of Q3 and certainly into Q4.
Right, and that is something that you see emerging as a theme. I also wanted to talk to you about the rare earth crisis. Not sure if we can call it a crisis at this point, because there's some sort of clarity, some sort of certainty that has emerged at this point in time. But what do you make of this entire crisis? And what is your sense of this crisis as well when it comes to rare earths and the curbs, in fact, the Chinese curbs that are coming in there?
Well, it's certainly a consideration, and it's much concern naturally from not only a production side but a manufacturing side. China produces between 70 and 90% of all rare earths. So from a manufacturing and turning those in. So I feel that you're going to see, first off, the start in the US is going to be quite dramatic as far as production and turning rare earths into the magnets and turning them into naturally what they need to become from a technology side and all of those supply chains. So increase manufacturing, and I think a lot of countries will do that from a security aspect. I'm sure India will. Then the next part is where do countries play with that from a consumption standpoint? They've got to look at their own armaments, their own technologies that they produce, and you've got to look at, of course, to all forms of warfare that the US is, the major player as far as armament and the automobile sector. So I think the overall consumption is going to increase, and America needed to get that secured with China.
Well, absolutely. And we've also talked about the Middle East tensions. Another place where this has been very important, been in the spotlight, is gold, in fact. So you do have gold climbing on those tensions. Of course, you do have safe haven demand being an overall trend. So what do you think in terms of gold prices? What are the levels that you're seeing as far as gold is concerned? And I'm going to be a little bit greedy and ask you about silver as well. What do you keep in mind when it comes to silver? What are the price levels that you're looking at there as well?
I think silver's got more potential from a performance side of it as far as that gold to silver ratio. So from a percentage standpoint, I think silver's got better days ahead of it till the end of the year than gold. That's only an opinion. But I think that you'll certainly take 3,500 out very, very quickly over Q3. And that $4,000 handle is I think, achievable by the end of the year. It could be higher. As far as silver's concerned, it's got to be $40 plus. Let's have a look at it. When it's sitting at $40 to $42 an ounce, I feel as though then let's make another judgment. But let's see when it gets there. But I think Q3 is going to be very dynamic for precious metals, and Q4 is going to be very electric.
Well, absolutely. You do have that gold-silver ratio just sort of edging up near that all-time high that we saw coming in April as well. So that's also something that's very important to watch out as a trend. But speaking of trends, Peter, I also wanted to ask you about the dollar. Do you see a murky picture as far as the dollar is concerned? What do you have in mind in terms of levels when it comes to the dollar?
I think you're going to see on the short end, it'll be probably continued downside. The long end might be, as far as I'm talking yield curve, and I'm talking time. So if your 10-year versus your 2-year. So where the US dollar, let's not forget that we've seen a 10% wipeout, or approximately, that US dollar index over the last couple of months from that 110 down to around about 98, 99. I think that will continue to see softness unless you saw something dramatic happen in the likes of the Iran situation, or something very significant happen from a domestic standpoint in the States. But the overall, I think, is going to be softness for US dollar, and that's going to also help precious metals. So, yeah, keep an eye on that. It's been very interesting, those currency trades, and I think there's plenty of opportunity in the short to medium term.
All right, then I think those were all the questions that I had for you, Peter, because we've covered pretty much everything, right? Oil, gold, silver, dollar as well. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Shreyanshi.
All right, then with that in mind, let's also move on, get you some more news and updates. In fact, government reduced the basic customs duty on crude sunflower, soybean and palm oils from 20% to 10%, increasing the duty gap with refined oils to 19.25%. Now, you do have this move that aims to encourage domestic refining and ease inflation. We do have Mahima who's joining in with some more details on that. Mahima, over to you.
Government has halved the basic custom duty on your edible oils, and that has been reduced from 20% to 10% now. So the effective duty now will be at 16.5% against a duty of 27.5% earlier. India imports more than 50% of edible oils for their domestic requirement. Now, in terms of what this means for importers who import these edible oil, of course, first this will discourage imports of finished goods. This will safeguard the overall interest of domestic refineries and help reduce domestic prices and benefit consumers as well. India is one of the largest importers of edible oil worldwide, and it imports edible oil from Malaysia, Indonesia as well as Singapore. Now this will majorly impact FMCG companies because FMCG companies use edible oil as one of the key raw materials. It can be used in making of chocolate, biscuits, cosmetics, soaps, washing powder, etc. And palm oil can make up to 20% of the total raw material in terms of various products as well. In terms of what this means for FMCG companies, going down of basic custom duty means that low raw material prices will get lowered, and hence this will have a positive impact on margin for FMCG companies. Now a few companies to name specifically, HUL imports palm oil from their wholly owned subsidiary of Indonesia, and for Nestle it sources, so Nestle and Colgate will have less impact because Nestle sources 90% of their edible oil locally and Colgate sources completely from India. But some possible names also that could see impact include Dabur, Imami, Jyoti Labs as well as Godrej Consumer.
All right, then there you go. Those are some of the key names that you can keep an eye on in terms of stocks. But moving on, then Adani Group is targeting a $100 billion mega capex plan over the next 6 years. Energy will account for 83 to 85% of this capex deployment. Vishwanath joins in with some of those details.
So what's happening here at Adani Group is that a 6-year plan of $100 billion capex, the largest ever in the history of corporate India, that's coming through. What seems to be happening, and this is after an exclusive conversation that we had with Jukshinder Singh, the group CFO, what he's pointing out is that the funds are going to be entirely be used only for greenfield projects, to set up those greenfield projects. At this stage, there is no acquisition that is being envisaged in the 6-year plan. You know, if something happens, it happens. But at this point in time, this is the plan. How will this investment actually be used? Well, for that, what we understand is that key areas that are going to be a part of this focus is energy infrastructure, construction materials, minings and metals. These are the areas where a lot of this money is going to be used. Now, there's a breakup of sorts. About 83 to 85% of the capital raise will be used for energy and infrastructure. About roughly 10% in construction materials. Metals and mining will account for another 6 or 7%. What they expect is that by 2028, this capex cycle will peak, which means that a lot of these planned investments will peak by then. Towards the end of that 6-year period is where the tail end of this investment will come in. They plan to invest about roughly 1.5 to 1.6 lakh crore in FY26 and every year thereafter. This is up from about 1.2 lakh odd crore that they spend per year currently. How is this investment being funded? Well, according to Adani Group, a bunch of this is going to come from internal cash flows. About 80,000 crore of that 1.5, 1.6 lakh crore number is going to come from internal cash flows. About 15,000 crore is going to come from payments and settlements. That is, whatever businesses you're doing, there will be some settlements coming in. And profits will add another 12,000 to 14,000 crore. Now, what that leaves us with is roughly 40 to 50,000 crore, which will come from external funding that is largely debt. They expect that debt will account only about 30% of this capex plan, while the 70% number is going to come from their own funds. This is a complete reversal of what typically companies do, which is about 30% equity and 70% debt. Now, let's try and understand how this is actually going to benefit the group. Well, the energy investment is going to be focused largely in renewables and storage and building up the capacity there. What Adani Group is expecting is that the renewable and storage capacity will rise 7 times from where it is at this point in time. The conventional energy capacity is going to double by the end of this entire capex cycle. The net debt to EBITDA, now that's an important number because that's what we care about when companies raise these large capex plans. That is going to range between 2.5 to 3 times over this entire capex cycle. Depending on where you are in the capex cycle, that number will change. Eventually, that number will come down below 2.5 times. That is what the group CFO of Adani Group is telling NDTV Profit in this exclusive.
Well, absolutely. Thanks, Vishwanath, for getting us the details. As far as that particular capex deployment is concerned, that, of course, is the largest capex plan by any private group ever in India. Now, do, of course, note that NDTV Profit is a subsidiary of AMG Media Networks, and that is an Adani Group company. So that's an important disclaimer that we wanted to tell you about. But moving on, let's get you some more news and updates then. Corporate capital expenditure in India has surged past 11 lakh crore rupees in financial year 25. That is outpacing central government spending with a 20% year-on-year increase. So 157 companies invested over $100 million, the highest since 2013. And that's the kind of record, that's the kind of milestone, in fact, that you're looking at. Pallavi is joining in with a detailed report on that. Pallavi.
Right, so corporate capex of listed non-financial companies has breached 11 lakh crore rupees, and that is a tad higher than government capex for FY25. Now, this is according to data collated by ICICI Securities. So corporate capex, like you said, grew by 20% on an annual basis in FY25. And what is important about this print is also the fact that it is expected to be broad-based, with 157 companies having embarked on capex plans of over $100 million. That's the highest since 2013. Now, RIL, which still maintains the biggest pie of corporate capex, witnessed flat growth. So this further adds credence to the fact that we're seeing signs of a broad-based capex recovery. The largest contributors to growth in capex for FY25 included utilities, energy, industrials, cement, auto and healthcare. Capital-intensive sectors where capex growth was muted included the telecom sector. RIL also, like we mentioned, was assumed as a separate entity given its diversity and size of capex spend, and did not contribute as much. Now, public sector corporate capex growth was at about 26% for the same year. One of the key reasons that we have seen slow credit growth despite these numbers is because of elevated cash flow from operations generated by the listed space. Also, the outlook for private capex from non-listed financial continue to remain robust. That's despite global uncertainty, simply because of more solid domestic fundamentals on the fiscal as well as the monetary policy front.
Well, absolutely. So that's the latest coming in as far as private capex then is concerned. 20% rise on a year-on-year basis for private capex. But moving on, let's get you some more details then. In fact, let's switch focus to another important conversation then. NDTV Profit exclusively spoke to Union Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari on the vision for cable car. Let's go across and listen into a slice of that conversation.
Now we want to concentrate on public transport system, particularly on electricity, where there will be no pollution. So in the Delhi area, we are now already developing, we have got a lot of proposals and the technology which we have, and we are making the research and study of it, that there are the ponds, double-decker bus like ponds, having capacity of 135 people, taking one place from to other place. So this type of the Doffelmayer, then Puma, they have got that technology. Then also a lot of technologies from USA, from the European countries, from Russia. And we have already received 13 technology proposals. But we have to see that it should be economically viable. The proven technology and economic viability, because we want to offer these services with a cheaper rate. Now I'm just telling you the example first of all. It's a unique transport new proposal we have selected in Nagpur, in my own constituency, as a pilot project. We received the tender, and in that proposal there is a bus having capacity of 135 people, the air-conditioned bus. There will be, just like air hostess, there will be bus hostess, facility for tea, coffee and other thing also. And the bus is a flash charging bus. That flash charging system, that is a technology from Hitachi and Siemens, that comes to when bus stop on the stop, that system will come and within a half minute the bus will be electrically charged and going up to 40 kilometers.
Alright, and there you go. That's the exclusive slice of the conversation that NDTV had with Nitin Gadkari, who's the Union Transport Minister. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Markets at 12. Thank you so much for tuning in.
At NDTV Profit, We don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. A very good afternoon to all the viewers. I'm Hiral Dadia. With me is my colleague Varsha, and you're watching Profit Buzzers. Mahima, I'm saying, sorry, Varsha, good afternoon. Clearly, if you see in terms of what markets are doing, interesting day cuts do continue. 170 points cut in terms of Bank Nifty, and if you see Nifty 50 as well, which is at the day's lowest levels with cuts of around 0.4% coming in there. But what's interesting is that we are holding on to that 25,000 mark, which is always a psychological support as well. Let's pull up, what the sectoral trends are indicating as we speak right now. In terms of sectors, apart from healthcare, pharma and media, you have all the other sectors which are trading in the negative. Major cuts coming in with regards to oil and gas, energy, FMCG, real estate also, which is trading under pressure. Overall, if you talk about the auto as well, that sector is down around 0.8%. Consumption also trading under pressure as we speak, and consumer durables, which is down around 0.7%. Let's look at the contributors in terms of Nifty 50 and what could be the newsmakers. What's interesting is what's happening with the Asian Paints. One of the top gainers today, but what's contributing to gains is Sun Pharma, Bajaj Finserv, Asian Paints, Dr. Reddy's. What's actually leading to the downtick is ITC, ICICI Bank, L&T as well as an HUL. In terms of the top gainers in trade today also, you have HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra, Wipro. All these counters seeing some smart moves. Let's just pull up those three names on the screens and see what the IT pack is doing. And I think I'm getting some different data as I see. But Tech Mahindra is up almost 0.5%, Wipro up around 0.9% as well. So that's what's happening with regards to benchmarks. Varsha, as interesting as it can get, benchmarks have not been staying behind.
Right. So, for broader markets as well, broader markets are actually mirroring benchmarks. So, if you see Nifty Midcap 150 is down almost 0.7%. And let's see, who are the losers when it comes to small Midcap 150. You have Paytm now. This is the stock is under pressure on the back of MDR clarification. You have HPCL, you have BSC, CRISIL and Hitachi Energy also losing when it comes to Nifty Midcap 150. On the gainer side though, you have Ajanta Pharma, you have Max Health. Now Max Health is gaining because of the Jefferies. One of the reasons could be because of Jefferies. Jefferies have rated buy for the company. Oil India, SBI Cars are also gainers when it comes to Nifty Midcap 150. On the small cap 250 though, on the loser side, let's see what small cap 250 is doing. Is down almost 0.4%. Well, on the loser side, you have CE Info System, you have CDSL, you have Ratan India, you have Alok Industries and KEC International, which are on the losing trend when it comes to small cap 250. But on the gainer side, though, you have Root Mobile, you have Sterlite, one on the back of order win, the stock is buzzing. You have Tanla Platforms, they've announced buyback, board meeting to be held on 14 June for the purpose of buyback. Even Eris Life and RHI Magnesita are some of the counters which are gaining when it comes to Nifty small cap 250. But Hiral, crude is the highlight story of today.
Yeah, so, I mean, crude is in focus. I mean, it's jumped nearly 4%. Let's just pull up what's happening from here on, because the oil rise is on the worries of escalating US-Iran tensions as well, and that's the reason why you're seeing OMCs which are under pressure. In fact, that's what is putting pressure on a few other sectors as well. Let me just quickly take you through what's happened so far. In terms of the last 6 months, Brent has seen a downtick of around 10 to 11%, but the major concern is what's happening in the last couple of trading sessions. Escalating US-Iran trade tensions, plus the uncertainty with regards to where the US-China trade talks go, and lower interest rate hopes is what is triggering oil prices. Apart from that, if you talk about the other factors as well in terms of the short-term outlook, expectation is Brent would fall to around $61 per barrel, and this is by the end of 2026. And they've slashed Brent forecast for the end of 2025 by around $1. EIA has also gone ahead and cut Brent forecast for a third consecutive month in a row. In fact, US crude oil production has hit an all-time high, and it should average around 13.4 million barrels per day in 2025 and 2026. That's the estimates that EIA has gone ahead and put out. In terms of the OPEC commentary as well, they're expecting the demand to remain robust, expecting a 24% rise in terms of energy needs by 2050. Now, where would those energy needs come from is going to be interesting. And they warned of risks from inadequate investments in oil and gas. So that's the overall setup that we're looking at. In fact, we did speak to Peter Maguire as well on the same. Let's quickly listen in to what he had to say.
Greetings from Sydney. Yeah, a couple of things that hit everyone by surprise. There was no doubting that, nearly up 5% on that night of trade. And the overall theme is one of uncertainty. You know, everyone was expecting crude prices to probably continue to edge lower. They bounced on the Iran from a geopolitical standpoint and any chance as far as what's going on with Strait of Hormuz and the overall theme across that. Also, in the sense of the Persian Gulf. Also, the US looking at moving staff out of Bahrain. I believe it was Baghdad, certainly Kuwait. So that's raising more tempers in that area. And the overall consensus at the moment is it may have a couple of more dollars to the upside. Let's just see where it all moves. Hopefully it's not going to be kinetic.
So that was Peter's way of looking at it. In fact, let's also welcome in Avinash Gudaksakar. Avinash, good afternoon and welcome to the show, and a pleasure to speak to you as always at NDTV Profit. Taking into consideration the recent spikes that have come in terms of crude, it's not as bad, but you are seeing some bit of sentimental pressure that's coming in with regards to OMC's in trade today. What is your view and how would you advise investors to play the OMC pack?
Yeah, good afternoon, Hiral. See, I think clearly, the geopolitical kind of tensions now again cropping up has made crude little volatile. I think my sense is that as long as crude remains below $70 a barrel, I think things are not going to get worse for the oil marketing companies. And I think the April to June quarter may not mirror any concern. I think if crude rises significantly to say $85-90 a barrel, then I think the second quarter, that is the September quarter, could be a little pressure point for most of the oil marketing companies. So we'll have to wait and watch. But my sense is, I think it's unlikely that crude prices are going to get elevated significantly. There's a lot of supply of crude expected in the markets, and that is going to put some pressure on the crude price. So I think net, I think we have been telling our clients to be constructive on the oil marketing companies, companies like HPCL, BPCL, IOC. I would not be surprised that these companies could show strong numbers for the Q1, largely because, they've got adequate inventories. The second and third quarter will be very crucial, and to that extent, we'll have to keep a watch on the crude price. But I think net, I think nothing to worry about. But yes, if the price goes around $85-90 a barrel in the next couple of months, that would definitely be a pain point.
Thank you so much, Avinash, for that view. Well, moving on, pharma sector, pharma index is on the focus. The index is up almost 1%. There you go, 0.69%. Now, one of the reasons is the export data which has come out. Well, the key highlights, let me read out for you. We have seen mixed performance in pharma exports. Companies have seen significant month-on-month growth variations. Like Divi's Labs and Gland Pharma has seen decline of 7% and 35% respectively. While if you see Heikel, Laurus Labs, Sai Life Sciences and Suven Pharma has shown strong month-on-month revenue growth, while Laurus and Sai sees a high quarter-on-quarter revenue growth of 94% in Q4 year-on-year. So overall, if you see Divi's Labs and Gland Pharma, some kind of pressure when it comes to export data, but good show when it comes to Heikel, Laurus Labs, Sai Life Sciences and Suven Pharma. Well, Avinash, I just wanted to have your view on the export data that has come out, and specifically your view when it comes to the CDMO players. Like you have Laurus Lab, which is the next leg of growth for the company is CDMO. You have Sai Life Sciences and Suven Pharma as well.
I think export data is definitely encouraging, and I think companies like Sai Life Sciences, Suven, typically I think even larger players like Glenmark, which are into the CDMO game, they should do well, because I think this is an area where Indian companies have a very strong competitive advantage. Definitely, I think you could see some good traction in the first quarter of this financial year, and hopefully FY26 should be a lot better for them. My sense is that another reason why today pharma stocks are up is because US has finally decided to sign up with China. So I think people are expecting in the market that possibly the India US trade deal also could be signed, and pharma is one area where a lot of news flow is expected as to what could be the final tariffs on products exported to the US. So my sense is, yes, I think going forward in the next 6 to 12 months, pharma could be a good kind of sector to bet on, because there are a lot of companies who've got a very good order book and a good amount of scalability left from current levels.
Majors, but moving on, you have Adani Group that is targeting $100 billion mega capex plan over the next 6 years. Energy will account for 83 to 85% of this capex. Vishwanath Nair joins us with the details on this mega capex plan. Vishy, over to you.
So what's happening here at Adani Group is that a 6-year plan of $100 billion capex, the largest ever in the history of corporate India, that's coming through. What seems to be happening, and this is after an exclusive conversation that we had with Jukshinder Singh, the group CFO, what he's pointing out is that the funds are going to be entirely be used only for greenfield projects, to set up those greenfield projects. At this stage, there is no acquisition that is being envisaged in the 6-year plan. If something happens, it happens. But at this point in time, this is the plan. How will this investment actually be used? Well, for that, what we understand is that key areas that are going to be a part of this focus is energy infrastructure, construction materials, minings and metals. These are the areas where a lot of this money is going to be used. Now, there's a breakup of sorts. About 83 to 85% of the capital raise will be used for energy and infrastructure. About roughly 10% in construction materials. Metals and mining will account for another 6 or 7%. What they expect is that by 2028, this capex cycle will peak, which means that a lot of these planned investments will peak by then. Towards the end of that 6-year period is where the tail end of this investment will come in. They plan to invest about roughly 1.5 to 1.6 lakh crore in FY26 and every year thereafter. This is up from about 1.2 lakh odd crore that they spend per year currently. How is this investment being funded? Well, according to Adani Group, a bunch of this is going to come from internal cash flows. About 80,000 crore of that 1.5, 1.6 lakh crore number is going to come from internal cash flows. About 15,000 crore is going to come from payments and settlements. That is, whatever businesses you're doing, there will be some settlements coming in. And profits will add another 12,000 to 14,000 crore. Now, what that leaves us with is roughly 40 to 50,000 crore, which will come from external funding that is largely debt. They expect that debt will account only about 30% of this capex plan, while the 70% number is going to come from their own funds. This is a complete reversal of what typically companies do, which is about 30% equity and 70% debt. Now, let's try and understand how this is actually going to benefit the group. Well, the energy investment is going to be focused largely in renewables and storage and building up the capacity there. What Adani Group is expecting is that the renewable and storage capacity will rise 7 times from where it is at this point in time. The conventional energy capacity is going to double by the end of this entire capex cycle. The net debt to EBITDA, now that's an important number because that's what we care about when companies raise these large capex plans. That is going to range between 2.5 to 3 times over this entire capex cycle. Depending on where you are in the capex cycle, that number will change. Eventually, that number will come down below 2.5 times. That is what the group CFO of Adani Group is telling NDTV Profit in this exclusive.
Thank you, Vishy, so much for giving us all the details. In fact, NDTV is a subsidiary of AMG Media Network Limited, which is an Adani Group company. But staying with the capex theme, this actually mirrors what's happening on the corporate capital expenditure side in India as well, because it has surged past 11 lakh crores in FY25, and this is outpacing central government spending with a 20% year-on-year increase, where 157 companies invested over $100 million, the highest since 2013. Pallavi joins us with a detailed report as well. Pallavi, over to you.
Right, so corporate capex of listed non-financial companies has breached 11 lakh crore rupees for FY25, outpacing the central government capex, and this is according to data collated by ICICI Securities. So what they've said in their report is that corporate capex grew by about 20%, outpacing the central government capex, which had come in at about 10.5 lakh crore rupees for the fiscal year. What was also noteworthy was that this capex spend appears to have been fairly broad-based, with 157 corporates having embarked on capex of over $100 million, and like you said, that's the highest since 2013. Now, RIL, while maintaining the biggest pie of corporate capex, actually witnessed flat growth, and that's also further indication of just how broad-based this capex supported growth was. Now, the largest contributors to growth include utilities, energy, industrials, cement, auto and healthcare. Capital intensive sectors which witnessed relatively muted growth was telecom. Also, one of the key reasons that despite this improvement in capex, bank credit growth remained slow was that most of this was cash flow from operations generated by the listed space. Also, the outlook for private capex continues to remain fairly robust according to the report. That's despite global uncertainties, and that's because of supportive domestic growth, fiscal as well as monetary policy.
Right, thank you so much for getting us the details, Avinash. You heard what the Adani Group is doing in terms of the capex as well, and the way private capex is now outpacing the government capex, which was one of the major concerns that, you know, the street was looking at that. And the government said that the private capex needs to pick up as well to see that growth coming in. Taking all of this into consideration, your views in terms of the capex story and which would your top bets be?
No, I think clearly, Hiral, it's good to know that private capex has surpassed government expenditure, because I think, government expenditure is also going to pick up in the June and the September quarter. Because last year, both these quarters we had elections, so government spending had completely stopped. But I think it's a good thing that private capex has picked up, because that shows the confidence of the corporates in growth and expansion strategies. My sense is Adani has clearly been a stellar kind of company, group which announces major expansion plans, and a 7x increase in their renewable energy capacity is definitely indicating that they expect a very strong growth over the next, say, 3 to 5 years. So I think, having said that, I think, we would be positive on companies which are largely capital goods companies, because obviously these companies would obviously be in focus. And most importantly, most investments come in, you'll require cement as a basic cement building block. So we are positive on almost all the large players like Ambuja, Ultratech, a South company called Ramco Cements, Heidelberg Cement. So we would say that, wherever there's going to be a new construction of a company or new capex, that is definitely good news, because that obviously has a multiplier kind of effect on many other user sectors. So definitely it could be building products, it could be cement, it could be steel. So, all these sectors could also benefit, because obviously when new capacity comes in, you require additional infrastructure here. So net, we are structurally positive. I think over the next couple of years, one could definitely expect a decent risk reward, from these kind of sectors I mentioned.
Got that view. Thank you so much, Avinash, for that. Well, few of the stocks are buzzing on the back of block deals. Let's bring in Anushi to give us more details.
Hi Varsha, so the first one on the list is Asian Paints. Now here we have seen a block deal of 3.65% of equity changing hands. Again, just want to highlight a couple of shareholders wherein they could have participated in this block. So we are addressing shareholders with more than 3.6% of stake. If you look at the promoters, Satwa Holding and Trading Private Limited holds 5.7% stake. Smithy Holding and Trading hold about 5.4% stake, and Gitanjali Trading and Investments hold about 4.7% of stake. In terms of where the others are concerned, Siddhant Commercial Private, which continues to hold this company's stake for a long term, have 4.9% of stake, while LIC holds about 8.3% of stake in the company. Second one is Eternal, and this is the secondary where we are looking at a block deal for this counter. 6.09 million shares traded in a block, which represents about 0.06% of equity. Now in block deal yesterday, Marshall Wace Investment Strategies Eureka sold 0.06% of stake, while on the other end, Society General bought 0.0 stake in the company. So another day wherein we are seeing block deal for Zomato. C Info Systems is another counter where we've looked at a 5.3% of equity changing hands in blocks. Over here, if you had to highlight the key shareholders and promoters hold about 52% of the stake in the company, while Tata Mutual Fund hold 2.13% stake, Franklin Opportunities Fund hold 2.3% stake, and ICICI Prudential Technology Fund hold 1.4% stake in the company. So these are the three counters which are in focus on the back of the block deal. C Info Systems down in trade today. We are looking at cuts of over 8% currently.
Thank you so much, Anushi, for all the details. Well, Avinash, three stocks: Asian Paints, you have Eternal, and C Info Systems. Just wanted to have a view on what's your view on that?
I think within this pack, I think we believe that Eternal and CE Info Systems appear to be quite promising, because I think, in case of CE Info System, which is Map My India, I think they operate a very unique business, very much scalable. And I think over the next 3-4 years, we believe there's a good runway available for them. Eternal, according to me, I think within the food delivery app, I think definitely has got a lot of headroom to grow, although, a lot of improvement on the balance sheet and cash flow remains to be seen. But as far as Asian Paints is concerned, I think, despite the fall in crude prices, the competition in the paint sector is now heating up. It's very unlikely that over the next couple of years, earnings growth would be positive. So I think, we have been telling our clients to avoid Asian Paints because this sector is getting very, very competitive. And I think it's unlikely that we could see a very good runway rise in Asian Paints. And obviously players like Grasim, JSW, these are now entrants which are eating into the market share of Asian Paints. So I think Eternal and Map My India, I think, would be good defensive bets. Today is a bad day for them because of the block deals. But I think over the next couple of years, a decent amount of risk reward is possible.
Good risk reward that could be on the cards as well. But moving on, the auto pack is in focus. That sector has been in the limelight post the auto sales numbers. You had the rare earth impact that the street has been talking about. But let's understand with a different perspective as to how monsoon affects the sector. And we're talking about above normal monsoon years, the way the auto sector has performed then, and taking into consideration that this year is probably going to be an above normal year. What is in store? Puneet is with us to give us more. Puneet, over to you.
Definitely, we've looked at the past few years and the data for that, how the above normal monsoon years, essentially, which was 2020, 2022 and 24, have actually impacted the auto sector. And if there is any correlation, then we are going to look at that very quickly. First, of course, is, these were 3 years. We've taken the last 10 years data and looked at these 3 years also specifically at post-industry trends. The key aspect is the outperformance that we saw, especially in the last year, 75%, and it was one of the biggest years for auto in terms of sales, as well as strong financial performance for the company. So here it is. Post that, we've seen there are 3 key aspects how the above normal monsoon helps sales growth. One is, of course, the uptick in rural demand because of higher income. We also see higher kharif sowing, which helps farmers get ahead of the season, and also in a good season where the monsoons are good as well as the plantations have been very decent, we see additional income for farmers as well as everyone associated with this environment to get benefited and lead to purchases, also get premium vehicles going forward. When you look at some of the key aspects and impact of the company's stock performance in this particular time frame, we've seen an increased trend, especially in the last year, where M&M as well as Tata Motors were the biggest gainers, followed by someone like a Maruti Suzuki. The trend was also visible in 2020 during that time when the above normal monsoon was coming. Could have some impact because of the pandemic and the stock price correction, but the stock prices reflect that there is a correlation. When you also look at some of the key segments that stand to gain very quickly, and these are for the other companies, similar trend in both the years as well. For someone like in the two-wheeler space, there's of course a lot of direct benefit for the entry-level motorcycle brands. We see, we've highlighted some of the key ones for across players, Hero, Bajaj and TVS. Similarly, in the four-wheeler space as well as the other key segments, let's go across that too very quickly as well. In the three-wheelers, we see these are the key brands which get impacted for these specific companies. Within tractors as well, we've seen M&M, Escorts as well as Sonalika, which is unlisted, but all three get a strong pivot because of this. On the passenger vehicle side as well as the LCVs, which is the light commercial vehicles, we see brands like, for M&M specifically, Bolero is one of the biggest sellers in the rural market as an SUV. There is no direct competition as well, so one of the key benefits is there. While for Maruti, we see a strong pivot in the entry-level cars. Finally, in terms of LCVs, also smaller commercial vehicles, we've seen both Tata Motors and Ashok Leyland having increased focus on this small market where they weren't present as much. We see Mahindra very actively in that space, so definitely a key winner there. In terms of the revenue growth, and here is where it gets interesting, because across the last 3 years we've seen a strong pivot in terms of revenue growth for all companies. Mahindra and Mahindra being one of the biggest one, but look at Maruti as well. All 3 years the company has done very well in terms of above normal monsoon rain years, essentially. Something like an Ashok Leyland also positive pivot in FY22 as well as FY24. Let's look at the other list as well for two-wheelers specifically, because here as well we see a strong correlation for someone like a TVS as well as Bajaj Auto in terms of revenue growth, both in 22 as well as in 2024. Finally, in terms of how that has translated, into profits as well specifically, we've seen an increased trend in the last year specifically for these players. For both Hero as well as Bajaj Auto as well as TVS, someone in the last couple of years has been a very, very strong pivot. Finally, just to end this discussion, how does the FY26 look like in terms of above normal monsoon? We've seen strong revenue guidance coming in from brokerages, estimating three key winners. We've seen Maruti and M&M being one of the biggest ones in terms of revenue growth, but we've also seen someone like Bajaj Auto actually start getting that positive pivot from brokerages because of its realignment of its portfolio as well. So these are some of the key aspects that we put together for monsoon as well as the auto sector, and data does reflect that there is some correlation there.
Thank you so much for getting us the details, Punita, and that's something which gives you a perspective of which are the kind of models and the companies that could sell from the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, CV and the passenger vehicle space, where what's interesting is that the SUV portfolio is becoming an aspirational one for rural India also. But moving on, the tractor industry can surprise positively, says Kumar Rakesh India, analyst at BNP Paribas. Let's quickly listen into a chunk of that conversation as well.
As the segment where we have seen the strongest correlation usually has been the tractor segment, where it does start driving stronger growth when there is good monsoon and good harvesting season. Something which we have seen this year, the Rabi crop harvest was pretty strong and the income from that also was pretty higher. And that has driven the recovery in the tractor demand over the last few months. Through this calendar year, if you would have noticed that the tractor growth has been pretty solid, and that is reflecting in that. And if the monsoon is normal or above, we would expect that the tractor growth in this financial year should continue to stay strong. So that is definitely one segment which has a direct correlation, and historically we have seen that being driven.
Right. Avinash, how are you looking at the auto space, taking into consideration, the monsoon impact? Where would your bets be? Because valuations is something that you need to consider as well.
No, I think clearly, the two-wheeler space and the utility vehicle and the tractor space are interesting. As far as the utility vehicle and the tractor space is concerned, we continue to be positive on Mahindra and Mahindra. Our sense is that they have now added electric vehicles to their product bouquet, so that also would give them an extra incremental volume trigger. But I think on the tractor market side, any improvement which comes in the market is going to be capitalized by M&M because it's the market leader here. It's got a very good supply logistic kind of setup, very dominant market share. And I think, within the two-wheeler space, we like both Bajaj Auto and Hero MotoCorp. I think the rural market is a very important market for Hero Motor. I think Bajaj Auto has also been doing very well in the urban metro market. So these two companies also should do well in the current year. TVS is also good, but TVS valuations have gone up quite significantly. So we prefer to put our bets on Hero Motor and Bajaj Auto. And a dark horse could be, Tata Motors. I think the recent analyst meet indicated that FY26 could be significantly better, plus the demerger of the JLR business and the domestic business is expected by November, December. So I think Tata Motors, maybe at slightly lower levels could also be added. So I think, net we are positive and structurally positive on the automobile sector.
Right. Well, stay on, Avinash. On the other side of the break, we are also joined by Osho Krishnan from Angel One. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's on.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, And guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to a 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Markets back under pressure. Nifty nears day's low, falls below the 25,050 mark. You have Sensex down over 300 points. Pharma, media bucking the trend. Only sectors in the green. Bajaj Finserv, Asian Paints, Wipro gain over 1% in trade among Nifty peers. Real estate and FMCG packs cracked the most. Tata Motors, Shriram Finance falls over 1.5%.
Adani Group is preparing an ambitious $100 billion capex plan which will be actioned over the next 6 years. Group CFO Robbie Singh tells NDTV Profit that this is the largest capex plan by any private group ever in India.
And meanwhile, Maruti Suzuki denies production cuts for e-Vitara amid rare earth supply concerns. No launch delays expected. The company is pursuing multiple solutions, says Rahul Bharti.
Minister of State Pema Sani pledges full commitment to revive MTNL, assuring stakeholders of all necessary efforts. He strongly denies rumours about Starlink launching services within a month, calling them baseless and misleading.
Double Line Capital's call India a multi-year investment theme, urging investors to buy India and do yourself a favour. In fact, he compares India today to China 35 years ago, highlighting its growth potential and long-term value. Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Profit. You have a Paytm that is in focus. In fact, it plunged to the tune of almost 10% in intraday trade today. It has recovered from the day's lowest levels, now seeing cuts of around 5.5 to 6%. And this is after the Finance Ministry clarified that there are no plans to introduce merchant discount rates charges on UPI transactions. Harsh joins us with the details. Harsh, over to you.
Well, you had the finance ministry come out and clarify that MDR is completely off the table, which is a big negative because Paytm in past con calls has suggested that MDR could well really be a positive with regard to where the company and its profitability is concerned. They've spoken about how MDR could possibly come in 2025. The finance ministry unequivocally suggesting that MDR is completely off the table hurts those prospects altogether. Paytm had suggested that an MDR which could hit the top line or aid the top line of the company could well flow through all the way till the bottom line because it would be completely accretive to profitability. In terms of what the expectations were, there was a 5 to 8 basis points band in which MDR was expected, and that could impact Paytm's numbers, of course, positively had that been implemented. Also, you had a certain amount of a flow through in terms of that hitting the top line and going all the way to profitability. Clearly negative for a Paytm, and that's the reaction on the street as well.
Thank you so much for getting us the details, Harsh. Let me also welcome in Osho Krishnan along with Avinash, who's already with us. Osho, how would you read a Paytm after the kind of cuts that we've already seen in today's session? Does it mean this kind of a cut is an opportunity to lap up a Paytm, or would you say avoid?
Very good afternoon to both of you. Well, firstly, yes, because of the news, there has been a kind of a deep plunge in the counter, approximately 6% down as of now. But overall, if I have to say the trend, then there has been a halt in the momentum that was seen in the counter, approximately 850, 860. The momentum has been started in this counter towards the zone of 970. But with the news, there has been a short-term pause for the momentum in this counter. But I expect that overall, as there has been a decent recovery from the intraday lows, so that means around the zone of 860, 870, there lies a very strong support for this count for Paytm. So I'm expecting that any consolidation towards the zone of 880 to 860 can be seen as an accumulating perspective for the counter from a short to medium term perspective, while on the higher end, the time it breaches the zone of the bearish gap, which has been formed today by the news, so 950 is a very strong resistance as of now. So any breakthrough above the zone of 950 can only provide some kind of robust momentum coming back in the counter. So for now, one should wait for a consolidation around the zone of 880 and then should start accumulating the counter.
Right, so wait for some time. Avinash, fundamental view with regards to Paytm?
So I think my sense is it would be better to wait, Hiral, because I think, in terms of numbers or in terms of the cash flows, my sense is that unless we get little more clarity and a more positive kind of picture on the operating profitability, only then I think some significant amount of re-rating could happen because, within the fintech space now, there's a lot of competition. Margins are already under pressure. So I think, from a medium-term possibility, anything below 900 rupees could be a good ideal, kind of opportunity to accumulate. At these levels, I think we prefer to just hold on.
Right. Thank you, Avinash, for that view. Well, moving on, methanol prices are expected to rise sharply. Now, why? This is due to major fire incident which has happened in chemical plant in Iran and in one of their petrochemical hub, which accounts 80% of Iran's petrochemical exports. Now, which are the companies which may be impacted is Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals, which imports methanol and also domestically produce. They, in fact, have methanol manufacturing capacity of 100 kilometric tons per annum. Even Vinity Organics may be benefited from this because it's the sole producer of methanol in India. Companies which might get impacted because they use methanol as raw material to make the finished goods are alkyl amines and Balaji amines. Well, Avinash, let me come to you on this. Considering the recent announcement because of the fire incident in Iran, methanol prices may go up. What are your views when it comes to Deepak Fertilizers, Vinti Organics, and specifically alkyl and Balaji amines, because they use methanol as a raw material in their finished products?
No, I think, at least for the next couple of months, I think most of these companies have got adequate inventory. I think unless and until, of course, methanol prices shoot up and globally supply logistics does not get back to normal, So I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for them from the second quarter onwards. I think margins would definitely be under pressure because prices would definitely get elevated for methanol, and that I think is a very critical raw material for all these companies. But one company, which makes methanol here, GNFC, I think, in the short term, GNFC could benefit because they are a large producer of methanol. So I think in the near term, some positives could come in for GNFC considering the price increase and it's a global commodity. So prices could get better for them. But as far as the user companies are concerned, I think probably markets could look at it a little negatively because the raw material is very critical, and any price increase here, they'll have to sustain it for some more time before they pass on the cost to the customer.
Got that view. Well, Osho, how are charts looking for GNFC, which is the major producer of methanol, and Vinity Organics also?
See, firstly, for GNFC, in the last 3 weeks, there has been kind of a consolidation breakout in the counter. So the counter is in a basis of a reversal from a short-term point of view. On the higher end, the immediate resistance is placed around the zone of 580. So until it surpasses the zone of 580, there might be some kind of further consolidation that can be seen for a short-term perspective. But any breakthrough above 580 can provide a very strong momentum in the coming period, and one can expect a target of nearly 640 to 660 from short to medium term point of view. Now coming to Vinati Organics, this counter have seen a very strong traction in the recent period. On the technical front, it has even formed a kind of a flat pattern breakout. So I'm expecting with the kind of a breakout and the formation that it has made, approximately 2080 to 2100 can be seen as the immediate target for this counter from a short-term point of view, while on the lower end, approximately 1840 to 1820 should be seen as a very strong support zone.
Okay, so that's an interesting story. I think it could be developing as well to carry this forward in the next couple of days. But one stock that is in focus is the Tanla platforms as well. Interesting one. The board has said they will be considering a buyback, for which the meeting is on the 16th of June. The stock is seeing gains of 9.5%. In fact, why this seems interesting is because the last two buybacks that they had done back then in 2020 and 2022, it was at a premium of almost around 50 to 60% to that time's trading price. So going with that yardstick, probably the anticipation is that the buyback price could be in that range of 1,000 to 1,100 rupees, and probably that's the reason why you're seeing this kind of an up move that's coming in with regards to Tanla. Avinash, any fundamental perspective with regards to where the buyback goes on the Tanla platforms?
No, I think clearly, one has to understand what is the size of the buyback, Hiral, and what's the price at which they announce. Because clearly, I think in terms of the risk reward, only on this factor, that is buyback, it will depend on what is the quantum they are planning for the buyback. If it's a small buyback and that too, it's not a tender-based buyback, then I think the stock may not do all that well. But yes, fundamentally, they are into the value-added services for most of the telecom companies, and there are very few players in this segment. So I think they have a decent amount of competitive moat. The buyback will be a big sentimental booster, provided it's a reasonably good buyback at a reasonably good price. But definitely, I think if one were to look at it from an investment point of view, some value, dips. Buying on dips would be a better strategy. The stock has moved up quite significantly today, and it has been on the rise. So I think on lower levels, it could be a good play for a decent risk reward.
So that's the fundamental view. Osho, what are charts indicating with regards to Tanla? Because as Avinash is mentioning, the price has run up. But are you seeing any further value up till the time the buyback price gets decided? What are charts indicating?
See, overall, this counter has seen very positive developments on the technical front, because after the month of August 2024, the counter have surpassed the 200-day simple moving average for the first time now. So it is a positive development on the technical front, but at the same time, the technical parameters have turned to be a bit bullish, over bullish at looking at the recent development. So yes, there can be some kind of consolidation or profit booking that can be seen in the counter, and approximately on the levels front, 640 to 650 will be an apt zone to start accumulating. On the higher end, the immediate target or the immediate resistance that can be seen in the counter is near about 760. So currently 650 to 750, 760 is the immediate trading range for the counter, and accordingly one should try to accumulate it on any kind of dips with a positive outlook.
Right. Thank you for that view, Osho. Well, moving on, Starlink is unlikely to launch its service in a month, says Ministry of State at Communication. Listen into the exclusive conversation with C.S. Pemasani, Minister of State for Rural Development and Communications.
Starlink will provide its services in a month's time, and to me, since I'm studying this very closely, I thought that was kind of absurd, but you would be the right person to kind of give us the chronology of things that take place when a SATCOM player gets a license right up to the date that it launches its services in full service and fully operational. Is that really possible? Because they have said that your data plans will start at 3,000 rupees, and two, that your terminals that Starlink provides will be priced at 33,000. We have no confirmation on that as yet. But if you could just take us through the chronology after getting the GMPCS license to the day that it is fully operational in India, what are the steps that we will have to wait for until we get that service?
So number one, obviously, once you get the DOT license, there are 2 or 3 things that people have to go through. One is Department of Space license has to be obtained. Number 2, appropriate spectrum for testing and implementation has to be given, and that needs to be tested and get approved.
So that's not being done yet by Starlink?
That's not been done yet. And number 3, you obviously need the infrastructure on the earth to support this technology, whatever these earth stations and all that stuff. All these, looking at all of these, it seems quite difficult to achieve these within 1 month. That's number 1. And number 2, the second question you asked is, what was the other one? Pricing. The pricing. Pricing is typically, if you look at internationally how much they charge these, they cost around 30 to 35,000 for installation, typically around 3,000 per month. This is in the developed countries or resource-rich countries. But here, they have different business models in other countries. It all depends. It's hard to tell exactly what price they will come with, at least in the initial phase.
Well, moving on, another set of stocks to watch in trade today are Sterlite Technologies, SEPC, Marine Electricals and Waaree Energies. Anushi joins us with all the details.
The first one is Sterlite Technologies. They've signed an agreement with BSNL for a 2,631 crore of a telecom project. Now, this is a big order considering the company's market size also. So a significant order that we are seeing over here. This is for design, installation and maintenance of middle mile network for BharatNet in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh telecom circles. Now, if you take the open order book in consideration, that stood at 3,710 crore. So almost roughly the size of that we are looking this new order coming in for the business. Order period for 3 years and 10 years of maintenance contract as well. SEPC, they've received a letter of award for a 650 crore from Parmeshi Urja Limited in Kolkata. This is for a EPC contract of 133 megawatt of AC solar power project, and this would be in 26 locations covering 4 districts in Maharashtra. Marine Electricals, if we are talking about, they've received a 60 crore of an order from ACG Universal Capsule for supplying, installation and commissioning of power distribution system to be executed in 6 to 7 months. For the same purpose, they've also received an order from Gratis Energy Storage Solution Private Limited as well. Along with that, DC Development Hyderabad has also given them an order for the testing and commissioning of this power distribution system, order to be executed in next 3 months. Now, Waaree Energies, 2 orders that we are looking in these in last day. They have signed an executed power purchase agreement with Reva Ultras Mega Solar and MPPMCL, that is MP Power Management Company, for supply of 150 megawatt of solar power to MPPCL. Yesterday also, if we saw that the company had received a 599 megawatt of solar modules order. So these are a couple of counters and focus on the back of order wins.
Thank you so much, Anushi, for that. Avinash, I wanted to have your view on 2 companies. One is Sterlite Tech and SEPC.
Yeah, I think as far as SCPC is concerned, Varsha, see, I think clearly, I think, they have a very strong order book. I think the current order will add further, benefit to them. Most importantly, I think the company has turned around. It was a loss-making company a couple of years back, and with the kind of growth potential we find in the EPC business plus the existing order book business, my sense is that over the next couple of years, this could be a good, bet in the EPC space. I think a lot of turmoil had happened earlier, but now the new promoters have come in. They've given a lot of funding support, plus their product capability is now very well recognized. So I think it's a good medium term and a long term bet if one were to look at it from a longer term perspective. And as far as Sterlite Technology is concerned, I think the biggest issue the market wants from this company is execution. See, I think earlier also they had a very large order book, but unfortunately, optic fiber prices had corrected significantly in China. And even now, we don't know what's the real scenario on the optic fiber prices. But I think, wherever the pricing pressure comes in, the company has underperformed on the profitability side. They are one of the key players to have an integrated facility to make optic fibers. But unfortunately, this is a commodity based product. And when prices fall, their margins contract significantly. So I think, we'll have to wait and watch at least for another 1 quarter as to how the profitability shapes up. And then I think one can definitely take a call because prices have corrected sharply from the 52-week highs.
Right. Thank you so much for that view. And Osho, specifically on Sterlite Tech, the stock is up almost 14%. How are charts looking? Should investor book their profits?
See, overall, yes, today there has been a significant development on the positive side for the counter, but overall, I expect that the momentum should continue on the higher end. The next potential resistance is seen around the zone of 92 to 95. So that will be the resistance zone for the counter. Till now, I am expecting that the momentum should even continue for further short-term perspective, while on the lower end, there has been a significant upliftment on the support zone. So 80 to 78 is a kind of a very strong support zone for now, while on the higher end, 95 can be seen as the immediate target from a short-term point of view in this counter.
Right. So that's with regards to stocks which are buzzing on the back of an order win as well. But you have Power Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, who has announced that India will spend around 90,000 crore rupees to set up undersea power transmission lines for transfer of electricity to Saudi Arabia and UAE. Varsha, you've been tracking this sector pretty closely. And what does this mean in terms of for corporate India, and how will this entire system work?
Yeah, so Hiral, first of all, India is planning to invest 90,000 crore in undersea power links. Now what they're doing is the agreement has been signed to export 2 gigawatt of power to Saudi Arabia and UAE each. Now Saudi Arabia link will cost around 47,000 crore while UAE will be at 43,000 crore. Now overall, if you see, India met 241 gigawatt peak power demand in June 9, and total installed power capacity now stands at around 472 gigawatt, which is up from 249 gigawatt in 2014. Now overall, when we say that India has signed this, India will invest 90,000 crore, which are the companies which will be benefited from this, considering the links that will be the undersea power links. Now you have Power Grid Corporation, you have Larsen and Toubro, you have KC International, Bharat Heavy Electricals and Apar Industries, are some of the companies which will get benefited from this announcement. Well, let me go across to Avinash. Avinash, what are your views when it comes to this announcement, and fundamental view when it comes to Power Grid Corporation, L&T and KEC International as well?
I think Power Grid and KEC International definitely have been doing very well, and I think KEC has been, reporting a lot of strong fresh order points. This new development, Varsha, which is a very large opportunity, I think we'll have to see how companies gear up to this. But I think within that, I think KEC seems to be quite well positioned, and we might see some announcements from the company side. I think longer term, yes, this is a very big opportunity. It could drive a lot of fresh kind of earning growth for companies like Power Grid, KEC. So I think we'll have to wait and watch for some more clarity to come in. But I think even on the current order book, KEC International appears to be quite promising. Power Grid, obviously has a different core focus. But I think if they do decide to enter this business, I mean, clearly there would be a big opportunity for them to scale up this business. So I think net we are structurally positive. I think we'll have to wait for company-related announcements here to understand the impact and the size of the opportunity for these companies.
More details awaited. But moving on, one of the most anticipated IPOs may finally be approved soon. I'm talking about Tata Capital's $2 billion offer. Let's actually get in Charu, who's learning that the IPO may be on the verge of getting a green light. Charu, over to you.
Tata Capital's IPO bid is soon to get its green signal from the market regulator Securities and Exchange Board of India, as per the sources that spoke to NDTV Profit. As per the information that we have received, the file and the bid has gone to the top brass of the regulator, that is the chairperson himself, because of the important nature and the size of the IPO. Now this also has been told to us that the IPO approval is going to be coming in very soon, which is going to allow Tata Capital to keep its September deadline as set by RBI for the upper layer NBFCs to get their IPOs. Now this is a step that the RBI had taken to make the upper layer NBFCs more transparent and more compliant, and this $2 billion IPO, which is nearly about 17,200 crore rupees, is going to be coming out very soon.
Well, thank you so much, Charu, for that, and thank you, Avinash and Osho, for joining this conversation. Pleasure to have you. Well, this is all the time we have on this edition of the show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold
CDSL
for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Profit Job Trades. I'm your host Anushi Vakharia and with me is Puneet Zaveri. Puneet, in the last half an hour or so, we have seen markets seeing more bit of that weakness that we are looking at in terms of where the Nifty 50 is concerned. Cuts of around 0.64%. Now, currently, if you are looking at the levels at the day's low is what we are seeing for the markets. In the last half an hour or so, a steeper cut is what we are looking at. But let's see what is dragging the index down in terms of where the point contribution table is concerned. So if we are seeing that L&T, HDFC Bank under pressure, Infosys and M&M are some of the other names that we are seeing facing some of that pressure. While what is working out on the other side is something like Bajaj Finserv and Sun Pharma. They are up over trade, and Tech Mahindra and Wipro are other counters also which are supporting the Nifty index. But in terms of where the Nifty heat map is, let's take a look at that also. In fact, over here, what we are seeing is Bajaj Finserv right at the top, seeing gains of over 1.5%. Wipro, another counter, up over 1%. But what is not working out so well is something like Tata Tech, Mahindra and L&T, which are down about 2% in trade. In terms of where the Nifty Bank is concerned, that is also facing pressure in trade today, down about 0.6% or so. That is what we are seeing, down about 0.5% currently. So that's on benchmark indices. It's currently at the day's low is what we are looking at. But in terms of where the sectoral indices are concerned, let's pull out the sectoral chart as well. Nifty Media right at the top, 0.5% of gains. So Nifty Healthcare, Nifty Pharma seeing gains of over 0.2 to 0.4% as well. Nifty Realty down about 1.5%. Now, in the previous few sessions, that seen that this was one of the better performing indices, but from there on, it's facing that pressure. Nifty Energy also and Nifty Oil and Gas also down about 1.3%. So in terms of where the broader markets are concerned, Nifty mid cap 150 and small cap 250, deeper cuts over here. So benchmarks still outperforming the broader markets. If you are looking at cuts of over 1% almost, Nifty small cap 250 as well. In fact, let's look at the stock specific action that we are seeing. Let's pull out the BSE 500 chart to see which are some of the stocks in focus. Sterlite Tech right at the top, seeing gains of over 13%, and this is on the back of a significant order win of the company with the agreement with BSNL. Tanla Platforms, another counter, seeing gains of over 9.6%. This is on the consideration of a buyback which may happen, and the meeting is scheduled soon for the same. Other counters includes the likes of Rainbow Children Healthcare. Along with that, we are also looking at Eris Life Sciences and Sterling and Wilson up over 5% in trade as well. However, what is not working is CE Infosystem down about 8% in trade, and this is on the back of a block deal that we are seeing. Paytm is another counter, down about 6%. This is after the Finance Ministry's clarification on MDR rates. HPCL CRISIL also down about 4 to 5% each. So this is the overall trend that we are looking at in terms of whether benchmark and the broader market indices are concerned. But here's a view from Sandeep Tandon, CIO of Quant Mutual Fund, emphasizing the importance of strong fundamentals in investing. Let's hear his insights on navigating market challenges and focusing on disciplined, data-driven strategies.
If I have to look at very, very important in what background we are talking about. We are talking about a global turmoil sort of background where tariff war drama is going on, geopolitical noise or narrative is on the higher side. With that background, I will prefer to play domestic stories. Okay, so I'll very, very focus and believer that currently the large infra names will do very well. Okay, PSU is a theme which will come back in a big way, is already back in the game. We also like hospitality as a space. Then we like consumption names. Again, consumption is a very vague thing and very broad thing. So you have to identify individual stocks, not even sector, I think, because 2025 is about stocks, not about sector. You will, in the same sector, few stocks will do very well and few stocks will not do well. That's the reason I'm saying it's about stocks, things you 25. Energy as a theme, we remain very constructive. And maybe it's despite noise which is there about related to pharma, we think Indian pharma, India generic companies particularly, because US has no option but to buy US in generic from India. Okay, and hence we remain very constructive on pharmaceutical as a space.
Well, that was Sandeep Tandon on his view on India as well as the markets. But let me also welcome in Gaurang Shah, the Senior Vice President, Georgette Financial Services, joining us now. Gaurang, a very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in. Just let me ask you first on the markets, because we've seen a very sharp correction on the benchmark indices today. We'd spoken, at address in the morning that we need a very decisive push of over 25,000 to maintain that support. That hasn't happened. And that's largely because of a lot of fundamental factors. But my question to you is largely on, a couple of sectors, IT specifically, because we saw that FIs came in yesterday. The index longs have also gone up. How are you viewing the IT sector specifically? Do you see that now valuations have largely bottomed out?
Thank you, Puneet, for having me on the show. Good afternoon to all the viewers of NDTV Profit and to all of you all. Just a standard disclosure, recommendations would be a part of our research team views. Our company, Georgette or myself, we don't have any financial interest or investment interest, nor there is any conflict of interest. However, we give recommendations on similar lines to our clients. They might be having their investment position. To tell you about the markets, I think, look, we have tried a couple of times, Puneet, to cross over 25,200. But somehow, we have not been able to give a decisive close about 25,200. Every time we went there, even yesterday, if you actually go to see, even this morning, we went near that level. Yesterday, we went above those levels, but by the time we did wind up the trade, it was much below than the levels that we had in the opening part of the market. So somewhere there is a top-heavy feeling. Plus, along with that, overnight, there is a renewed threat in terms of Trump tariff tantrums, because he's made certain statements before 9th of July, which is the end day of that 90-day window period that was given by him to the rest of the world. Along with that, there is a spike up in crude oil prices and continued selling from the FIs. So I think all these triggers have actually led us to slip below 25,000. It would be interesting to see finally how we end the day, whether we are able to recoup the losses and give a close about 25,000. If not, then possibly 24,900 to 24,800 could be a reality. Tomorrow is Friday. So while your markets are range bound and there is selling pressure on the higher levels, but there is a lot that is happening, Puneet, as far as stock specific is concerned on the news flows. So we are still stuck in a range. And my view, Puneet, is that the longer time we spend between 24,800 to 25,100, 200, the strong base will make, which will help us to withstand the upside that we'll see in the future.
Okay, so that's in terms of where the markets are concerned. But in coming to stock-specific action, Paytm is one of the stocks that's in focus today. In fact, the stock is down over 6% after the Finance Ministry clarified that there are no plans to introduce merchant discount rate charges on UPI transactions. Harsh joins us with all the details on this.
Well, you had the Finance Ministry come out and clarify that MDR is completely off the table, which is a big negative, because Paytm in past con calls has suggested that MDR could really be a positive with regard to where the company and its profitability is concerned. They've spoken about how MDR could possibly come in 2025. The Finance Ministry unequivocally suggesting that MDR is completely off the table hurts those prospects altogether. Paytm had suggested that an MDR which could hit the top line or aid the top line of the company, could well flow through all the way till the bottom line, because it would be completely accretive to profitability. In terms of what the expectations were, there was a 5 to 8 basis points band in which MDR was expected, and that could impact Paytm's numbers, of course, positively had that been implemented. Also, you had a certain amount of a flow through in terms of that hitting the top line and going all the way to profitability. Clearly negative for a Paytm, and that's the reaction on the street as well.
Well, it's a clear signs of negative that we are seeing for Paytm, and that's why the stock is plunging in trade. Gaurang, want to understand your view on this counter.
So, Anushka, I think it's basically a news space driven knee-jerk reaction. Not to forget, we all know the history of Paytm, the issue price, the listing, and the downfall after that, and then a recovery. Of course, these news flows could possibly be an overhang from a short to medium term point of view. But not to forget, I think unified interface payment platforms are attracting a lot of people onto the platform. So it could face pressure in the near term. Would be interesting to see how the first quarter numbers pan out on fallback of this announcement.
Got the view, Gaurang. Just want to address one stock, Tanla Platforms. Reacting very positively today in trade, and that's after the company actually released to exchanges that the board is actually meeting on June 16th, which is a Monday, next Monday, to consider buyback. This will be Tanla's third such buyback in the last 5 years. And what's interesting is the buyback history of the company. Last was in 2022. The buyback was at 1,200 rupees per share, and comparing to the current market price of 677. Those investors who were, who sold out at that time, at least on this one metric, would be happy on this aspect. The buyback was of 170 crores, and that was almost 1% of the total, 1.04% of the total equity via tender offer. At that time as well, the buyback was actually at a premium of 66%. So interestingly, in 2020, the stock has actually collapsed, and because of the pandemic, the buyback was at 81 rupees worth 154 crores. At that time, 12% of the total equity was tendered via tender offer because the stock price had collapsed at that time. And again, the buyback was also at a 55% premium at that time as well. So it's going to be very interesting at what price do they come in at. But let me get in Gaurang as well. Gaurang, I'm not sure if you track the stock, a very small niche IT player, largely operating in the telecom space. But it's been very volatile. I think it made a low of almost 450 to 500 rupees recently. But it's actually fallen from the 2100 odd level. So it's been very volatile for investors. Any specific view that you have on Tanla if you track it?
So yes, the research team has a whole recommendation, Puneet. That's the disclosure from our side. As far as the buyback is concerned, I think buybacks, Puneet, are very short-term related triggers, depending upon which way the valuation come. Of course, we don't have clarity as far as the buyback's valuation is concerned, so that remains an unknown factor. If the buyback is at a premium compared to where the stock is trading in the cash market price, then it will definitely attract a short-term uptick, maybe reaching towards that level of the buyback announcement. And if it is at a discount, then definitely you will see a negative reaction. But more importantly, I think if you're a long-term investor, you should definitely look at the fundamentals and the opportunities and the numbers and the possibility of growth prospects into the future. And I think given the kind of services and platforms that Tanla operates in, it's a very niche category to a certain extent. And not giving too much of weightage to the buyback and the valuation, like I mentioned, our research team has a whole recommendation on the stock.
So hold is what we are looking for Tanla Platforms. But there are a couple of other stocks also which are buzzing in trade today on the back of block deals. Now you're talking about the likes of Asian Paints, something like a Zomato as well, which is in the second consecutive day that we are looking at a block deal on this counter. Down over 2% in trade today, and along with that, even C Info Systems is another stock where more than 5% of equity changed hands. The stock is reacting to that. It's down about 8%. Gaurang, coming to you on these three stocks, what's your view on these counters? Any of them that you track closely?
So, Anushri, C Info, I don't recollect whether we have a coverage, our research team has a coverage or not. But on Asian Paints that you mentioned, we have a reduced recommendation. I think the numbers over the last couple of quarters have been very disappointing. And there is, though we were optimistic some time back, despite of the increased competition coming in by niche and marquee names, but somehow the company has lost the kind of the direction of growth. We will review our stance from reduced to our next stance, depending about how the numbers are. On Zomato, that is eternal. Look, I mean, there are triggers or news flows since yesterday about Rapido coming into this quick service. Our sense, Anushri, is that both Swiggy and Zomato are very strong players. They have established themselves over the years very comfortably, especially with eternal disclosure. That is, Zomato, our research team has a coverage on the long side, on the positive side from a long-term point of view. Investments into dark stores, which was going to happen end of 2026 calendar December, is going to happen by December 2025. 2,000 dark stores is what we're given to understand. Penetration into areas and geographies which they are not yet present will definitely encourage them to get a larger market share and a wider subscriber base. So while short term, because of this competition coming in, and not only Rapido, I think you'll have many more names coming into quick commerce, but both these names are established players. And as I gave a disclosure on Zomato Eternal, our team has a positive coverage.
Okay, so that's the view for Zomato that we are looking at, along with C Infosystem and Asian Paints, wherein Gaurang spoke about how he has a reduced rating on the counter. But what is also in focus is also the real estate index. In fact, today if we see, it's one of the worst performing sectors where it's concerned, where it's down about almost 2%. Now, however, if you look at brokerages, they continue to remain constructive on the space. Jefferies, they talked about the FY26 outlook, wherein they are seeing 22% of our sales growth. This is on the back of launch pipeline that we are looking at. If we go back to see FY25, it was weaker in terms of where the launches were concerned. This was on account of approval delays which had taken place. So that is one factor that we should consider. Along with that, what could be a boost for this realty index is also the rate cuts, which is expected to improve demand in terms of where the midterm and the affordable housing segments are concerned. So this is despite the recent rally that we've seen. Property stocks will continue to gain on the basis of that. Even in terms of valuation, if we see, they are in line with the 5-year NAV premiums which are there. Jefferies have said that their preferred picks remain DLF, Godrej Properties and Lodha. While if you look at Morgan Stanley, they have also cited that despite the 20% rally seen in the past month, improvement in overall customer sentiments and liquidity would continue to support this sector going forward. In fact, developers also remain confident on the residential market volumes, along with the pricing outlook which is there. Rate cuts would be another boost, as even the Jefferies note cited out for some of these developers in the affordable and the mid segment that we are looking at. Gaurang, coming to you on the overall real estate space, what is your outlook here? Which are some of your favorite picks in this space?
So, Anushri, despite the regulation and discipline coming into real estate sector, this still remains a high beta sector, unfortunately. Whenever the markets are in good shape, they will lead the markets from the front, and whenever you have correction coming in, they will lead on the downside as well. Having said that, our team is positive on the sector real estate. There is also a possibility of the rate cuts translating into loan book growth for housing finance companies, because the AMIs will go down, affordability has moved on to the next level. DLF, Godrej Properties, I think Persistent Systems, I beg your pardon, Prestige Estates, these are some of the names which our fundamental team have a positive coverage.
That's a view that we are seeing for the Nifty Realty Index. But what is also in focus is the auto sector, and this is amid all these rare earth impact on the auto sector. Let's shift our focus on the auto space, but with a different perspective, how monsoon affects the auto sector. Puneet had earlier shared a detailed report on the same.
Definitely, we've looked at the past few years and the data for that, how the above normal monsoon years, essentially, which was 2020, 2022 and 24, have actually impacted the auto sector. And if there is any correlation, then we are going to look at that very quickly. First, of course, as these were the 3 years. We've taken the last 10 years data and looked at these 3 years also specifically at post-industry trends. The key aspect is the outperformance that we saw, especially in the last year, 75%, and it was one of the biggest years for auto in terms of sales, as well as strong financial performance for the company. company. So here it is. Post that, we've seen there are three key aspects how the above normal monsoon helps sales growth. One is of course the uptick in rural demand because of higher income. We also see higher kharif sowing, which helps farmers get ahead of the season, and also in a good season where the monsoons are good as well as the plantations have been very recent, we see additional income for farmers as well as everyone associated with this environment to get benefited and lead to purchases, also get premium vehicles going forward. When you look at some of the key aspects and impact of the company's stock performance in this particular time frame, we've seen an increased trend, especially in the last year, where M&M as well as Tata Motors were the biggest gainers, followed by someone like a Maruti Suzuki. The trend was also visible in 2020 during that time when the above normal monsoon was coming. Could have some impact because of the pandemic and the stock price correction, but the stock prices reflect that there is a correlation. When you also look at some of the key segments that stand to gain very quickly, and these are for the other companies, similar trend in both the years as well. For someone like in the two-wheeler space, there's of course a lot of direct benefit for the entry-level motorcycle brands. We see, we've highlighted some of the key ones for across players, Hero, Bajaj, and TVS. Similarly, in the four-wheeler space as well as the other key segments, let's go across that too very quickly as well. In three-wheelers, we see these are the key brands which get impacted for these specific companies. Within tractors as well, we've seen M&M, Escorts as well as Sonalika, which is unlisted, but all three get a strong pivot because of this. On the passenger vehicle side as well as the LCVs, which is the light commercial vehicles, we see brands like, for M&M specifically, Bolero is one of the biggest sellers in the rural market as an SUV. There is no direct competition as well, so one of the key benefits is there. While for Maruti, we see a strong pivot in the entry-level cars. Finally, in terms of LCVs, also smaller commercial vehicles, we've seen both Tata Motors and Ashok Leyland have an increased focus on this small market where they weren't present as much. We see Mahindra very actively in that space. So definitely a key winner there. In terms of the revenue growth, and here is where it gets interesting, because across the last 3 years, we've seen a strong pivot in terms of revenue growth for all companies. Mahindra and Mahindra being one of the biggest one, but look at Maruti as well. All 3 years, the company has done very well in terms of above normal monsoon rain years, essentially. Something like an Ashok Leyland also positive pivot in FY22 as well as FY24. Let's look at the other list as well for two-wheeler specifically, because here as well, we see a strong correlation for someone like a TVS as well as Bajaj Auto in terms of revenue growth, both in 22 as well as in 2024. Finally, in terms of how that has translated, into profits as well specifically, we've seen an increased trend in the last year specifically for these players. For both Hero as well as Bajaj Auto as well as TVS, someone in the last couple of years has been a very, very strong pivot. Finally, just to end this discussion, how does the FY26 look like in terms of above normal monsoon? We've seen strong revenue guidance coming in from brokerages, estimating 3 key winners. We've seen Maruti and M&M being one of the biggest ones in terms of revenue growth, but we've also seen someone like Bajaj Auto actually start getting that positive pivot from brokerages because of its realignment of its portfolio as well. So these are some of the key aspects that we put together for monsoon as well as the auto sector, and data does reflect that there is some correlation there.
Okay, thank you for that detailed breakdown, Puneet. But shifting focus, government reduced the basic customs duty on crude sunflower, soya bean and palm oils from 20% to 10%, increasing the duty gap with refined oils to 19.25%. Now, this move aims to encourage domestic refining and ease inflation. My colleague Mahima joins us with more details on this.
Government has halved the basic custom duty on your edible oils, and that has been reduced from 20% to 10% now. So the effective duty now will be at 16.5% against a duty of 27.5% earlier. India imports more than 50% of edible oils for their domestic requirement. Now, in terms of what this means for importers who import these edible oil, of course, first this will discourage imports of finished goods. This will safeguard the overall interest of domestic refineries and help reduce domestic prices and benefit consumers as well. India is one of the largest importers of edible oil worldwide, and it imports edible oil from Malaysia, Indonesia as well as Singapore. Now, this will majorly impact FMCG companies because FMCG companies use edible oil as one of the key raw materials. It can be used in making of chocolate, biscuits, cosmetics, soaps, washing powder, etc. And palm oil can make up to 20% of the total raw material in terms of various products as well. In terms of what this means for FMCG companies, going down of basic custom duty means that raw material prices will get lowered, and hence this will have a positive impact on margin for FMCG companies. Now, a few companies to name specifically, HUL imports palm oil from their wholly owned subsidiary of Indonesia, and for Nestle it sources, so Nestle and Colgate will have less impact because Nestle sources 90% of their edible oil locally and Colgate sources completely from India. But some possible names also that could see impact include Dabur, Imami, Jyoti Labs as well as Godrej Consumer.
Okay, thank you for that, Mahima. Gaurang, coming to you on this cut that we are looking in terms of where the edible oil prices are. Want to get your outlook and which are some of the stocks that would be in focus. Of course, Mahima highlighted some, but want to get your perspective as well.
Well, so I think good monsoon also plays a large contribution for volume growth from semi-urban and rural India. Along with that, you have a push coming in from metros, tier 1, tier 2 cities. So the team is positive on the FMCG sector. There are a whole host of names, right from ITC to HUL to Tata Consumer, Godrej Consumer, Nestle, Britannia, Marico, Dabur, to name a few. And, our sense is that the input cost, especially with respect to palm oil, has a larger component in terms of, profit margins. So if you have a lower input cost in terms of palm oil, your profit margins tend to contribute to a higher extent. So if this is the reality for a longer period of time, then I think FMCG sector could do a little bit better.
Got that, Gaurang. Gaurang, we leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining in, giving us your views on a whole host of stock. But that's all the time we have on this edition of Profit Top Trades. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Market Close. I'm Harsh Saita. We're looking at Nifty levels slightly slipping. We're down around 1% or so in trade. You can see that bit of a slip up we've seen. We're around 250 odd points lower. We're well below the 25k mark now. We've not been able to hold that. And from the highs of the day, we've slipped quite considerably, over 300 points from the high of the day that we clocked right at the start of the day of trade. So some bit of tepidness concern creeping in where the index is concerned. Let's look at the heat map. That'll also give us the breadth and thereafter the contributors. It's an extremely weak day in terms of breadth. Bajaj Finserv is the one shining star at up 1% or so on a day like this. But outside of that, there's plenty of pressure. Nearly 28 odd stocks declining 1% plus in trade today. So you're seeing pressure across the board. The top losers, the Tata stocks, Tata Motors, Tata Steel are the two which are down nearly 3%. You're also seeing a Tata Consumer which is down 2%, a Titan also down 2%. So some Tata stocks dominating at least the losers. A Trent is sitting also 10th from bottom at 2% lower in trade. So it's not shaping up to be a good day. Let's look at the contributors as well, and the contributors will likely have some heavyweights, at least on the red side: HDFC, Infi, RIL. So the three heavyweights sitting on the red, very few in terms of gainers. It's essentially just the breadth which is causing the decline. It's not one or two stocks which are really moving the market. It's the breadth which is looking weak on the Nifty 50. Let's look at the breadth in the broader markets now. The overall market breadth. There you go. It's just weakened as we speak as well and continues to. We just have about 500 advances for 1700 declines. So it's a 3:1. In favor of the declines. It's a bit of a bear grip that we are in. Let's look at the mid cap and small cap indices as well. And the Nifty mid cap is down 1.3, and you can see that slip quite sharp, and the Nifty small cap index 1.25% lower. So that slip there too is quite sharp. The Nifty Bank relatively outperforming, but still down over 0.5% in trade as well. I want to look at, now 0.75% lower. So we're 0.8% lower on the Nifty Bank, and we're slipping there as well. That last spike that you see. Let's look at all the sectors. And that'll also give us some amount of flavor. The Nifty IT index is down 0.8, the banking index, so those two heavyweights sitting well in the red. The PSU banking index is down 1%, but where's the real pain? Realty is down 2, defense is down 1.5, auto is down 1.6. Those are some of the marked indices which are not doing very well. 1.3% lower on the FMCG index as well. So some bit of pain. Great day to take perspective, right, as to what's happening. Is this a pause? Are we going to see a prolonged, very restricted weeks of trade going forward? What can we expect? Let's bring in Kush Bora to give us that perspective. Kush, tell us what's happening today. What are your views, and what are the levels now that you're looking for? Because we've slipped 300 points from the highs. Is this a concern?
Hi, Harsh. First of all, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I'm sure it seems like a much deeper concern, but I would perhaps reckon this is more of the expiry effect that is playing out. If you see, the PCRs also already slipped below 0.7. Some of the stocks that we were looking at for shorting as shorting candidates haven't really had that kind of a volume spike. So the shorting is also happening on relatively lower volumes. All of it put together, I suppose this is more of a near to a medium-term buying opportunity. 24,800, 25,000 is the level or the support zone that we've been referring to. It's come down today rather drastically. Again, as I said, could be more of the expiry effect. But as long as 24,800 is held, I think this near-term downtick, this sharp downturn that you're seeing today might just turn out to be a buying opportunity. So not too disturbed by it. We were seeing some sort of a resistance and consolidation, some days with positive bias, some days with mildly negative. Today it's given way. What's also happened, and I think it's good in a way, and I think we did discuss this, a couple of sessions ago, which is the small and the mid cap segment of the market, which had heated up quite a bit and were due for a correction. We're seeing that today, yesterday, also a glimpse of that. This is actually a very healthy sign. This is not a market that has run up just one way and you want it to be so overheated that it gives it up all in one go. This correction, this profit booking is healthy. I think we're setting up for the next leg of up move on this mid side of the market as well, and the Nifty and the Bank Nifty.
So does the bottom come today in your opinion, Kush, or is there still more to go?
It's very difficult to call, but I will still say that 24,800, that being the level, as long as that is held, for me, this near-term dip will be a consolidation phase only with a negative bias. Even now, if you see, for the expiry that's happening today, 25,000 had a good strong put base, but that's been taken out. So perhaps these put writers have been taken to the cleaners. 24,800 has the next strong put base. So I will watch for that level. If that is that is intact, that is maintained, then in all likelihood, you see some sort of a rebound, perhaps late today, perhaps even tomorrow.
Okay, I want to quickly point out to the bottom of your screen, there seems to have been a plane crash in Ahmedabad as per NDTV network, and we're of course awaiting further details. It's happened in the Meghani area of Ahmedabad. No real details as of now, but we'll keep you posted on that, but not looking too good, at least from what I read. But we'll keep you posted on that. Kush, let me quickly come back to you. So, what are your picks therefore in this market?
So I am still going with two long calls. So maybe the viewers can perhaps adjust the stop loss a little if factoring for volatility. But other than that, both calls on the long side. Max Healthcare is one stock. We've seen a good up move on this one. 1200, 1190. That's been a bit of a resistance zone for the most part of the session today. It's held above that, and even now as we speak, hovering around that level. So relative strength apparent. 1256, 1296 are your targets on the upside. 1176 is where you place that stop loss. The other one is Signature Global. This too, did hold up for the most part of the session. It's just in the last 10 odd minutes that it's just given up some gains. But overall, I think the trend for this one is fairly positive. 1395 is the second target on the upside. 1265 is where you place that stop loss. As I said, viewers who either already hold it or are initiating can perhaps adjust for volatility, the stop loss. But other than that, the near and the medium term trend is positive for Signature Global as well.
Kush, I wonder what the view on the Nifty Bank is. Do you believe that there is some opportunity sitting there? Because the last when we spoke, you were more bullish on the Nifty Bank than the Nifty. Now with this around percent shaved off, what's the sense like?
So Harsh, this is a culmination of what the constituents are doing, and ICICI and HDFC Bank both put together, I think hold more than 50%, about 55% weightage, if I'm not wrong, for HDFC Bank for Bank Nifty. And we were talking about how both these banks are close to resistance levels, seeing some sort of profit booking. So that's the kind of effect that you're seeing play out on Bank Nifty right now. Major support for this one comes in at 55,500. But the good thing is that HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank both are now coming close to their support zones. So maybe if there is one more round of a mild downside and Bank Nifty holds 55,500, then now actually I would turn more constructive on the Bank Nifty. Some profit booking was expected. That's happened. As I said, the major constituents are also coming close to support zones. The PSU Bank is not really participating as much, and that could perhaps limit some sort of an upside. But the trend will turn positive once ICICI Bank and HDFC Bank stabilize, and that could perhaps happen in a session or two, given that they're already close to support zones.
Okay, any opportunities, Kush, from an expiry day perspective, either on the index, any particular way to play it in your opinion on a day like this?
I think you're referring to something what they call as the hero zero trade on the street. I suppose if that's what you're asking in particular. Not a big fan, but if at all, I would actually take a contra bet. But right now, the way things stand, they aren't giving me that comfort because we're close to the low point of the day. There was one recovery attempt just at the start of the show, but that's been given into, that's fizzled out. But yeah, I would perhaps maybe through the show, if the signs point towards that, perhaps suggest long call on Nifty or the bank Nifty. But I would be a contrarian buyer from the expiry perspective for the last hour and a half that is remaining. Just now, I wouldn't initiate a trade because the indices, both of them, are closer to the low point of it.
Okay, so Kush, you're with us. So we'll of course keep quizzing you, and it's a good day to have you. So we'll continue to do that. But let's bring on board Jigar Mistry, who's the co-founder Buoyant Capital, to bring in more views, more perspectives, especially from a fundamental perspective. Welcome, Jigar. Good chatting. Good afternoon. Give us your quick take. This rally that we've seen in markets, of course, today the cool off, but if we were to just zoom out, it's been a very, very strong rally that we've seen. What do you make of it? And how are you placed at this point? Are you sitting on cash? Are you fully deployed? What's the sense?
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting to your show, Harsh.
Not at all, pleasure, sir.
So I think you sort of zoom back a little more, if I may, and then look at sort of what is really driving this rally, especially starting post-COVID, right? So if you took each and every listed entity and multiplied it with the retail ownership, the total of that number was something like 16 lakh crores, 16 trillion INR at the bottom of the markets during COVID in March 2020. However, in the run-up to September 2024, that number ballooned to a whopping 67 trillion INR, 67 lakh crores. Retail as a cohort have generated a wealth in excess of 50 lakh crores in those 4 odd years, predominantly from the small and mid cap. And although it sounds like a very big number, the true extent of it is revealed when you juxtapose this to say what the total, say, India's saving is, right? So as a country, whatever we save in real estate, gold, silver, equity, debt market, and bank deposit, that total last year was something like 14 lakh crore. So there are like 40 crore Indians who save, say, 14 lakh crore. There are 2 crore active demat account holder that generated a whopping 50 lakh crores in wealth under 4 years, predominantly from the small and micro cap space. And many of them started believing that there is this new casino in town, right? They started pumping money into a lot of small cap funds, a lot of small cap illiquid, low free float stocks. And that started resulting into a very large divergence between your fundamentals and share price movement. At the peak of September 24, the earnings in the small cap universe were tracking something like 14% CAGR for 3 years, whereas the share prices was compounding at almost 26%. So there was a 12% sort of, for the lack of a better word, froth that got built up, multiplied by 3 years, so 30-35% froth. And with the markets correcting about 20-25% from September to Feb, a large part of that got taken care of. However, now coming to your question, from Feb, it appears like a lot of these animal instincts are back, and a lot of this activity is still happening into stocks where the free float is apparently much lower. And I think the end to this, again, will be very similar to what sort of we saw during the September 24 to Feb 25 onslaught. My other sense, obviously, is also that, the sort of volatility around the mean is going to increase dramatically. And therefore, if you are just following a buy and hold approach, it is going to be increasingly difficult for a lot of investors to then start and take cognizance of the fact that cycles are taking over and those cycles are sort of playing out in extra time. So the sense is that, yes, we are getting a little ahead of fundamentals again, and we should brace for some amount of impact as we go ahead.
All right. Jigar, I completely take your point, and thank you for that. But I'm going to have to pause you there because I'm going to quickly refer to the flashes at the bottom of the screen, and we are breaking this. All roads have been closed. There's been a plane crash in Ahmedabad, in Meghani Nagar in Ahmedabad, and this is an Indian commercial plane, it seems. We need to, of course, more details are awaited. but it seems like it's a serious plane crash which has happened. It's not frankly looking very good. We're obviously awaiting more details and we'll get you visuals as soon as we can. But this is the big breaking which is happening at this point. There you go. You have visuals there in front of you on your screen. At least it doesn't look very good. Looking at the screen, it's just a black cloud of smoke which is rising. Of course, it's an Indian plane, likely, and we're of course awaiting more. It's an Air India plane which has crashed. So it's an Indian plane. Fire brigade cops are rushing to the area of the crash. It's happened in Ahmedabad. Okay, let's Tamanna also joining me
yeah,
for
we'll just
this.
go across to NDTV 24/7 for more details on what's happening right now. Let's just get a sense of this massive story. 200 plus passengers on board. Cut across to our sister channel NDTV 24/7 and come back with more on this. Okay, what we know so far that this is a flight coming in from London and has crashed near the airport. There could be up to 200 people on board. We're awaiting more details. It seems like a fairly large incident which has taken place. Let's go across to NDTV for more.
From Ahmedabad, of the Air India Airlines, but that will be needed to get confirmed first. And if that is the case, then it becomes a massive tragedy because there's a possibility of it having, hundreds of people, more than 100 people on board, and the status of those people becomes very crucial to know. We know that a flight was scheduled from Ahmedabad to London at around 1:15 p.m. and that does match the time on when exactly this accident took place. And if that is the case, in all probability, then this might have happened before the plane took off. For London or for Europe, but that is we'll need to wait and watch out for what exactly is the official confirmation from Air India. But from the visuals, as and when we can see that a huge number of ambulances have been stacked outside the airport or the IGP complex in Ahmedabad, and people have been rushed out of the airport. Of course, when you look at the visuals, there is some sort of a movement that you can see amongst people. So it seems that many of them are severely injured, but knowing what exactly is the status with the number of casualties is going to be a major concern and the priority of the authorities there. And as we've said earlier, this incident took place from 1:20 to 1:45 p.m., which is just half an hour before now. And as soon as it came out, the local authorities were alerted about that. At least 3 fire brigade vehicles rushed to the spot from the close by stations, and the rest are also on their way. Police convoys and police security personnel also made sure that they rushed from different stations to that particular airport to understand what the details are. While we are still yet to get confirmed information on what exactly was the status of the flight, and which airline is in question as far as this tragedy is concerned, what has become clear is that there were people involved, civilian airline or cargo airline. There were people involved, as gets confirmed from the visuals, and they were quickly the authorities or the locals.
My colleague Radhika, go ahead with the information that you have, just for the benefit of our viewers. This is a major plane crash which has taken place just beyond Ahmedabad airport. Reports suggest it's a major international airliner on a flight which could have been between Ahmedabad and the London area, possibly London Gatwick Airport. We are waiting for information on this. The images on the right-hand side of your screen right now show the injured being taken to airport, a massive smoke plume, I believe, at the end of the runway. Is this a crash which has taken place on takeoff? That's what we're trying to find out at this juncture. We are reaching out repeatedly to our Air India sources, but we are not getting this information at the moment on a confirmed basis, and it really would help if we get information on what exactly has taken place. But Radhika, go ahead with the information that you have.
That's right. We have basic information at this point, Vishnu. Air India plane crashing in Gujarat, Meghani area. This is near Ahmedabad airport, and the preliminary information is that it was during the takeoff. Because we're seeing visuals of the plane crash site that is being shared by several locals there that shows thick willow smoke emanating from the area. As you've been pointing out, 242 people were aboard the flight is the information that we are getting, and the Air India flight was bound for London, and the incident took place shortly after takeoff at the Ahmedabad airport. So that's the basic information we are getting, and people are being taken to the hospital with all the authorities in place at this point at the airport is the information that we're getting. Air India, there was a Boeing Dreamliner 787 craft. It had a capacity of 300 passengers is what we are being told. It was going to London. It had a lot of fuel. There is a possibility that casualty could be high at this point, but the basic information we're getting is that this plane crash happened when it was about to take off or when it had just taken off. But of course, as we pointed out, we are awaiting official details from the airline.
All right, so the information that we are now, we are waiting for confirmation from Air India. All we need is a statement on record. Is this an Air India flight which has gone down? Is this an Air India Boeing 787 which has crashed? Has this crash taken place at the end of the runway when this Boeing 787 Dreamliner on a service between Ahmedabad and London Gatwick Airport went down? There is a lot of information coming in now. We are tracking this on flight radar as well. We are again waiting for Air India to come out with a statement. Is this the flight? Because sources are indicating that this could be a major incident involving Air India. It is time for the airline to either come on record and say this is false news or that this is correct. I have reached out to Indigo, who have confirmed that all of their aircraft are safe at this juncture. We've also been trying to track Flight Radar 24. It does indicate AI 171 on a flight from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick Airport. That's one of the London airports, the airports in the London area, was on the runway, and at the end of that, it's unclear what exactly happened. Another data track indicates that the aircraft had just about taken off, but then went down. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner, one of the most reliable aircraft anywhere in the world, extremely safe. We're going to have to do a track to see if there have been previous crashes or very serious fatal incidents involving the Dreamliner. Some reports suggest that there may have been more than 200 passengers on board this particular aircraft. We are going to be responsible with this, but at this juncture, we are trying to understand which airline was involved. All right, let's go across to my colleague Deepak, who has more details at this stage.
भी हो सकते हैं, और बहुत बड़ी बात ये आ रही है कि इसमें कुछ वीआईपी भी सवार थे, तो अभी वो चेक किया जा रहा है कि कौन से वीआईपी इस प्लेन में जा रहे थे। तो काफी अफरा तफरी का माहौल है। गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल पूरे प्रोग्राम कैंसिल करके अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट के लिए रवाना हो गए हैं। अहमदाबाद के पुलिस कमिश्नर जीएस मलिक, म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर बच्चानिधि पानी ऑन द स्पॉट पे है। रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जारी है। काफी सारे लोग हताहत हुए हैं, काफी सारे लोगों को इंजरी हुई है, जिसको अहमदाबाद की हॉस्पिटल में भर्ती कराया गया है। ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन की राह देखी जा रही है, लेकिन एकदम कंफर्म हो गया है कि पतंजलि फ्लाइट क्रैश हुई है। 242 से ज्यादा पैसेंजर्स थे, और एक जो बड़ी बात सामने उभर कर आ रही है, जिसका कंफर्मेशन लेना बाकी है, एक बहुत सारे वीआईपी लोग भी इस प्लेन में सवार थे। अभी कौन वीआईपी लोग थे, क्या है, उसकी ऑफिशियल इंफॉर्मेशन की वेट कर रहे हैं। जी
दीपक, हमारे सहयोगी बता रहे हैं कि बड़ा प्लेन हादसा जो हुआ है अहमदाबाद में, उससे जुड़ी हुई अच्छी खबरें अभी तक नहीं सामने आई हैं। एयर इंडिया का ये विमान था AI 171, जो कि अहमदाबाद से लंदन की उड़ान पर था। अहमदाबाद से एयरपोर्ट से उड़ान भरते ही विमान क्रैश हो गया। अहमदाबाद के मेघानी नगर के रिहायशी इलाके में क्रैश हुआ है। इसमें कुल मिलाकर 242 यात्री सवार थे, और ये विमान अहमदाबाद से लंदन की उड़ान पर था। 1:55 पर इस विमान ने उड़ान भरी, और कुछ ही मिनटों के भीतर ये विमान हादसे का शिकार हो गया, और अहमदाबाद के मेघानी नगर इलाके में ये विमान गिरा। तस्वीरें आपके सामने हैं, प्लेन क्रैश साइट की तस्वीरें, जहां धुएं का गुबार उठता हुआ दिख रहा है। ये दूसरी तस्वीर अस्पताल की है, जहां पर इमरजेंसी सेवाओं को हाई अलर्ट पर रखा गया है। मौके पर फायर ब्रिगेड और तमाम पुलिस के अधिकारी।
All right, so at this juncture and in the absence of an official statement from Air India that we are waiting for, it is our responsibility to report the news. And at this juncture, we are reporting this as a major crash of an Air India Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight, which had taken off from Ahmedabad Airport. It was en route to London Gatwick Airport, AI 171, as I understand it, when it crashed shortly after takeoff from Ahmedabad Airport. There are believed to have been more than 200 passengers on board. This is a horrific situation which is now emerging upon us. It is a very major crash of an Air India aircraft, the first in the longest time that I can remember. Remember, there have been instances involving Air India Express, but a wide-body aircraft of Air India, this is the first instance that I can recall for several decades of this. Now, the aircraft took off at approximately 1:17 p.m. and as I understand it, it had just about crossed 800 feet when it actually went down. This is an Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London. The incident took place near Ahmedabad Airport. Flight Radar 24 has this information in terms of a visual of the data plot of this particular crash, and the aircraft did reach a certain altitude but then plummeted to the ground shortly after. It was approximately at an altitude of 625 feet and with a ground speed of 174 knots, which is the last recorded intro that we have. My colleague Deepak Rajani joins us at this stage. दीपक, ये कंफर्म है इस वक्त कि ये एयर इंडिया का फ्लाइट था अहमदाबाद से लंदन गैटविक तक?
यस, बिल्कुल विष्णु, ये 2 घंटे पहले की घटना है। मेघानी नगर करके जो रिहायशी इलाका था उसमें लंदन जाने वाली फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ होने के बाद क्रैश हो गई है। अहमदाबाद वालों ने ये दूसरा प्लेन हादसा देखा है। पहले 3 में भी अहमदाबाद में इस प्लेन का हादसा हुआ था, आज ये दूसरा है। सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि ये प्लेन लंदन जा रहा था और उसमें बहुत सारी बड़ी बात ये आ रही है कि पूर्व सीएम विजय रूपानी भी इस प्लेन में होने की बातें आ रही है। अभी तक कंफर्म नहीं हो रहा है क्योंकि विजय रूपानी के रिलेटिव्स लंदन में रहते हैं, तो किसी ने ये बात आशंका जताई है कि शायद विजय रूपानी भी इस प्लेन में थे। अभी तक कंफर्म नहीं हुआ है, तो बहुत सारे वीआईपी भी इस प्लेन में होने की बातें आ रही है। 242 से भी ज्यादा लोग इस प्लेन में सवार थे। कितने लोग हताहत हुए हैं, बहुत सारे लोगों को अहमदाबाद के अस्पताल में भी भेजा गया है, तो सारी इंफॉर्मेशन अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। विष्णु।
All right, let's go straight across to Shiv Arur, who also joins us at this stage. Shiv, I've got a couple of images which are coming in very, very soon of this. But AI 171, a Boeing 787 Dreamliner service on a flight from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, more than 200 passengers on board. It's been a while since we've got some details, since we've heard back from Air India. They said they would confirm this incident. They haven't gotten back. These are some images which we've got at this stage, which I posted on the group, which have been sent to me by reliable sources, but we are waiting for more information. One of the pictures that we have on the left-hand side of the screen shows a part of the fuselage of the aircraft on the top of a building. The aircraft didn't evidently clearly gain height upon takeoff. This is a regular service of an Air India Boeing 787 between Ahmedabad and London, at Gatwick Airport, one of the major airports in the London area. Shiv Arur with us at this stage. Shiv, we don't have him at this stage. The flight took off at approximately 1:17 p.m. We're trying to get more details on this. Now, the Boeing 787, Air India operates more than 25 of these. Many more are being acquired. A handful of these aircraft recently acquired from Vistara as well, which has joined the Air India fleet. This is a regular flight. It takes off at shortly after 1 p.m. Some reports, according to my colleague Deepak reporting out of Ahmedabad, suggest that there may have been a former chief minister as well on board that aircraft. We are not confirming that at this stage. There are images of people being taken to hospital. As you can see over there, we do not know about their condition, but if there are some images over there which indicate that there are survivors in this case. Let's go across to Shiv Arur at this stage. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, images still coming in right now from hospitals, and we need to be extremely careful and sensitive as we report this developing story because concrete details of casualties, survivors, etc. are not in just yet from Air India. We do have a confirmation that this was Air India flight 171 that took off at 1:17 p.m. From the Ahmedabad airport, and according to open source details from Flight Radar, this aircraft may have crashed from an altitude of about 825 feet, which is substantial, and that explains the huge plume of smoke that we're seeing. No word in just yet officially, obviously, from the hospitals because they're currently in an emergency situation, probably and very likely receiving survivors or burn victims and possibly casualties as well. At this point of time, the emergency response has kicked in full force, as you can imagine, both at the airport, at the site of the crash, and the peripheral areas from where there will be a cordon placed so that the area can be fully sanitized for relief and rescue of those who may have survived this horrific crash. Now remember, 242 people on board this Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner passenger jet carrying 242 passengers from Ahmedabad to London. It was supposed to land at about 6 p.m. this evening, India time, crashed about 15 to 20 minutes after takeoff is what we're hearing, not very far from the airport. The circumstances under which the aircraft came down, not clear at this time yet, Vishnu, as you know, and you've reported on air tragedies extensively. Those details will only obviously come out a little later, but we are awaiting details both from Air India as well as the civil aviation authorities on what may have gone so horribly wrong. Apocalyptic pictures coming in from Ahmedabad at this time of that enormous plume of smoke, which definitely aligns with the fact that this plane went down from a substantial altitude. It did take off. It didn't take off immediately. It didn't crash immediately after takeoff, but it did go down after at least a few minutes after it had gained a certain degree of altitude. Details on casualties awaited, Vishnu.
Right, so Shiv, that's the information where I'm trying to get a little bit more detail. My understanding of what happened is that this took place shortly after takeoff. The aircraft may not have gained very much altitude. The fact that we are seeing injured people in hospital, some of them appear to be okay, indicates that prima facie there appear to be survivors in this case. We've got more footage which is coming in. Can we please have that footage up on the screens at this juncture? What I can tell our viewers at this stage, and it's been a while now, are awaiting an official statement or any statement from Air India. The information is as follows. AI 171. Okay, an Air India statement has come right now. I'm just going to read out that Air India statement. Flight AI 171 operating Ahmedabad, London Gatwick was involved in an incident today, the 12th of June 2025. At this moment, we are ascertaining the details and will share further the updates on the Air India handle as soon as possible. So this is confirmed now, Shiv, and we can break this officially. AI 171 involved in a crash, Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, today the 12th of June. The flight crashed shortly after takeoff. There are differing accounts of the altitude which it reached and the airspeed that it reached, but the crash took place shortly, a short distance away from the airport premises. A very major tragedy, and as we understand it, more than 200 passengers on board. Shiv.
42 passengers is the number that we have right now. This official statement coming in from Air India suggesting that they are still gleaning information, about the condition in which the aircraft went down, all of those specifics. But the overwhelming focus and priority right now, obviously, Vishnu, is on rescue and relief. And there are some glimpses that are coming in from hospitals in Ahmedabad depicting this initial moment of emergency response where survivors, and we hope there are a large number of survivors, if not all, but the pictures tell a very, very disturbing story about what may have happened to this aircraft. Minutes after takeoff is a pretty vulnerable time for an aircraft. There could be many different theories about what may have happened. We won't get into those until we have concrete details here on NDTV. We've got eyes on the ground, dramatic pictures suggesting that this didn't happen very, very far from the airport, like you've been reporting first, Vishnu, as well. That's something obviously went catastrophically wrong with the aircraft. Any number of theories are possible, but we are getting more images right now. We understand that there will be another statement very shortly once there is a count and some data before the professionals attending to this. And these are those first pictures from the crash site itself with emergency first responders.
That I have at this juncture, based on a preliminary reading of Flight Radar 24, is that this particular aircraft reached a speed of 180 knots, but the altitude itself was, the barometric altitude was not very much. It was possibly less than 1,000 feet when it actually went down. It went down at an altitude, it went down with an airspeed, I beg your pardon, with an altitude of perhaps even a few hundred feet at this stage. In fact, it could be, 625 feet with a ground speed of 174 knots is the information that we have at this juncture. That is the altitude that the aircraft managed to get to when it went down. Now that would have been moments of flying for an aircraft to actually reach this particular altitude. 625 feet, a ground speed of 174 knots, AI-171. The scheduled departure of this flight was 1:10 p.m. The estimated departure 1:38 p.m. This is live imagery coming in that shows firefighters in action. A Boeing 787-800 Dreamliner aircraft. The estimated departure time was 1:38 p.m. It reached approximately 174 knots in terms of its takeoff speed, and then shortly after taking off from the airport, it went down. We are trying to get a few more details of the exact data on this, but on the basis of what I am seeing at this juncture in terms of this brief flight, the airspeed, the ground speed of the aircraft was approximately 180 knots, but it barely rose in terms of altitude. It would have been less than 1,000 feet, perhaps just a few hundred feet when it went down. Now, Air India, in just the last little while, has confirmed this incident. We are told that there are more than 200 passengers on board. Air India has not confirmed the number of passengers at this juncture, but what we can tell you is that I'm going to read out that statement from Air India at this stage. Flight AI-171 operating Ahmedabad, London, Gatwick was involved in an incident today, the 12th of June 2025. At this moment, we are ascertaining the details and will share further updates at the earliest on airindia.com and on our handle x.com. All right, this is the moment of the crash. All right, so this is the most vivid imagery that we have, and this shows the moment of the crash. This is absolutely horrific. This footage that you see on your screens shows the Air India Dreamliner shortly after takeoff, losing altitude, as you can see over there, losing altitude and plunging to the ground, a pitch-up attitude which the pilot is making, and then it goes down. It is a horrific crash, and this is the most telling video of all. This aircraft did not gain altitude. At the moment where the video starts coming in, it is losing altitude. The pilots are pitching up at this stage, pitching up heavily, and then the aircraft crashes. This is the moment of the crash and the seconds prior to this crash taking place. First images on NDTV of a horrific Air India crash of a flight between Ahmedabad and London Gatwick Airport, AI-171, the crash taking place shortly after 1:38 p.m. The aircraft had a ground speed of approximately 174 knots, was not gaining airspeed at all, and certainly was not gaining altitude. At this stage, it appears that the maximum altitude that the aircraft would have achieved would have been a few hundred feet. This shows the moment of that crash. Air India has confirmed this incident, referring to it as an incident. This is not an incident. This is a crash. There are multiple fatalities in this particular incident. We are trying to find out more details at this stage. We're going to stay with this image, this footage, and go back to Shiv. Shiv, run us through what you're seeing, any thoughts that you have at this stage, and I'll describe what I'm seeing as well.
Terrifying piece of video footage, Vishnu. You've totally accurately described it. The horrifying final moments of Air India flight 171, clearly struggling.
Shiv, hold on a second. We've got the Civil Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu, who's tweeted just now, shocked and devastated to learn about the flight crash in Ahmedabad. We are on the highest alert. I'm personally monitoring the situation and have directed all aviation and emergency response agencies to take swift and coordinated action. Rescue teams have been mobilized. All efforts are being made to ensure medical aid and relief and support are being rushed to the site. My thoughts and prayers with all of those on board and their families. I can also tell you at this stage that there is some images of people who are injured being brought into hospital. Again, this has now gone down, we are told, in a residential area. Are there survivors in terms of the residential area where this jetliner went down? Are there any survivors on that aircraft? We do not know. But at this stage, that aircraft losing altitude, losing lift, nose up attitude, it went down. This is the Civil Aviation Minister of the country confirming what we now know. Air India 171. Air India is calling this an incident. It is a scheduled flight from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick Airport. This jetliner going down, losing altitude precipitously. It did not gain, it appears, enough airspeed. We do not know the circumstances of the crash. That could take weeks or months to actually find out. But this is a major Air India tragedy, one of the worst instances we have seen in Indian civil aviation in a long time. There would have been more than 200 people on that aircraft. The Civil Aviation Minister is now reacting to this. We've got a few more details also coming in of this crash. What I can share with you is that this aircraft, VT-ANB, it's an Air India Boeing 787 aircraft. It was operating Air India 171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick. It has crashed immediately after takeoff. This is information which is coming in from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, I believe. It has crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. There were 242 people on board the pilot, consisting of 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew. The aircraft was under the command, and I'm not naming the captain or the first officer at this stage. The captain is a line-trained pilot with 8,200 hours of experience. The co-pilot had an experience of 1,100 hours of flying experience, that is of middling experience levels. As per the air traffic control, the aircraft departed from Ahmedabad at 13:39 IST. That's 1:39 p.m. from runway 23. It did give a mayday call to air traffic control, but thereafter there was no response which was given by the aircraft to calls made by the air traffic control. Aircraft immediately after departure from runway 23 fell on the ground outside the airport perimeter. There is heavy black smoke which was seen coming from the accident site. This is preliminary information coming in. This is, I believe, information coming in from the Civil Aviation Ministry or the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, which gives the detail of this. There was a mayday call which was made by the pilot, but unfortunately there was nothing further after that. The aircraft went down. Let's go back to Shiv Arur at this stage to reflect more on this. Shiv.
Vishnu, the words that you've just used to describe these final moments of that aircraft going down do suggest that something catastrophic happened in the minutes after it took off. The aircraft's landing gear are still down. The aircraft appears to be in takeoff mode. There seems to be a catastrophic lack of lift, complete loss of lift. The nose is pitched up, the attitude is pitched up. Clearly, the pilots were struggling to, gain some kind of altitude and avoid the ground, but this plane was going down. Now, we don't know if there was engine trouble, whether there was some kind of a catastrophic bird strike or something else that has, in a very, very destructive and damaging way, at not very high altitude, about 825 feet high, which is, just minutes after takeoff, something has obviously gone terribly wrong with the aircraft. You can see the landing gear down, starts to pitch up, attempting to gain a little bit of altitude, but it's too late and goes down in a ball of flame. 242 people on board.
Shiv, I've got a few more details. To me, it appears on the basis of this footage that the pilots may not even have had an opportunity to retract their landing gear. It may have been to raise their undercarriage. It may have been in this position. The aircraft appeared to not be climbing at all, was not gaining altitude as well. The preliminary information seems to suggest that, one of the areas that the investigators would be looking at is at the engine thrust. Remember, there is a lot of data which comes in on the basis of a link between the systems on board and the ground as well, whether there is ACARS data which actually conveys a great deal of information to ground, to the ground forces of Air India, or to their engineers on the ground, and to the Directorate General on the Directorate General of Civil Aviation or not, is something that we need to see. The other piece of information that I can share with you at this stage is that this is an aircraft which was 11.5 years of age, powered by two Gen X 1B engines. These are state-of-the-art engines. This aircraft, and we've got the registration of this aircraft, VT A and B as well. It is 11.5 years of age, powered by two General GE NX-1B engines, 242 people on board. I'm joined now by my colleague Vishwanath from NDTV Profit. Vishwanath, go ahead with what you're hearing.
Right. So, Vishnu, the statement that's coming in from DGCA suggests, as you said earlier, that this is a VTNB flight. It has taken off at 1:39 p.m. And it was piloted by Sumit Sabarwal, the captain, and the co-pilot was Clive Kundar. Both of these are experienced pilots who were on board. According to the DGCA statement, it seems that the plane did give a mayday call to the ATC there. But then later follow-up calls by the ATC were not responded to, and then shortly after that the crash happened, and it seems that there was a lot of black smoke coming out. These are all details that have been given out by the DGCA. According to their numbers, there were about 242 people on board, which included 2 pilots and 10 cabin members.
Go through all of this information which you've shared with us. We've got a few more details also coming in. The sector of this flight, as we've been mentioning, Ahmedabad, London Gatwick, Ahmedabad to London Gatwick, a Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft. It crashed into Meghani Nagar, which is a residential area, after takeoff at 1:30 p.m. It crashed approximately 5 minutes after takeoff. Again, this is something that we need to check. If it has crashed 5 minutes after takeoff, then, it does appear it would normally have covered a substantive distance. But in this case, some reports, the earlier reports, seem to suggest that it was just outside the airport perimeter where it went down. 232 passengers on board, 230 adults on board, 2 infants, I believe, on board, a crew of 10 plus 2 pilots, a total of 242 people, including crew members on board. Smoke is evident at a long distance. Now, this piece of information it sort of contradicts a little bit of the information which we have received earlier on, which seems to indicate that the aircraft went down right after taking off at the runway. I'm going to go through that piece of information from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. VT A and B, a Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft. I have found out this aircraft 11 years and 5 months old. It's on this flight. It had taken off from Ahmedabad, 2 pilots, 10 cabin crew on board. We've got the names of the captain and the first officer. I don't want to repeat this too often because we're just waiting to to ensure that their family members, etc., also know about this. 8,200 hours of experience is what the captain in command had. That is a middling level of experience. The first officer had about 1,100 hours of flying experience. Now, whether this is all on the Dreamliner aircraft or includes other aircraft as well, I'm not sure. As per the air traffic control, the aircraft departed from Ahmedabad at 1:39 p.m. There was a mayday call. Thereafter, there was no response. That video that you see on your screen over there shows that the aircraft wasn't climbing. It started going down and going down precipitously. There is a nose up, a pitch up attitude. The aircraft goes down over there. The aircraft immediately after departure from runway 23 fell on the ground outside the airport perimeter. Now, if this is the case, and this is the initial piece of information, then I would suggest that it didn't fly for a period of 5 minutes. It may have been just a matter of seconds, because flight radar 24 seems to suggest that the altitude that the aircraft managed to get to was perhaps even less than 1,000 feet. But even if it was more than that, that would have been just a few seconds of flying in terms of crashing outside the airport perimeter. That crash indicates that, I mean, it is an absolute disaster. Now, what we need to look at is the number of people who have lost their lives on the ground, as well as those on board that aircraft. On the left-hand side, we've got images of first responders on the screen. On the right-hand side is that moment of the crash. This is a residential area. It's called Meghani Nagar. That is what we know at this stage. The Civil Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu, is aware of this incident. He was in Vijayawada. He is rushing to Ahmedabad upon receiving news of this crash. He's treating this incident with utmost emergency. He's cut short his engagements. He's also tweeted the fact that he is alert to what has taken place. The latest information we have is that the minister is in touch with senior officials from the Director General of Civil Aviation, the Airports Authority of India, the National Disaster Relief Force, and the Gujarat State Administration. They're trying to ensure swift, coordinated responses and support. Rescue and medical teams are on site. Passenger safety and emergency response remain the highest priority. This is coming in from the Office of the Civil Aviation Minister. Further updates will be shared by the ministry when it comes in. All right, so that's what the Civil Aviation Minister is. Now, we've got a reaction coming in from the Tata Group as well. Remember, the Tata Group owns Air India. They say, with profound sorrow.
Okay, so we'll add on details as they come in, but truly a very, very difficult afternoon, as we know that several lives have been lost here. AI-171 has crashed in Ahmedabad just moments after takeoff, and we know that over 200 people are on board. Before we get to what's happening in the markets, and of course it's been a down day because of expiry, but this is also concerning and souring the mood as far as markets are concerned. I want to go across to Vishwanath Nair, who's joining us with details of what we're learning from the DGCA.
Right. So, Tamanna, the DGCA is saying 1:39 p.m. is when this plane took off, and after that, very soon after that, there was a mayday call that was made to the ATC nearby. But then when the ATC tried to reach back to the plane, it seems that there was no response. Shortly after that, they got to know of the crash. According to the information that they're sharing, 242 passengers, 242 people on board is what they're saying. Of this, 230 were passengers, 10 crew members, and then a pilot and a co-pilot. Captain Sumit Sabarwal was a pilot on this plane, and he's a senior, pilot with a lot of training, and was a trainer to other younger pilots. Clive Kundar, he had about 1,100 hours of experience as well. So both of these were experienced pilots. And after this, after these events, of course, a lot of investigations are still underway. We are also getting a statement that's coming in from Tata Group, of course, where they're talking about the fact that this tragedy has happened. At this moment, our primary focus is on supporting all the affected people and their families. Further updates will be shared as and when we receive more verified information. So, Tata Group clearly responding to this, but important developments that are being talked about by the DGCA. Specifically, the point about the fact that they actually made a call to the ATC, and then after a mayday call, which is them warning that there is a serious issue with the plane, and then after that, soon after, there being a crash. Now, what I know of, because I grew up in Ahmedabad, the parts I do know about is Meghani Nagar is an area right outside the airport, very, very close by, and according to what some news reports were claiming, there were about, it was in the air for only about 5 minutes, the plane, before it crashed, and from what my friends and some people I know back in Ahmedabad, they seem to be suggesting some amount of civilian damage. Of course, all of these information, as we verify it and report, we'll know more.
Okay, thank you for that, Vishwanath. So here's what we're going to do. On your screen, on the right-hand side, you will see all of the constant updates on what's happening with the Air India crash. Our ticker will be populated with all of those details. Meanwhile, we'll just take you through what's happening in the markets. And Harsh, it's been a tough day. Over 250 points down on the Nifty as well below the 25,000 mark now. Slipped in trade. The Bank Nifty also 0.5% down. And yes, this may be deepening as news of the crash has come in.
Yes, that seems to be the case. In fact, we did slip the most in around the time of the crash, even though we weren't really sure whether it's the expiry play or whether it's this news which has caused that. But at least at the moment, we're below the 82K mark on the Sensex index and below the 25K mark on the Nifty. We're holding 24,900 of sorts. it's just that sort of a day, Tamanna. There are quite a few moving parts, and therefore
just complete condolences and sorrow. This is just shocking and horrific. Just a quick word from our guests, and that's the Tata Sons chairman and the Air India chairman statement, N. Chandrasekharan, coming in, who is saying primary focus right now is in supporting affected people and their families, and we'll wait to hear more details there. Well, difficult to switch gears at a time like this, but just taking you through what's happening in the last half hour of trade. Samir Dalal, Natwar Lal and Sons stockbrokers with us, Kush Bora, founder of kushbora.com with us. Very somber afternoon, Kush, and clearly that mood pervading into the markets as well. 24,900 is where some support seems to be developing for the Nifty.
Sadly, the markets will recover, but I mean, this kind of damage and this kind of loss, and I mean, one can never recover from. So, all condolences and our prayers with everyone affected. Markets have held 24,800. You're seeing some sort of a rebound. Seems like this is more of an expiry play. I remain constructive on the markets, to say the least. Despite the kind of dampness that you're seeing today in the Nifty. Heartening from the mid perspective that some stock is being taken off. I look at that also as a buying opportunity. So all in all, nothing too worrisome. Even the VIX, despite the kind of fall that we are seeing, is only about 14. So yeah, some positives in the market for now.
And Kush, we did speak at the start of this show. Is this the right time, or would you still wait?
So Harsh, we've recovered about 100 points from where we started the show, where we spoke. But now what will happen is the time decay will come in very sharply, and the movements don't really suggest that you should be making that hero-zero trade even on the long side. If you did, at the beginning of the show, maybe take some profits off the table if you have any. But I wouldn't recommend a hero-zero trade yet. The setup doesn't seem to be indicating that.
Okay, Samir, good afternoon. Always good having you. But your quick take with regard to, first off, I hope you had a good vacation. That's one piece. But talk to us about what you're making of markets now that you're back.
Yes, thank you for having me on the show. Yes, vacation was good. Sad that we're hearing the news that we are, and like Kush said, condolences to the family and prayers with the families of of people that have passed away. But coming to the market, so, even after the holiday and even during the holiday, the more I kept looking at things, the more I kept wondering why the market is continuing to rally. It was pure. I think it's purely been liquidity that's been pulling the market up, because nothing fundamentally has changed. Earnings were more or less, the good ones were done with. We know where the pain lies. We know that there is a bit of a slowdown that's happening in consumption, and that is probably going to reverse, but it's going to be a little bit longer before it reverses because of the tax cuts that came. And then, of course, we had the RBI bumper that came of 50 basis point rate cut and 100 basis point CRR over a period of time, which will help bring interest rates down, and in effect, maybe, if interest rates come down, EMIs come down, consumption sees a further uptick. So all of these things kind of led, but valuations again moved up far ahead of what fundamentals required. So we felt a fair market range for the short term was 23,000 to 24,000 Nifty, 23,000 more of the right valuation. And this run-up that happened was probably pushing stocks more than what fundamentals justified. So we kept expecting it to start correcting. Today, if the correction is just because of expiry or whether it's actually a correction that's beginning to set in after we've had this amazing run of about 2,000 points, needs to be seen. But we still believe that long-term is good, but in the short term, there are risks that persist. We've lost one big opportunity, when we had China against the wall with the US, we didn't take the opportunity and sign in our contract. And now it seems China has beaten us at that and gone ahead and done their trade deal with the US. So that probably also negative is factoring in. Crude is rising, which is factoring in. So these kind of slight negatives are factoring in and could lead the market to a correction closer to 24,000.
You sound cautious. What pockets are you most concerned about?
So we've been quite conservative. I mean, we've been saying for a while that IT is expensive for the simple reason that growth is at 5 to 7%. And even if global markets see a bit of a recovery, it's not that IT is going to suddenly start growing at 12 and 15% top line and profit at 20%. So if we believe that the top line growth is going to be anywhere in the mid single digit, 6 to 8%, and bottom line maybe 9 to 11, 12%. Trading at 30 times earnings for a lot of these companies like TCS, Infosys is difficult to fathom and justify. So I think the IT stocks could probably see a time-based correction or even a price-based correction again. FMCG continues to remain expensive when we're seeing growth of top line volume growths of 2 and 3%. Profitability can only grow limited amount when you grow your volumes at 2-3% because operating leverage doesn't play out. You're just basically then hoping that you're able to pass on any price increases which will allow you to increase your margin. So FMCG to some extent we believe is a little bit vulnerable to the market. Where we are positive, though, I would like to add is the auto space. I think the correction has been quite large and quite significant. So Hero Honda and Bajaj Auto, two stocks which have corrected, are consolidating and looking good on valuation basis. We believe growth, whenever it returns, can do well. In the NBFC space, we remain very constructive because whenever interest rate cuts happen, what happens is the MCLR for the banks start coming down, which means they have to pass on the cost, the benefits to the NBFCs, and the NBFCs then have a period of time where they have to also cut, but that short period of time, 3 months, 6 months, could allow them to earn higher NIMs in the near term. And then obviously if the interest rates start coming down and you see growth picking up, then that kind of catapults the momentum. So NBFC space, we think there is an opportunity. Yes, stocks have run up, be it Bajaj Finserv, be it L&T Finance, M&M Finance. Well, M&M Finance hasn't run up that much. That looks interesting. PFC, REC, LIC Housing Finance, all of these stocks look quite interesting at this point of time.
Okay, so that kind of wraps it up very, very well, Samir. We've had a truncated segment with you, but thanks for coming in and speaking with us. Stay with us. What we're going to do is we're going to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll obviously get you updates with regard to everything that's happening in Ahmedabad, shocking incident. But along with it, we'll also get you more stock specific action. Stay tuned.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost, last year for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you
787-1, that Boeing 787 Dreamliner that you see on your screen moments before it crashed and shortly after it did crash was 11 years and 5 months old. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner, it's a primary aircraft used across air fleets around the world. This is a major crash of Air India, an absolutely horrific situation. Several other reactions have come in as well. We've got a few more specific details which have come in from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. The aircraft registration was VT-ANB. This was flight number AI-171. The location, it crashed immediately after takeoff from runway 23 in Ahmedabad. There were a total of 242 people on board. This includes the flight crew and the cabin crew. 2 pilots, cabin crew of 10, passengers 230. The captain had a total flight time of 8,200 hours, I believe, on this type. The first officer, 1,100 hours on this type. In terms of the timeline of events, departure was at 1:39 p.m. IST, so shortly after 1:30 p.m. from Ahmedabad's runway number 23. There was a mayday call which was issued shortly after takeoff. After that, there was no further communication with the pilots. The crash site is located outside the airport perimeter, and the incident took place immediately after departure. There was, as I mentioned, no response post that mayday. The visuals indicate thick black smoke, as you can see over there at that location. We'll try and get more reactions on this, but we've got Flight Radar 24, which is an excellent site. Let's just try and bring that up onto the screen to give you a little bit more detail. Now, on the right-hand side, you can see that little image of the yellow aircraft. That is the last known point at which it was transmitting on ADS-B. That's a system through which all airliners transmit. It's picked up by responders of Flight Radar 24. It's picked up by air traffic control. And that's the rough location. That's the last point at which the aircraft's ADS-B data was located. It reached, according to the Flight Radar 24, an altitude of 625 feet. Now remember, the altitude of the airport itself, 200 feet. So it gained an altitude of only of 400 feet. It had a ground speed of 174 knots. Now it's absolutely clear that it should have picked up much more than 174 knots by the time it was at an altitude of 625 feet. It should have been well more than 200 knots, I would assume, in having reached that altitude of 625 feet. The vertical speed was 896 feet per minute. Again, that's some technicality which I'm going to try and speak to aviation experts about. But I can tell you that the ground speed at an altitude of 625 feet should have been significantly higher than 174 knots, which is what the airspeed was. Pictures indicate, as you can see on the left-hand side, that this 11-and-a-half-year-old, or 11 years and 5-month-old Boeing 787 Dreamliner of Air India crashed on top of buildings. There was a mayday call which had taken place as well. All right, we'll try and get more reactions which are coming in, but this is a horrific incident, one of the worst tragedies that have involved Air India. I'm going to read out the statement attributable to N. Chandrasekharan, the chairperson of Air India. With profound sorrow, I confirm that Air India flight AI-171 operating Ahmedabad-London Gatwick was involved in a tragic accident today. Our thoughts and deepest condolences are with the families and loved ones of all those affected by this devastating event. At this moment, our primary focus is on supporting all of the affected people and their families. We are doing everything in our power to assist. All right, so the latest images coming in. We've got some new footage which is coming in. We're just going to play this right now. Now, we've seen this, a part of the aircraft. I believe that's the extreme end of the fuselage near the tail section, which collapsed on top of that particular building. I'm going back to that statement of the Air India chairperson. Remember, Air India is owned by the Tata Group. At this moment, our primary focus is on supporting all the affected people and their families. We are doing everything in our power to assist the emergency response teams at the site and to provide all necessary support and care to those who have been impacted. My colleague Maria Shakil joins us now for more on this. Maria, what are you hearing?
Yes, what we can tell our viewers right now, Vishnu, is that the Prime Minister has spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah as well as Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, and he has asked the Home Minister also to travel to Ahmedabad immediately and ensure that all possible assistance is extended to those who have, to the next of the kin, and of course, because the rescue operation and relief operation will be carried out on war footing. So the Prime Minister overseeing all these developments is what we can tell our viewers. And we can also say that besides Ram Mohan Naidu, who is the Civil Aviation Minister, who is now on his way to Ahmedabad, Home Minister Amit Shah will also be heading to Ahmedabad any moment now.
All right, so you've got the Home Minister and other leaders, the Civil Aviation Minister heading to Ahmedabad at this stage. Is there any word on any former chief ministers who may have been on board or anything of that sort? This was preliminary information earlier on. It could be incorrect. But Maria, do you have anything on that? All right, we don't have Maria at this stage, but let's just go and let's just quickly get some information from an eyewitness who had actually seen what happened. Let's just take a look.
मुकेश भाई, ये क्या वारदात हुई? आप पहले आ चुके थे क्या? नहीं, और हुआ वो उसके 15 मिनट के बाद मैं इधर वही रास्ता से निकल रहा था, तो सीधा मैं वहाँ भी आ सकता था। और क्या बचाव काम के लिए अभी चल रहा है? बचाव में 10-12 लोग तो जीवता इंसान को सब बाहर निकाल दिया। कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है? सब पता नहीं है क्या कितना होगा, पूरी फ्लाइट का है, सब देखो, सब बॉडी कितना बड़े देखो ऐसा।
Let's go across to Sanjay Lazar, who tracks aviation very closely. Sanjay, this is absolutely horrific. 240 plus people on board this flight from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick. It crashed shortly after takeoff. Is there anything that you can share with us at this stage?
First of all, Vishnu, I'm shocked. It's a very, very sad and tragic day for all of us in aviation, and especially those who are connected with Air India, especially. So many, I have no friends and colleagues who've been, former colleagues on that aircraft. Very shocking. Looking at the visuals on your channel and elsewhere, on the social media, I can see, obviously the aircraft could not climb. He declared a mayday, as far as I know. Also, I'm told that the temperature was extremely high. I don't know what the runway length that was used. I don't want to speculate, but I'm given to understand 175 knots was the speed that they had attained at takeoff, which, has come to us from, sources in Ahmedabad.
Flight radar says that as well.
Okay. We'll come back to more updates. You'll get all updates here on NDTV Profit, what's happening in the markets at close and what's happening with this horrific Air India crash. Our prayers for everyone on board. Hopefully there will be survivors. All right. Meanwhile, in the markets, the advance decline ratio has turned fairly negative. I just want to pull up that data point. 1% down on the Nifty right now. Advance decline ratio also expanding, not in a positive manner at all. For example, out of the Nifty 500 companies, 420 in the red right now. What's hurting the usual suspects that have been in pain since morning? I see Infosystems, on the basis of that block deal, 9% down. Paytm has seen pain coming in after the finance ministry has denied that there is any conversation around MDR charges. HPCL, BPCL, of course, because of rising crude prices going up. BSE also seeing some pain. So you're going to see that kind of a scenario overall. But Rajesh Palvia joining in now. He's SVP Technical and Derivatives Research, Axis Securities. We're also speaking with Ambrish Baleka, independent market analyst. Thank you to both of you for joining us on the show. Rajesh, let me start with you on, whether you're seeing any kind of recovery from the weakness that we're seeing today. Is this an opportunity to buy, or you'd stay away?
I think the way Nifty has broken 25,000 major put-based concentration during the day, that is giving us some sign of cautious approach to be adopted in the market till Nifty not able to recover about 25,000 level again. I think if it's sustained below to 25,000 level, I think the next support, which is placed at around 24,800, and almost Nifty try to hold this support area. But looking at the unwinding on the put base, that is giving sign of cautious approach to be adopted at this juncture. Because if we breaks below 24,800, I think this down move can extend further, as the broader market is also witnessing some bit of profit taking, and none of the sectors except IT are holding the ground, and most of the sectors are witnessing the supply pressure. So I think maybe we could see further more down move if we close below to 24,950 or 25,000 level. So that's the immediate and challenging level for the Nifty on the near term perspective. 24,800 should be looked at closely. If he breaks, then next down move can extend to 24,650. On the Bank Nifty, we are trying to hold 56,000 level. So that's the immediate and important level for the Bank Nifty also. If we breaks below 56,000, here also we may see some more cut, and possible down move can extend to 55,700. That's the next support area for Bank Nifty. On the higher side, 56,500 is likely to act as a supply zone for near-term perspective.
Is there any buy call here at all, Rajesh?
Max Health is looking promising. The way Max Health manages to give breakout on a multiple supply zone, so I think that stock can be looked at on the buying side. We do believe that the way stock is holding at higher level, there is a possibility of upward momentum in Max Health. 1245 would be the next target on the higher side. Buy and accumulate would be the strategy with stop loss of 1180.
Amrish, hi, good afternoon to you as well. What do you put down as the reason for the weakness that we're seeing, the sharp downtick in the afternoon trade? Is this expiry pain or more broader concerns that you're seeing in the market?
No, I don't see this only as an expiry pain. I mean, we have again seen rising West Asia tensions, and because of which we have seen the oil prices moving up. I think this is one of the other major reasons why the market has corrected. Because in the last 7 to 10 days, we had seen a lot of positive news actually play out. But the market was not able to cross the crucial resistance level of about 25,000, 25,200 levels. I think that band was a major resistance band. And it was not able to cross that very decisively. And since we have seen that correction, I think we should see it continuing further. I mean, I believe that the broad range for the markets would be about 23,800, 24,000 on at the lower end, and at the top end was 25,000, 25,200 levels. So in case we see either 100, 200 points getting shaved off from here, we could see the markets remaining subdued for a while longer. So when I say a while longer, I'm talking of the next 2 to 3 weeks.
I'll come straight back to you, Amrish, with a follow-on on that. But let me go across, quickly call out the stock of the day. Tanla Platforms is the one. Its third share buyback in the last 5 years is likely to get announced on the 16th of June. That's the schedule, at least, of the board meeting. Jasmeet Singh Gai is here to give us a breakdown of what's happening with regard to Tanla today. Jasmeet.
Well, yes, Tanla Platform is up 10% on the account of buyback in offerings. The board is set to meet on 16th of this month to consider more about the buyback. This will be the third buyback in last 5 years. Assuming historical premium, the expected premium could be between 50 to 60% and the price could be somewhere between 1,000 to 1,100. Talking about the previous buyback history, the stock is 8% down from the last buyback in 2022, and the last buyback had a premium of 66%, while the buyback in 2020 had a premium of 55%. It will be interesting to watch out what premium comes up and how does the whole buyback plays out for Tanla Platforms.
Thank you so much, Jasmeet, for that, and good having you on the team, frankly. So that's his debut.
Yeah, tough day, but Jasmeet's debut there. Well done, Jasmeet. Hope to hear from you even more. So, Jasmeet Ghai, they're analyzing Tanla Platforms. I think what's also interesting about Tanla, Harsh, and I would like to know your view on this, is that at a time of stock sales, and dropping off your shares and promoters offloading, and we don't know the details of who exactly is in the buyback. The board meeting will tell us more. I think this show of confidence is helping.
Yeah, it helps. Also critical to understand whether the promoters will subscribe to the and actually tender their shares in the buyback. The other piece also is, I recall the promoters having purchased some shares in Tanla recently as well. I'll quickly pull out those details if I can. But that's the other piece. So they've been buying shares as well, if I recall right. Amrish, is Tanla on your list at all? And Is this as big a positive as the 9% move that we're seeing in trade today?
No, in fact, I don't track Tanla very closely, but
Okay.
yes, I think this buyback clearly is positive. I think this is what the third or the fourth buyback, and clearly, I mean, if they are sitting on huge amount of cash and there's not much of utilization for that cash, I think this is the best thing to do to improve or increase the valuation for the rest of the shareholders.
Okay, so Tanla, that's the view coming in. I wonder, Rajesh, if you would say that someone who's holding Tanla and see this jump up, what do they do right now? Hold on to have details from the buyback. Is it worth for a short-term position?
I think some bit of recovery is taking place in this counter since last couple of weeks. Stock was consolidating, and today's gap up opening and then holding at a higher level. It's a kind of breakout of consolidation range. Looking at the setup, I think if it's sustained above 650 level for next couple of days, so maybe some follow-up buying action we may see in this counter. Possible target towards 720 we may see on the near-term perspective. So 720 is the level where one should review again whether the charts are further improving or not. Otherwise, 720 would act as a supply zone, so some profit one can take on the table around those level. Keep a stop loss of 650 if you're holding the position.
Let's quickly also cover our bull versus bear segment for the day. We have Coal India today. Nuvama has come out with a bearish note. They've downgraded the stock and therefore good candidate for bull versus bear. Let's get better perspective. I'm going to start off with the bull for Coal India. It accounts for 75% of India's coal production, a huge market share. But captive mines are what's eating into that market share, is what Nuvama seems to be suggesting as well. Growth has been sluggish FY to date, and that's what they call, or rather that's what they're saying is the key concern. Let me also take it to the second bull case here. Renewables are falling short, or rather renewables are replacing thermal in a big fashion, but you're still short with regard to power supply in India, despite that renewables coming through. And we had a couple of people come out and say this, and that could well continue to be the bull case with regard to where Coal India is concerned. But power supply has improved in FY26. We haven't seen too many shortages, at least in the current financial year, and that bodes well overall for the power supply that seems to be coming on stream. Does that therefore warrant a larger growth for Coal India? Maybe not, and that's really the bear case. Let me talk about volumes a bit. Volumes have risen from 622 MT, which is million tons in FY22, to 781 million tons in FY25. But when you're looking at it versus FY24, it's just a 1% increase in volumes that Coal India has done. Not very impressive. Their guidance was 838 million tons. They've done just 781, and we saw the stock take a bit of a knock due to that. But FY25 guidance, which was 838, therefore that's my bear case. Year-to-date sales are also trailing. We are also seeing FY year-to-date sales not looking too good. The growth number doesn't look too good. The bull case also suggests that cost control measures will likely aid profitability going forward. But the bear case, and Nuvama seems to suggest this, that sluggish output will likely curb any operational efficiency gains which will get clocked in. So that's something to bear in mind as well. Nuvama is expecting a flat line in terms of top line as well, so not too much, but the consensus is building in an 18% top line growth for FY26. We'll have to check out how that plays out. The average Bloomberg consensus estimates the target price to be 444, which is a 12% upside. But what we're seeing is that the consensus cut their target price significantly. From the highs of 550, they've trimmed it down to 444 now. So it's still a 12% upside, but it's a substantial trim down. Let me go across, take a quick view. Rajesh, what's your take with regard? Okay, Ambrish, first give us your take with regard to Coal India first. Let me take the technical, the fundamental view first.
No, in fact, I mean, I would continue to be positive on Coal India. In fact, I mean, I have a price target of closer to about 520 to 540, because end of the day, irrespective of green power, thermal power is there to stay at least for the next couple of decades because reliable power supply is clearly thermal. And as far as Coal India is concerned, I think efficiencies are improving. There's a clear cost control measure which is happening, which will improve profitability. So I would not be bearish at least for a while. In fact, like I said, I'm bullish on this stock. Maybe I'll take a fresh view when it goes to levels of about 520 or 540.
Okay, so bullish on Coal India. Stock is about 2.5% down. Rajesh, do you share that sentiment?
So Coal India was in corrective mode, and since last couple of weeks, there is a consolidation happening at the lower band of this correction. Stock is trying to recover from its oversold trajectory, but on the near-term perspective, the major supply zone is placed at around 415. Once stock manages to cross above 415, I think then we may witness a breakout of this consolidation range. And above 415, there is a possibility of continuation of this pullback towards 440, 450 zone on a short to medium term perspective. But I think looking at the near-term, short-term structure, 415 to 385 would be the range for some more couple of weeks. Either side breakout will decide the major direction for the stock from the technical perspective. So 415 needs to keep as breakout level on the those who are already bought the stock.
Good time as any to get your BTST views for the last day of the week. It's been a very, very tough expiry day. Nifty now dips once again and over 1%. But Rajesh, having said that, what would be your BTST candidates?
So Tamanna, it's not a BTST, it's STBT.
STBT, okay.
So there is a sell call on REC Limited. The stock now slipped below to 50-day, 100-day moving average. Looking at the pressure on the near-term chart, we feel that furthermore down move can be there in this counter tomorrow. So we are projecting target towards 392 for REC Limited. One can go short on future and keep stop loss towards 413.
Okay, REC for a short call. Amrish, one pocket which is seeming to survive the pain today is Pharma. AstraZeneca doing pretty well. Pfizer, if you look at it, and Eris Life, Ajanta. These are some of the moves which are doing fairly fine. Is there anything in Pharma that you would pick up right now? Now that it's also seeming clear that the whole China-US situation is easing off?
And at the same time, I'm of the clear opinion that irrespective of whatever happens on the tariff front, they cannot afford to have high tariffs on pharma because end of the day, India is the global pharmacy and US cannot afford to have the health cost going up because of tariffs. So my best picks here would be Dr. Reddy and Lupin.
Dr. Reddy and?
Lupin.
Lupin, okay, Dr. Reddy and Lupin. Okay, Amrish, may I also just, get your take because you mentioned earlier that the conversation with Iran, the US and Iran is really coming apart. Today, news coming in this afternoon that the IAEA wants to actually remove Iran from its grouping. What does that mean for crude sensitives? And do you see that push continuing as far as an ONGC on the upside is concerned or downstream companies taking a further hit?
Yeah, at least in the short term, I see crude moving up because of this reason. We've already seen an upward tick in crude in the last 24 to 48 hours. And this will have an effect on all those sectors which use the crude derivatives, including mainly the oil marketing companies, and then you have the paint sector, you have the tire sector. It's across. So I think that was like one of the main reasons as to why we saw the markets correcting today.
Amrish, your quick take with regard to auto, because that's the other one which is hurting in trade today, but is also significantly off its 52-week highs. Not too many indices so significantly off. Is auto a pocket that you would really consider at this point?
No, in case it corrects further, yes, I would start looking at that because whatever said and done, going ahead, I clearly see the numbers improving because we have had, we have seen the numbers not that great in the near past. But then post the good monsoons, I clearly see the auto numbers improving as far as our listed entities are concerned. And the other issue which was happening was the rare earth issue. Hopefully, with the sort of agreement which China has had with US, I assume that for the others also, the rare earth issue will get sorted out to a certain extent, because that was one major risk which would have possibly stalled operations in July. So, I mean, that's the other positive which has happened. So overall, I would not be too bearish on auto or auto ancillaries at this point of time.
Okay. All right. Rajesh, any views on auto very quickly?
I think it's a mixed kind of behavior for automobile stocks. From that space, I think two-wheeler space like TVS Motor is looking attractive. The way stock is consolidating after a rally, I think here there is a probability that this stock may able to give breakout over 2800, and once this breakout happens, really can extend to the level of 2950, 3000 kind of zone. So buy and accumulate would be the strategy for TVS Motor. On the downside, one can keep stop loss towards 2670.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon. It's been, of course, a truncated, coverage from us with regard to markets because of everything that's happening. But last minute and a half, let's quickly look at what's happening on the Nifty. 1.1% lower. We've broken 24,900. And we're just off the day's lows, maybe 40 odd points from the day's lows, so not too far from the day's low. Of course, it's expiry day, maybe that's one part of the move, but the other part of the move is also the events that are unfolding in Ahmedabad, which of course will bring you straight after this. Let's look at the heat map on the Nifty, and the breadth doesn't look good on a day like this. We have nearly 45 stocks sitting in the red and nearly 35 stocks which are 1% plus lower on the Nifty 50. The heavyweights obviously dragging, but it's just the breadth which is creating pressure on the Nifty today. Some defensives at play, and Apollo Hospitals, Dr. Reddy's and Asian Paints doing well even on a day on which crude has actually gone up. So that's really standing out for me. But outside of that, some Tata Group stocks clearly under pressure. You can see Tata Motors, Trent, Titan, Tata Steel, all of those sitting in the red and within the top 5 losers or top 7 odd losers in trade today. So Tata Group is under pressure as a whole as well. Let's also look now at the advanced decline. I want to look at the index as a whole and how that, or rather the market as a whole and how that is fared. Clear pressure, 3:1 clearly in favor of the declines. It's been a choppy morning. It started off as a choppy morning and it's closed with immense pressure, where you can see the crocodile's mouth gaping wide open. So pressure right towards the fag end. Let's look at the mid cap and small cap indices as well. Likely the pressure has persisted over the last hour or so. It has 1.7% lower on the mid cap. The small cap index also a 1.5% lower. So some bit of underperformance clearly visible within the broader market basket. I want to look at how the sectors have done, and within sectors as well, you'd see realty obviously under pressure, but auto is among the larger cap names. Auto is where a large part of the pressure is, 1.9% lower. Nifty Metal is where the other pressure pocket seems to reside. You're also seeing pressure on the Nifty India Defense, which is seeing plenty of pressure as well, or rather has closed now nearly 1.8% lower in trade. The Nifty PSU Bank is a 1.5% lower. The Nifty Bank marginally outperforming on a day like this, 0.8% higher. None of the sectoral indices closing in the green. The Nifty Pharma, if anything, has outperformed, and the healthcare index has outperformed the rest. Let's look at the BSE 500 top gainers, top losers before we wrap this up. Those are some names which have buzzed in trade, some on the back of obviously news, but others like a CE Infosystems, where you are seeing some bit of selling by private equity investors, which is causing that pressure. Of course, PhonePe being that investor in MapMyIndia, who seems to have sold some stake there, and that's why that 10% pressure even on that one. Let's quickly look at what cues to watch out for tomorrow. Of course, one will be the big happenings that are playing out in Ahmedabad, but then you have the US PPI number and the India CPI number, which we will have our eye out on. And there will be some dividend adjustments as well, which you need to keep your eye out on. But completely out of time on this edition of India Market Close. We're going to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll keep you updated with everything that's happening in Ahmedabad. Stay tuned.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the markets listen. Stay with the channel that brings you the story first. NDTV Profit, where business news means business.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
The Boeing 7878 would have two of those. That would have the cockpit voice recorder and the digital flight data recorder together. So they would have, they would have thousands of parameters of information. How is that a primary source of information in the early phases, Sanjay, of something like this? Sanjay Lazar, go ahead.
Well, Vishnu, I just want to say, the ACAs, apart from giving messages to ground, regarding communication, etc., in-flight service, weather status, there is also a component which deals with engineering and avionics performance.
Yes.
So AMEs, good access technicians can monitor engine and avionics performance remotely. So in this case, if there was data being transmitted, I'm certain that Air India's team would be able to access this because the data would already have been fed. So that is one possibility, and we know that pretty early, even before we get to the flight data recorder, etc., which are later stages.
Okay.
For viewers tuning in right now, there is an aircraft that has crashed in Ahmedabad airport. A huge tragedy has taken place. 242 on board that Air India flight that was scheduled from Ahmedabad to London. Minutes into the takeoff, it crashed. We are talking to experts to understand what is the kind of data that can be retrieved, what is the kind of data that has already been sent out by the aircraft in real time, and how can that help us decode, dissect what really happened in those final minutes before that Air India crashed, Air India plane crashed in that locality in outside the Ahmedabad airport. On your screens are those visuals of the crash site, and also some rescue operations that are underway. Let's play out that ground report from Ahmedabad right now.
अहमदाबाद में आज एयर इंडिया की प्लेन जो है वो क्रैश हुई है और इस वक्त हम उसी मौके पर मौजूद है। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे ये जो प्लेन है ये क्रैश हुआ है और उसका ये जो एक पूरा हिस्सा है ये प्लेन का ये पूरा हिस्सा है जो यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं। और जिस बिल्डिंग के साथ ये प्लेन टकराया था, ये बिल्डिंग भी मैं आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ कि लगातार आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि दमकल विभाग की जो गाड़ियां है वो यहाँ पे पहुंच चुकी है और लगातार यहाँ पे जो लोग मौजूद हैं उनको भी यहाँ से हटाने की कोशिश जारी। अब तक करीब 25 से ज्यादा लोगों को निकाला जा चुका है। साथ ही जो लोग हैं अभी भी मलबे में दबे हुए लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। हमारे साथ यहाँ के चीफ सेक्रेटरी मौजूद है। सर, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, क्या हादसा?
अभी तो कहना मुश्किल है, अभी तो पहला रिलीफ रेस्क्यू काम चल रहा है। बातें बताएं
सर, कितने फोर्स लगाई गई है?
बताएंगे बातें।
जी बिल्कुल यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पे जो मलबा है उसे हटाने का काम जो है वो इस वक्त किया जा रहा है।
More information, a little bit more information that we've got coming in now. This is a statement from the Civil Aviation Ministry. In light of the AI-171 crash, an operational control room has been activated at the Ministry of Civil Aviation to coordinate all details. There are a couple of numbers and we need to be flashing out these numbers as well. I'm reading those numbers out: 011-246-10843 and 9650391859. I'm going to repeat that one more time: 011-246-10843 and 9650391859. We are committed to swift response and fully support all those affected.
All right, so there are helplines that have been put in place by the Ministry of Civil Aviation's helpline, by the Air India as well. All those numbers on your screens. If your friends, family, loved ones, anyone is on that ill-fated aircraft, you can dial all or any of those numbers and seek the kind of help that is right now available. Data coming in terms of the nationality of the citizens, of the passengers. You have 153 which were Indians and 53 that were British nationals, then a Canadian and Portuguese nationals as well. That's the latest update that we are getting right now.
Information on where this crashed. According to our correspondents and who've sort of spoken to the police in Gujarat, it crashed in a hostel for doctors. 60 to 70% of that area has been cleared. They're creating a green corridor to take people to hospital. So it crashed in a hostel for doctors, Gauri?
So it was a doctor's hostel where this crash took place, and that is where the
college isn't confirming as yet still, but that's what we are getting initial information.
As long as there were no students, least amount of faculty or anybody, I think that's most important. That is an update that we are awaiting. We are not speculating here right now in terms of how many people, if at all any, were present at the BJ Medical College and at the hostel of the BJ Medical College where this entire crash actually took place. We are awaiting those details from ground. At this stage, what we know is the doctor's hostel. Yeah.
I can see components from inside the hostel right now, the BJ Medical College hostel. That is the building where you can see the empennage, the rear of the aircraft actually having sort of crashed down upon. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, some of the, images of, the inside of the building, which has been devastated, obviously. There are people in that area. There is a possibility of people inside being there. We do not know the numbers of those who who may have been inside that building. Again, as Gauri mentioned, we just hope that there were no losses on the ground. But at this stage, we cannot confirm anything. It is a doctor's hostel. The police have confirmed this. The plane crashed on a medical college. That's where it went down, the BJ Medical College Hospital. We've got more guests who are coming in very soon. Captain Sam Thomas, President of the Airlines Pilot Association of India. Let's get him up on the screen. And do we have Captain Kabir Malik as well? Right, we've got Captain Kabir Malik, who's been an airline pilot, a charter airline pilot with 18 years of experience in airline services, joining us. Captain Malik, on the basis of the video that we've been playing out repeatedly, showing the final moments of this crash, do you have any observations to make?
See, whatever it's come in the initial stage, I just go through the whole story, and through the video, I just found out that there is some idea. There's some head idea about, to the commanding pilot that there's some problem with the aircraft, and he was not able to conclude what is the actual reason of this. Some mistake with the machinery. So, and he was not able to decide it so early. He have to be able to take off or not. The moment he thought it, he just take off the plane, and we just saw the cause of this incident.
Okay. All right, to put it in simple terms, Captain Malik, to all our viewers watching this who are not aviation experts, what, according to you, may have happened that led to this devastating catastrophe?
See, if you'll say something in the initial stage, it is not right, ma'am. Actually, if we'll just consider this flight, that is flight, it had come from the Delhi, then it is second halt in the Ahmedabad. From the Ahmedabad, they refuel the aircraft and they reload the passengers from there. And the moment what had happened exactly, we cannot able to say right now until that will not get the exact report of the black box or the other inquiry by the engineers and the aviation experts. Right now, we cannot say right now.
But it is very early.
Whatever in my observation, I can guess that there must be some problem with the technical issue, or either with the engine, or the local climate also does matter.
Right, so the climate affects the performance of the aircraft. I'm interrupting you because we've got a statement from the British High Commission at this stage. Just 1 minute, sir. The UK High Commission says, and what was it, Gauri, 53 British nationals on board.
Yeah.
We are aware that a flight from Ahmedabad to London has crashed near Ahmedabad airport. We are working with local authorities to urgently establish the facts and provide support. Our thoughts are with all of those affected. There were 100 of that out clearly. This is the first reaction from the British High Commission, which says that they're working with authorities on the ground over there. We should be getting the president of the Airline Pilots Association of India. Can we get them up, please, as soon as possible, so that we get a few more details on this. At this stage, there is intense speculation which is going on. We've got some suggestions that it could have been a bird hit, which resulted in the engines not being able to develop their installed thrust. There are other concerns about whether the engine may have been at the right setting. All of this we will get to, and in order to do that, the investigators who are already on their way, there is a GO team which has been established. The chief principal investigator and the Director General of Civil Aviation is already involved. The primary goal right now is to locate the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. There are at least 2 of these on this aircraft that will provide more than 1,000 parameters of data, including a whole subset of data on the performance of the engine itself. The cockpit voice recorder records what's happening in the cockpit. We do know there was a mayday call, but beyond that, there was no communication. So that's what they'll be looking for. And the first couple of hours, absolutely critical. Gauri.
Indeed, the first couple of hours absolutely critical. Also for the relief and rescue operations that are currently underway. There is limited information that are underway. A green corridor has been established for all the passengers that they've been managed to evacuate, get out of so far. They are rushing them for medical aid as well. We still don't know how many passengers have been taken out of the aircraft so far, what are the details there, and we choose to not speculate at all, simply because this is a catastrophe that has happened in Ahmedabad. But as Vishnu said, two aspects very important. One, the data that needs to be recovered as early as possible, and second, rescue relief operations need to be in full swing, and they are, as you can see that on your screens. The numbers, we're going to repeat that once again, put that out again for our viewers to see. That's the Air India passenger helpline number that you can see, and then there is the helpline number that's been put out by the Ministry of Civil Aviation.
We've got a reaction from the British Foreign Minister as well, David Lammy. He says, deeply saddened by news of the devastating plane crash in Ahmedabad, India. My thoughts are with all those affected. The UK is working with local authorities in India to urgently establish the facts and provide support.
Yeah, there are 53 British nationals that are there, that were there on AI 171. 169 Indians, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian and 7 Portuguese nationals. Those were the details of the citizens who were there on the AI 171, the ill-fated. Let's get in Gopi, who's joining us live from the location, exactly where this catastrophe took place.
Gopi, अस्पताल है, जो कि सबसे बड़ा सिविल अस्पताल है, वहाँ का जो पोस्टमार्टम रूम है वो पूरी तरीके से भर गया है। यहाँ से आप जो बॉडीज है उसे आगे जो वीएस अस्पताल है वहां पे भी ले जाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। जो एम्बुलेंस है वो लगातार यहाँ पे रेस्क्यू का काम कर रही है, क्योंकि अब बचने की उम्मीद बेहद कम मानी जा रही है। जितने भी यात्री अंदर सवार थे उनके बचने की अब बेहद ही कम उम्मीद मानी जा रही है। फ्यूल भरा हुआ था, जिसके वजह से जो बिल्डिंग है, बिल्डिंग को ठंडा किया जा रहा है, उस पे लगातार पानी जो है वो डाला जा रहा है ताकि बिल्डिंग न गिरे। बिल्डिंग पूरा रिहायशी इलाका है, उसमें भी कई सारे लोग थे, तो उनको तो पहले ही अस्पताल में भेज दिया।
Okay, that is the on-ground reportage being done by Gopi Manyar, who's telling us what exactly is the situation on ground right now.
यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं, हादसे की जगह पर पहुंचेंगे, क्योंकि ये माना जा रहा है कि लगातार इसमें कई वीआईपी लोग सवार थे। तो यहाँ पे अब मुख्यमंत्री और गृह मंत्री भी पहुंच रहे हैं। एम्बुलेंस बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है, लगभग 200 से 240 प्लस क्रू मेंबर्स, इस तरीके से लोग। और जो रिहायशी इलाका है, तो रिहायशी इलाका होने की वजह से यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग, तो हादसे में करीब ये माना जा रहा है कि कम से कम 260 से ज्यादा जो लोग हैं वो घायल हुए हैं। अस्पताल में जितनी भी बॉडीज यहाँ से निकाली गई है वो पूरी तरीके से उनको डीएनए के जरिए आइडेंटिफाई किया जा सके, उस तरीके के हालात में यहाँ से बॉडी निकाली जा रही है। पूरी तरीके से वो जल चुकी है। सिर्फ जब निकाला जाता है बॉडीज को, तो पूरा एक हम कहेंगे कि पूरी तरीके से उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन भी नहीं हो सकता है। इस तरीके के हालात में यहाँ से जो लोग प्लेन के अंदर सवार थे उनको निकाला जा रहा है। करीब 160 से ज्यादा भारतीय लोग इसमें सवार थे, कई वीआईपीस लोग जो है वो भी इस प्लेन के अंदर सवार थे। और अब जो बचाव और राहत का काम है, चाहे वो ओएनजीसी के यहाँ पे वाटर कैनन्स हो, उनको भी लाया जा रहा है। अहमदाबाद दमकल विभाग की है, गांधीनगर दमकल विभाग है, सबको यहाँ पे बुला लिया गया है ताकि जो बिल्डिंग है, बिल्डिंग पे लगातार यहाँ पे पानी डाला जा रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग जब ये प्लेन यहाँ से टेक ऑफ हो रहा था और उसका फ्यूल पूरी तरीके से भरा हुआ था, तो जो फ्यूल है जब बिल्डिंग के साथ टकराया तो वो पूरी तरीके से नीचे तक स्प्रेड हो चुका है, जिसकी वजह से लगातार आसपास के जितने भी बड़े पेड़ हैं वो भी जलकर खाक हो चुके हैं। वैसे में बिल्डिंग के हालात भी अच्छे नहीं है, बिल्डिंग भी कभी भी गिर सकती है। इस तरीके के हालात जो है वो इस वक्त बताए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी वहां पे हो गई है। पूरी तरीके से उस पर पानी डाला जा रहा है ताकि बिल्डिंग न गिरे। जितने भी लोग प्लेन के अंदर सवार थे उनका जो मलबा है वो कुछ हिस्सा अभी भी बिल्डिंग के ऊपर है, तो उन लोगों को भी निकालने की कोशिश जो है वो तभी हो पाएगी जब यहाँ पे बिल्डिंग पूरी तरीके से ठंडा हो जाएगा, उसके बाद उस मलबे को निकाला जा पाएगा। और लेकिन जितने भी लोग नीचे की साइड पर गिरे हुए हैं, जितना भी मलबा नीचे की साइड पे प्लेन का गिरा हुआ है, उन सबको फिलहाल निकालने का रेस्क्यू का काम जो है वो चल रहा है। करीब 60 लोगों को यहाँ से निकाला जा चुका है, उनको अहमदाबाद के सिविल अस्पताल में ले जाया गया है। वहां से अब दूसरे वीएस अस्पताल में भी यहाँ से लोगों को ले जाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि किसी की भी शिनाख्त हो पाए उस तरीके की जो बॉडीज है वो अब बचे नहीं है।
Okay, that is Gopi Banyan reporting live from the exact location where the crash took place. And as she was saying, some of the bodies are charred beyond recognition, and they, of course, need to be identified with the help of DNA.
We've got Rajiv Pratap Rudy as well, the BJP leader, who's also a pilot himself. Mr. Rudy, thank you very much for joining us at this stage. Firstly, your initial thoughts on this horrific accident.
Very sad and unexpected. Can't make out the reason actually. And unless until facts are found, it would be very difficult to state what was the reason. But nonetheless, the fact remains, it was a wide-bodied aircraft, 787 Dreamliner, one of the finest aircrafts in the world. And having said that, I can appreciate if we have to vaguely also guess it was going to London. The fuel it must be carrying must not be less than 80 to 90 tons. Now, if an accident takes place with a fuel load of 80 to 90 tons, it's like a fireball, it's like a bomb. I saw a video and it looked like it had a normal takeoff and then it lost power. It looks like, I'm not an expert on the subject, and it lost height and it crashed. Well,
now, since you are a pilot and you do operate you have operated the A320, what could be the circumstances which result in a loss of thrust shortly after takeoff? Why would an aircraft underperform? Could it be temperature? Could it be overloaded?
Well, I will not speculate. Will not speculate. It will not be fair to speculate.
Sure.
I believe that the ATC did receive a mayday call, and that is the final call, the most highest level of distress call. And then they lost touch, and we can see in the video that it crashed. Possibly the aircraft was not lifting. Knowing the reason why not lifting could be multiple reasons. There cannot be a single reason. And that only the investigators can say after they go through the black box. But there is such tragic incidents shakes up the world. And being a pilot myself, I understand, and I'm actually going to operate a flight now to Patna, but stand completely distressed. Even the sight of it is so horrific. But my condolences to all those who are not there with us. We really do not know about the families of the people. But they were all human beings who have been charged to death. So unthinkable, horrific tragedy. And I can just say feeling very, very distressed and sad about it.
Indeed. Sir, the fact that the pilot's mayday call to ATC came 1 minute after takeoff, how do you read that? Any thoughts to be able to explain why that happened?
All right, we don't seem to have Captain Rudy anymore.
All right, we're speaking now with Air India Chairman N. Chandrasekaran on the very, very sorrowful accident that has taken place, the incident where an Air India aircraft going to London has crashed. Sir, thank you so much for speaking with us here on the NDTV network. We saw your statement. Do we know anything at this point on how this could have occurred and your thoughts?
No, unfortunately, we don't have any information yet on the cause and how it happened, except that it is a totally cruel and devastating accident. And at this point, our priority is to be with the people. We want to do everything in our power to be addressing the families and all the affected people. At this point, I'm rushing to Ahmedabad. As we get more information, we will tell you immediately. The emergency response line has been set up. but we will need more time to be able to figure out what happened. The team is on the ground.
Mr. Chandrasekharan, Vishwanath here. I just wanted to get a sense, are you getting any early reports as of now as to what exactly could have happened here? Why this incident occurred?
I don't have information. We are in constant touch with the people on the ground. The engineering team is also there, but we don't have any confirmed information on why it could have occurred.
We know that it's early times yet, but just to hear your thoughts on something this monumental, and I'm sure, of course, the group and Air India is doing its very best to extend help. Do we know about survivors, or what kind of help is being extended from your side?
We will do anything that is needed. We will do. We will do everything in our power to help the survivors and the families. So we will not fall short on that. But so that's the priority now.
Sir, just a quick question around the sort of response that has been there from Air India. So you said that you were heading, of course, to Ahmedabad, but at this point in time, apart from allowing ground support and ensuring that there are helplines that are there for families of customers who might be on that plane, anything else that you're doing?
So we are having a very large team from Air India flying to Ahmedabad. There are 50 people already boarded the plane in Delhi. They are coming to Ahmedabad. And their management team, there are crisis response team has been set up in Delhi, and also on the ground the management team is going, and then we have to work with the authorities to comply with any questions they have, and also we want to find out the cause for the incident. So multiple tracks are moving at the same time.
So just one last point, and I know you have to rush, and thank you for your time and your assurance to our viewers. Has there been any conversation and details that you can share with the Civil Aviation Minister, with Boeing, or any of the other stakeholders that you could share with us?
I have spoken to the Chief Minister, I have spoken to the Civil Aviation Minister, I have spoken to all the people concerned, and so we will work together to address the situation in the best possible way.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Given it is so tragic.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, N. Chandrasekharan there. So the voice from the highest level coming in on, what exactly the Tata Group and Air India is doing in this horrific incident. He's told us that there are at least 50 people, N. Chandrasekharan has told us that at least 50 people who are going to be on ground. They're going to extend all possible help to the survivors and their families. And of course, they've spoken with all stakeholders, whether it's from the government, Boeing, and all other stakeholders in this situation.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost, last year for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
what's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions.
An Air India flight to London with 242 on board crashes in Ahmedabad immediately after takeoff. The DGCA says there's no confirmed cause yet. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad also suspends operations until further notice. Boeing India puts out a statement saying that they were aware of initial reports and are working together to gather more information. Stock futures of the company dipped 7% in pre-market trading. Benchmarks fall 1% for the day with Nifty closing below 25,000. Aviation stocks fall between 2 to 4% after the Ahmedabad plane crash. All sectoral indices close lower. Mid and small indices fall more than 1.5%. The Adani Group announces the largest ever capex of $100 billion over the next 6 years to be used to set up greenfield projects and spread over energy, construction, materials, mining and metals. MOS Pemasani pledges full commitment to revive MTNL, assuring stakeholders of all necessary efforts. He strongly denies rumours about Starlink launching services within a month, calling them baseless and misleading. Maruti Suzuki says there's uncertainty but no disruption in production due to the rare earth crisis, denies the reports of production cuts for e-Vitara. Tata Capital's $2 billion IPO will soon get the final nod from SEBI. Sources say the file is with the SEBI chairperson due to the large size of the IPO. Good evening, you're watching Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm Sanjana. We're going to bring you some top news that we're focusing on this hour. Unfortunately, a very, very tragic incident has taken place. An Air India flight to London crashed immediately after takeoff near the Ahmedabad airport. The flight, a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, was carrying 242 people, including 230 passengers and 12 crew members. Visuals from the Meghani area where the plane crashed showed thick black smoke encompassing the air. The flight was identified as Air India 171, which online flight trackers showed as a 1:10 p.m. service from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad to Gatwick in London. Now, the DGCA has put out a statement confirming the crash, and the co-pilot allegedly gave a mayday call to air traffic control, that's the ATC, and thereafter no response came from the aircraft. Right. Now, this is an Air India flight to London with 242 passengers. Let's remember there were also some British and Portuguese nationals on this flight. This flight was bound for London and the incident took place shortly after takeoff at the Ahmedabad airport. Now, this is potentially one of the deadliest air disasters that we've seen in India in nearly 3 decades. As we can see, the visuals of the plane crash site show a thick willow of smoke emanating from the area. Let's quickly go across to a report from Ahmedabad by NDTV's Gopi Maniyar. Let's take a look.
अहमदाबाद में आज एयर इंडिया की प्लेन जो है वो क्रैश हुई है और इस वक्त हम उसी मौके पर मौजूद है। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे ये जो प्लेन है ये क्रैश हुआ है और उसका ये जो एक पूरा हिस्सा है ये प्लेन का प्लेन का ये पूरा हिस्सा है जो यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हो। और जिस बिल्डिंग के साथ ये प्लेन टकराया था, ये बिल्डिंग भी मैं आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ कि लगातार आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि दमकल विभाग की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो यहाँ पे पहुंच चुकी है और लगातार यहाँ पे जो लोग मौजूद हैं उनको भी यहाँ से हटाने की कोशिश जारी। अब तक करीब 25 से ज्यादा लोगों को निकाला जा चुका है। साथ ही जो लोग हैं, जो अभी भी मलबे में दबे हुए लोग हैं, उनको यहाँ से हटाया जा रहा है। हमारे साथ यहाँ के चीफ सेक्रेटरी मौजूद है। सर, कितने लोगों की मौत हुई है, क्या हादसा?
अभी तो कहना मुश्किल है, अभी तो पहला रिलीफ रेस्क्यू काम चल रहा है, बातें बता रहे हैं।
सर, कितने फोर्स लगाई गई है?
बताएंगे बातें।
जी बिल्कुल यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पे जो मलबा है उसे हटाने का काम जो है वो इस वक्त किया जा रहा है।
Right now, an Air India plane bound for London, that's what you're seeing on your screens right now, with 242 people on board, crashed minutes after taking off from Ahmedabad. This, however, we are not aware of whether the reasons for this crash taking place. The plane was headed to Gatwick Airport in the UK, and police officers, however, have said that it crashed in a civilian area near the airport, that we believe it is a doctor's hostel where it actually crashed. Now, we're also getting information coming in from the Air India chairperson, who had in fact spoken with NDTV Profit just earlier, that claimed that they were still not aware of why this incident took place. I have Mark D. Martin, CEO, Martin Consulting, joining me on the phone line with more. Thank you so much for speaking with us, sir, during this extremely tragic time. Based on initial reports, what are the most likely technical, or would you say operational, factors that could have contributed to this catastrophic failure at such a low altitude?
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. And a very, very unfortunate and a black day for aviation in India and globally. This is the world's first 787 Dreamliner crash ever operated. This is from an airline that's had a flawless safety record with operating the 787 Dreamliner under government ownership, and the minute this goes to private operations under Singapore Airlines, guess what? We see a crash. So I think it's very, very sad, and I think there should be a full-blown investigation in this. In terms of what really went wrong, I think from the videos that we're seeing that's been circulating on social media, I don't think it's right that we speculate, because let's please respect the dead. Almost 260 people have perished in this crash, and it's very, very unfortunate. But from what we can see, and I don't think we should be guessing, something clearly went wrong with the aircraft's ability to have continuous thrust. And I would sense that there may have been a problem with the engines. I don't see any bird strike or anything, but we don't know. It can be as wild card as power assurance, where the thrust was not available for climb out. Maybe the aircraft was overloaded. It could be anything, and I don't think we should speculate on this. I think the faster the investigation comes out, the better. But all I'm going to say is that, it's very unfortunate that we see this under a private Air India, and when it was under government ownership, we never saw any incident of this occur. So I think it's very sad. It's very unfortunate, but clearly, the faster we have an investigation into this, and I would like the NTSB, the FAA, EASA, AIB, India, as well as the DGC to be involved in this, because first time ever has this aircraft crashed in the world.
Like you said, this was the first crash of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner since its introduction in 2011. So given the aircraft's very strong safety record, what unique challenges might investigators face in really determining the cause of this incident, because that has still not come to light?
Well, this is one of the most advanced aircrafts in the world. The entire aircraft is fully digital. This aircraft is controlled by fly-by-wire. It's controlled by optical fiber. It's one of, you can't get a more cutting-edge aircraft than this. And guess what? This aircraft is the only aircraft in the world which has a server on board. So you really can't compare the technology that this aircraft has. And what's interesting is that this is an aircraft that Air India and the pilots mastered in terms of flying and operating, because Air India always has picked up the latest and newest technology out there. But to see after 15 years, an airline which is super experienced on a particular aircraft has a crash of this kind, it obviously shows something more deeper. I don't think that's got to do with the technology of the aircraft. I think it's got to do with the organization practices, more particularly maintenance, because everything seemed to be right on the aircraft, but clearly there's a maintenance issue that appears to be a maintenance issue that led to this. Again, I'm going to reinforce my point. Let's not speculate. Let's wait for the investigation to come out.
Okay, accepted. Mark D. Martin, thanks so much. But stay with us. I also have Sanjay Lizar, CEO of Avialas Consultants, aviation experts. Hi, Sanjay. Thanks so much for joining us, and especially at this extremely unfortunate time. I'm going to pose the same question to you. Based on these initial reports, what would you say are the most likely technical or operational factors that could have contributed to this failure, really at such a low altitude? That is the concern.
First of all, it's a very sad day. My condolences with Air India and with the families of passengers and the crew and the entire airline. I concur with what Mark has said just before me. This is one of the most technologically sound aircraft. Air India has a fantastic safety record, and its pilots, in my view, are amongst the best in the world. I can see from I'm only going by the kind of data and information that we received from the crash site and the airport and flight radar, etc. It appears, the aircraft took off with a profile. Of course, the aircraft seemed heavy, would have had 240 plus passengers plus fuel. It appears to have been, Ahmedabad is notorious for bird ingestions, bird hits, lots of vultures, lots of large birds. It appears that the aircraft has lost power and it's been stable. So it's either a major ingestion of birds in both engines, or the engine is stalled and the aircraft has then just glided and fallen like a stone really on that building. So more than that would be incorrect to speculate. It's a very sad day, and let's not put it aside that both the pilots had almost 10,000 hours of experience. So it's not that they were new to this type of aircraft or flying. Let's also understand this aircraft, like I said, was 11 and a half years old. New aircraft, new technology, more than 1,200 of them flying in the world today. This is the first major accident of any 787 in the world, and it's unthinkable. It's such a modern aircraft with so much of backup redundancies and things like that. Really, really sad day. Very sad day.
Sanjay, stay with us, because I'm just checking if we still have Mark on the phone line. Do we have him still? Okay, Mark, so my question to you next, from an aviation safety perspective, what would you say are the key challenges in managing such a crash in a densely populated area near an airport? Because our understanding, and as per initial reports, is what we're seeing is that this is a residential area. I believe it's a doctor's hostel / college in where this crash has actually happened. It is near the airport, so very densely populated. So definitely investigators having to face a lot more issues than a crash otherwise.
One of the biggest issues with Ahmedabad, and I think Sanjay also mentioned it quite correctly, is that you've got this insane numbers of garbage dump, and it is around the airport are pretty filthy with people dumping garbage everywhere. So that attracts vultures. But then vultures will, you only have bird ingestion in an aircraft like the 787 at about 7,000, 8,000 feet when you're climbing out and your gear is up and your flaps are up and you're entering your climb out phase. But it's seldom unheard of where you'd have a bird strike at about 500 to 1,000 feet. Okay, and I'm going to say one more thing here, that clearly what appears is there has been a struggle. If you look at the last minutes, very unfortunate. The pilot tried to pitch the nose up to get out of it, and from the time he spooled up his power, it doesn't look like he got the kind of power assurance he wanted. The 787 has a setting which is called MCT, or maximum continuous thrust, which gives you a boost of power up to a period of 25-30 seconds so that you can escape out of a dangerous situation. And to actually see that struggle is very unfortunate for all of us as pilots and airline professionals. And I think a full-blown aggressive investigation should be called out. I think more importantly, the FAA, EASA, DGCA, AIB, everyone should get involved. This is something which should never happen again, and it should have never happened. Period. It's very unfortunate. And the other part that I'm going to say here is that it is going to be a long, time-taking, painful, depressing investigation, because they're going to have to cordon off the whole area. They will have to pick up each piece of the aircraft bit by bit, recreate the aircraft in the cockpit, get the DFDR, get the DCVR, ATC tapes, ADSB tapes. I think all of those data points will have to be collated, investigated, reviewed, and the cause of this crash will have to be determined. And mind you, whoever is responsible for this, whether it's the management of Air India, under Singapore Airlines, maintenance, or whoever it is, the government needs to crack the whip and needs to set that organization straight, because after the privatization of Air India, it has been an utter disaster. And Air India is not an airline that you can use a magic wand to transform overnight. You need to roll your sleeves, get down and dirty, and fix the airline ground up. Just by cosmetic changes and a new branding is not going to fix the problem of the house. Air India has to be fixed from its foundation. And that is something the management should understand, because whatever that we're getting from Air India so far seems to be very cosmetic and very superficial.
Excellent point and perspective put forth by Mark. Mark, stay with us. Sanjay, as a former Air India crew member, how do you assess Air India's operational and safety protocols? And, given that, like Mark rightly said, an incident like this, a failure like this should have never happened. What improvements, might be necessary? I don't even want to call it an improvement. What changes, not just cosmetic, are necessary in light of this tragedy? Because let's just remember, it's not just a fleet that you have to rebuild or an entire airline. It is the public's trust and confidence that you need to rebuild after an episode like this.
Well, to take forward on Mark's point, I've been, like you said, I've been part of that company and the airline, and I, been in consulting now for a couple of years. But that being said, Air India's safety record has been second to none. And the training standards of both pilots and cabin crew has been excellent. So I do not find any flaw or fault in that aspect.
Cut you off. So sorry to cut you off, but we quickly need to go across now to a briefing that's taking place at the moment by the Aviation Ministry. Let's go.
आज दुपारी अहमदाबाद विमानतळावरनं लंडनला जाणारी जी काही एअर इंडियाची AI 171 ही जी काही फ्लाईट होती ती क्रॅश झाली आणि त्याच्यामध्ये जवळपास 242 लोक होती. त्याच्यात 230 प्रवासी होते आणि 12 क्रू मेंबर्स होते. या घटनेनंतर तातडीनं देशाचे गृहमंत्री हे घटनास्थळी पोहोचतायत. माननीय देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदीजी या सगळ्या गोष्टींचं बारीक अगदी सूक्ष्मपणे याचं आज मॉनिटरिंग करतायत. आमचे राममोहन नायडू त्या ठिकाणी पोहोचतायत. दिल्लीमध्ये आत्ताच मंत्रालयात एक वरिष्ठ स्तरावरती आमची बैठकही झाली आणि त्या बैठकीमध्ये सेक्रेटरी असतील, DGC असतील, आमचे AIचे सगळे वरिष्ठ अधिकारी असतील, सगळ्यांची आमची एक बैठक झाली आणि ही घटना कशी घडली, त्याच्यामागचं कारण काय, तिथे किती कॅज्युअल्टी आहेत, किती जखमी आहेत याच्यावरती चर्चा, त्याच्यावरती काम सातत्याने गेले 2 तास सुरू आहे. आणि आता मी सुद्धा आमचे सेक्रेटरी असतील आणि DGC असतील यांना सोबत घेऊन अहमदाबादला पोहोचतोय. आणि तेव्हा मला असं वाटतं की आता प्राथमिक स्वरूपामध्ये जे घडलंय आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या समोर आता नेमकी किती कॅज्युअलिटी झाली आहे, काय झाली आहे. राज्य सरकार, गुजरात राज्य सरकारच्या माध्यमातून त्या ठिकाणी सगळी आपत्कालीन व्यवस्था जी लागली ती सगळी मदत त्या ठिकाणी होतीये. आता जखमींना मदत करण्याचं, हॉस्पिटलला पोहोचवण्याचं काम सुरू आहे. एक हेल्पलाईन नंबर सुद्धा या ठिकाणी आम्ही प्रकाशित केलेले आहेत. त्याच्यामध्ये आता जो अहमदाबाद विमानतळावरचा हेल्पलाईन नंबर आहे तो आहे 079 22869211 079 22 86 92 11 आणि दिल्लीच्या एअर इंडियाचा जो हेल्पलाईन नंबर आहे तो आहे 011 6932 9333 011 693 29 333. त्यामुळे सगळ्या पातळीवरती आता मदत कार्य सुरू आहे. आम्ही सगळे त्या ठिकाणी पोहोचतोय आणि त्या परिस्थितीत एकदा सगळं पाहिल्यानंतर नक्की काय झालं, कशामुळे घडलं हे त्यानंतर आपल्या समोर येईल.
माजी मुख्यमंत्री विजय रुपानी पण ट्रॅव्हल करत होते अशी बातमी येते, काय
प्रत्यक्षात काही नावं अजून येत आहेत, पण आता त्याच्यावरती बोलणं उचित होणार नाही. ते एकदा स्पष्टपणे जोपर्यंत ऑफिशियली आपल्याला समजत नाही तोपर्यंत त्याच्यावरती आता मला वाटतं बोलणं.
इन्व्हेस्टिगेशन मध्ये सर प्रायमा फेसी काय दिसून येते आणि ज्या प्रकारे क्लॅश झालाय ती मेडिकल हॉस्टेल सांगितली जाते आहे, अंदाजाने काय कॅज्युअलिटीचा
नेमकं कारण काय ते आता सांगणं मला असं उचित नाही का. त्याच्यावरती खूप वेगळ्या वेगळ्या तर्क किंवा वेगवेगळ्या गोष्टींवरती त्याच्यावरती आता अभ्यास चालू आहे, त्याची चौकशी चालू आहे, ते आपल्याला समजेलच. आणि ज्या इमारतीवरती हे विमान कोसळलंय तिथे सुद्धा कॅज्युअलिटी झाल्याची किंवा जखमी झाल्याची शक्यता असू शकते, पण अधिकृत आपल्यापर्यंत अजून ती माहिती नाही. आम्ही तिथे आता पोहोचतो.
पंतप्रधान मोदी पण जाणार आहेत तर तुम्ही
मान्य मोदीजी या सगळ्या घटनेवरती बारीक लक्ष ठेवून आहेत. आमच्या सगळ्यांशी ते मॉनिटरिंग त्यांचं सुरू आहे. त्या सूचना पीएमओ मधनं येत आहेत. ते स्वतः मान्य अमित भाईंशी, नायडूजी सगळ्यांशी बोलत आहेत आणि त्यामुळे आम्ही सगळेच आता तिथे पोहोचतो.
सर विमानांचं ऑडिट होईल का? विमान कंपन्या कशा प्रकारे?
नाही, एवढी मोठी दुर्घटना घडल्यानंतर तर निश्चित असं नाही की दुर्घटना घडली म्हणून, पण नेमकं आता त्याच्यात कारण.
Rightwise, that was the MOS Civil Aviation, Muralidhar Mohol, at a press briefing talking about this tragedy. Let's remember, this is after a plane crashed which was flying from Ahmedabad to London with about 242 people on board, out of which 230 were passengers. Hearing in now from the Civil Aviation MOS, who said that the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, the DGCA, all are monitoring the situation very closely and are trying to come to a conclusion and really a reason as to why this tragedy struck, and assuring that there would be an in-depth probe. They have also in fact released helpline numbers. We'll be flashing them on your screens shortly, but just to give you an update of what we know so far, an Air India plane with 242 people on board crashed at India's Ahmedabad airport. Now, this plane was headed to London and it crashed minutes after taking off from Ahmedabad, without specifying whether how many fatalities that have taken place at the moment we are not aware of. The plane was headed to Gatwick Airport in the UK. And what we're understanding right now at this point of time is that we don't have the details as to why this has happened. The crash, however, has occurred when the aircraft was taking off. The plane was taking off over a residential area, and then there was a huge cloud of fire rising into the sky from beyond the homes, is what we're seeing on our screens at the moment. These visuals that you're also seeing are showing thick black smoke rising up into the sky. This is the airport. Let's quickly go across to some reactions coming in from the ground of the crash site.
समझ में नहीं आ पा रहा था क्या है। हाँ, उसके बाद पता चला कि ये विंग्स गिरा हुआ है, फ्लाइट वो किया, और फिर प्रशासन ने चारों तरफ से घेर लिया।
यहाँ पर हालात जब से आए कितने बजे हुआ तकरीबन ये हादसा, कुछ समय?
लगभग 45 मिनट पहले हादसा हुआ है। जो पार्किंग है वो पता नहीं कितने कैजुअलिटी वो नहीं बताते। वो पूरा बिल्डिंग है जो डॉक्टर रहते हैं उस बिल्डिंग में, रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है, उसमें डॉक्टर रहते हैं। जो सिविल नहीं वो सरकारी बना के, हाँ रेजिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग है जो सरकारी बना रखा है।
अंदर रहते
हैं लोग, वो दोनों बिल्डिंगों में लोग रहते हैं। वो 100% हुई होगी, उसके बाद पता चलेगा।
शुक्रिया, थैंक यू।
Right, that's the reaction that we're getting in from some of the eyewitnesses at the crash site. Just to take you through what exactly he was saying, This particular flight that was flying from Ahmedabad to London has crashed at a residential site, allegedly in a complex that is a doctor's residential area, that is a doctor's hostel. This is the Air India flight to London that crashed moments after takeoff in Ahmedabad. Air India has said that the flight departed from Ahmedabad at around 1:38 p.m. and was carrying 242 passengers. We'll continue to bring you all of the developments, but for now, we'll slip into a short break.
Imports become the exception rather than the norm, and increasingly we do almost last year, for example, of the contracts that we signed of record 2,09,000 crores, 81% was awarded to the domestic industry. Our intent is to manufacture in India, preferably with design also in India.
I am so elated to be on the same screen as the Defense Secretary, and I get a chance to talk about what he said.
In certain areas, like for example, artillery guns and armored vehicles, or in some categories of missiles like the BrahMos and the Akash, we've come of age.
What Defense Secretary Sir said is 100% true, and today private industry can really increase their involvement in R&D.
I am very proud to say that we make, in our categories that we have been supplying to our defense forces, some of the best platforms in the world.
At NDTV Profit, we don't just track the news, we shape it.
What's going to be the game changer is how they are set up to compete against the two players right now.
Prices of dishes will be same in dine-in as they are on the food delivery platform. The cost of the McChicken meal in restaurant is 199 rupees across. But on the delivery platform, you see that both Swiggy and Zomato listed at 315 rupees price point. But on Rapido's new platform, technically it will be only 199 rupees.
On June 10th, NDTV Profit told you how Rapido was making a surprise entry into food delivery and how that would make the giants sweat.
Are we all claiming that Swiggy and Zomato don't have even a little of the jitters?
We asked the tough questions, we showed you the numbers, and guess what happened one day later?
As of now, you can see that prices of the McChicken burger combo that we had referenced earlier has been slashed from a 315 rupees price point to 199 rupees price point. If you can see here we have the Swiggy menu open, and they have slashed it from 315 to a 119 price point.
Because when NDTV Profit reports, the market
what happened, and then you had parts of this medical college, the library of which was also there affected, images of which you see now on your screens. We also have Praful Patel, who's been a former aviation minister, also joining us right now. Sir, thank you for speaking to us on NDTV. Your first thoughts, sir, when you see the extent of this tragedy, sir?
Well, I'm very shocked and distressed and very sad to see such a crash. And probably after many years, we're seeing such a horrific accident in our country. And it's also very, disheartening because today's aviation is relatively very safe. All these aircraft are very sophisticated. They are, top-class machines. And it's so, surprising to see a 787 Dreamliner just going down. And all that has happened seems to have happened within 60 seconds because obviously without the aircraft being fined, the pilots wouldn't have taken off. And on the roll, if they had discovered something, they could have always aborted takeoff. So whatever has happened within those 60 seconds from the point it took off to the time it crashed.
Oh, yes. And I think your very first response again also conveys that shock when you look at a tragedy like this unfolding in pictures? Information is limited, but also because you've been a former aviation minister, and I would want you to tell us what really is the SOP following a tragedy like this. What really happens? We know that the government has hit the ground running. The aviation minister right now is rushing to the spot. So is the HM.
Well, in a situation like this, the first priority is always to, reach out to the people who are inside the aircraft and try to save as many lives as possible. That has to be done. And fortunately, and this unfortunate circumstance, the only silver lining is it's crashed near the hospital. So relief for anybody who is injured or alive would be, quite early. And I think that's the first priority. The SOP in such matters is very standard because you can't do much. It's fallen, into a residential area of the hospital, and the fire brigade is on the spot. But whatever little visuals we can see on TV, certainly it shows that the aircraft is completely destroyed and gutted, and the chances of people surviving, I could not, comprehend at this distance what could have been the situation. But I'm sure it is very, very, very sad and tragic on site there.
Oh, yes. And we really hope and pray that we hear the news of the well-being of these survivors soon, sir. And I do know these are still initial times and there is limited information available. But because you spoke about the safety of the 787, and I think this is the very first crash of the 787 that we are talking about, unfortunately with fatalities. Do you think that we as a country perhaps can do a lot more now when it comes to dealing with these aircrafts, the aviation sector? Is there any word of assurance that you would still want to put out for our viewers, for people watching the broadcast?
That this crash notwithstanding, aviation is still probably the safest mode of transport in the world. There are hundreds and thousands of planes flying every single moment while we talk. There would be more than 10,000 planes in the air worldwide. And an accident or a tragedy happens once in a while. But it should not happen at all. That, of course, should be our wish and our endeavor, and everybody should work towards that. Coming back to the 787, today's aircraft, all of them, are very, very, I would say, technically sound. They have a lot of backup systems, and the entire machine as such is, able to withstand a lot of other, problems, even if they are. And they can, they can withstand, all these kind of issues. But within those 60 seconds, what has happened, it will be very difficult for me or anybody to comprehend at the moment. Obviously, the pilot, very, very senior, thousands of hours in command, and especially a 787 captain is a very senior commander for sure. The aircraft itself had landed from Delhi to Ahmedabad. So obviously, it was flying and fine. The takeoff from Ahmedabad itself, the captain and the co-pilot would have obviously taken all precautions to see that all parameters of the aircraft are fine. And then only would they go in for a takeoff roll. So it is very difficult to comprehend what exactly has happened. Obviously, what visuals we see on TV is the plane took off, gained a little height, and then it just sank into this crash site. It is for the investigation to reveal.
Yeah.
But don't think that in India that there is anything to really talk about aviation safety, because our DGCA, our entire apparatus is absolutely aligned with the global standards. We have nothing shortcoming in India which would actually cause us any problem in terms of aviation safety.
Right. Sir,
So
half a second, Mr. Patel.
I think it's a reassurance to
Mr. Patel, Vishnu here. Let me just edge in with a question. You were Civil Aviation Minister, as I understand it, when the Dreamliners were first ordered for Air India. So much has changed since then. But since 2009, since the Dreamliner was first inducted in airlines to 2025, and today, this is the first Dreamliner fatal crash. Your thoughts on this? This has been an incredibly reliable aircraft.
What I was trying to say, that I'm very surprised, because today's aircraft, and especially the Dreamliner, it's a time-tested, proven aircraft. It's been flying thousands of flights a day all over the world, long haul especially. And this aircraft particularly also is almost an 11-year-old aircraft. So obviously it's done thousands and thousands of hours of flying. And the captain's also as experienced, as senior. And therefore, no aircraft today, and aircrafts have a lot of backups in their systems. You see, it's not just about, even it could have taken off on one engine. I'm not trying to say that it's the best way to take off, but if something, God forbid, something goes wrong, these aircraft are able to withstand a lot of issues which the aircraft of the yesteryears could not. We just saw one Indigo aircraft had a very bad turbulent flight from Delhi to Srinagar. In spite of all the problems, the aircraft was able to land safely. The reasons are that today's aircraft are able to withstand a lot more issues than what an aircraft maybe 25 years ago could.
Mr. Patel, I think you were making a really important point earlier on that, when it comes to flight safety, we've got a Director General of Civil Aviation. The standards within the DGCA has improved over a period of time, given the fact that the wreckage is there for all of us. The chances of recovering the digital flight data recorder is fairly high. My question is, do you believe that we should be able to get some important preliminary information on the basis of all of this very soon?
Well, I'm sure, because the crash site is accessible to, and the aircraft itself is accessible now to the rescue teams. So to recover the black box and all other, there are other equipment also which record all the real-time data. Just for your information, every aircraft, every second real-time data of every parameter of the aircraft is recorded. It's also stored not only in the aircraft system, but it's also transferred to the airline's, central command, from where every single minute or second of the data of an aircraft is monitored, so that if there is any problem or if there is any issue in the long run, it can be rectified. So there is a lot of data which is going to be available, and soon, because of the proximity to recover all these vital equipment.
All right, Mr. Patel, thank you very much, sir, for sparing your time and telling us a little bit about that. The former Civil Aviation Minister Praful Patel, who was the minister, in fact,
Yes.
Deepthi, when the Dreamliners were ordered for Air India in the first place. It's Vipul Saxena, an aviation expert, joins us. Mr. Saxena, this is such an awful, awful occasion, and I think as much as we wait to get confirmations on, how many people have lost their lives, and just looking at this footage, it's looking fairly bleak. Any initial thoughts that you may have?
Very, very unfortunate, and something which generally people don't expect things to happen this way. History, even if it take a history of 50 years, this kind of, especially on a takeoff leg, such a disastrous incident which has happened, which is really unexpected. People don't even in the dreams also. Having said that, I would like to make a little difference between, had this thing happened during landing time. Because when the aircraft comes for landing, the amount of fuel on the aircraft is very, very low. So in case the fire then
we've lost that line with him. We'll try and come back to him in a few moments from now. But I think this is new footage which we've got up on our screens, close-ups of the remains of that debris. Firefighters there on your screens, working through that rubble. I mean that in having covered firsthand the impact of air disasters, including the Charkhi Dadri disaster way back in 1996. Where there was a complete wreckage of aircraft, this similar situation when you see this debris, having to look through and see if there are bodies which need to be recovered, how will they be recovered, going through the remnants of the aircraft and all of that. It is an extremely difficult and trying sort of challenge for the rescuers at this stage, not least of all because the with 70 to 80 tons or 80 to 90 tons of aviation turbine fuel on board. The land is charred, it becomes incredibly hot, and therefore to get anywhere that you want to get becomes almost impossible. At this juncture, so many hours after this disaster, there has been no word of any survivors on board the aircraft. We'll have details on board, we'll have details on the nationalities of those who've lost their lives, but there were, as I recall, 160 Indian nationals, there were more than 50 British nationals, I think there were 7 Portuguese nationals and 1 Canadian citizen on board. More than 142, I think, were on that flight, including 10 crew members, of whom 2 were the pilots in command, the captain and the first officer. This is just such a sad day when this is taking place. The Boeing 787-8 among the